Okay, despite the fact that I don't have and won't be using a gavel today, I'm going to call this, this is a public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry. I want to call the roll, even though we won't be making any decisions today, we will be keeping records. So Niels Christofferson. Here. Cindy is running a little bit late. She'll be here, but suggested we go ahead and start. Joe Justice, Jim Kelly, here. Brenda McComb, here. Mike Rose, here. Tom Imison is here. So we have a quorum and we're ready to roll, and we'll turn this over to Robin.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. This is a workshop, and we plan this to help the board begin to figure out working relationships, particularly around how science informs policy, or how science and values inform policy. Yesterday we had it kicked off with Craig Shin and Denise Locke, who framed what wicked problems are, and then Denise framed the way values enter into wicked problem and gave some techniques for working on wicked problems. The purposes of the workshop is to, again, understand wicked problems and how board values contribute to science-informed decision-making. We're going to utilize three specific science topics as backdrops. And we want to highlight the range of variability and the impact and influence on decision makers, because they're at different places in terms of the amount of knowledge they're bringing. Addressing as a board the strength and limitations of how available science can inform complex policy decisions. And then in the afternoon, we'll be exploring some processes and tools that the board can use to integrate science and other sources of information into their decision-making on complex policy issues. So much like the October retreat, I had asked you to engage openly and honestly with each other. We really want to focus on equity and participation among board members. Really, so share the airtime, listen with care, and say what's most important to you. Consider what would be most constructive for the day and the planning cycle to come, and think beyond yourself and the board for this term. Think about the board in general. So I thought we had really good conversations at the retreat. We've set this dynamic up similar around the room, so we're looking at each other and we can engage with each other. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robin.
Great. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? I'm not going to use.
Okay.
To set up a super interactive day by having you all guarded by your microphones. So to the extent that we can kind of try to lean in a little bit, not just to the microphones, but to each other, that will be super helpful. The two strangers up in the front of the room, my name is Robin Harkless. I'm with the National Policy Consensus Center. My colleague, Kristen Wright. We are providing facilitation support today, so we really have been working a little bit behind the scenes, but I actually think due credit is to the project team that have done so much work to get this day set up for the board, and all the greater academic and scientific community folks that have come to kind of support you today in having a conversation about, you know, how do you integrate these various forms of knowledge? It's science, it's values, it's your backgrounds and experience. And there's been, I think, a nice teeing up that happened yesterday, although we didn't have a chance to actually see the presentation. So I'm hoping that, you know, you, the board, will be able to kind of bring some of those insights forward into the conversations and really sort of knit this all together. And by the end of the day, what we're hoping is that if there's anything that sort of, there's some nuggets that you can take with you by way of approaches that you want to take, things that you want to try in terms of your decision-making process and how you are going to work together over the next cycle and even beyond. Love to pull some of those actual concrete tangibles out, and we'll make sure we reserve some time at the end of today's pretty long session It's a long 2 days for you, and I want to acknowledge that. I think that the team has set this day up, the agenda up, so that you will hopefully get to have a lot of interaction. We heard you loud and clear that dialoguing with each other is important, not just sort of being presented to, but actually having some conversations with each other. So we've set up the day so that the morning presentations will be about half and half. We've got 30 minutes of sort of giving some anchoring, as we talked about last time in October, some anchoring and substance, but it's not about informing decision making today. You get to sort of kick back in that space and not worry so much about decisions, but really lean into procedure and relational aspects of your decision making, which are the other pillars of good public policy making. So I hope that this is fruitful for you. I hope that it helps you. And I hope that everybody has a chance to kind of learn something new, either about each other or about some of these tools and approaches that others are taking that you might want to try on as a board in your addressing wicked problems. I guess that's the frame, is wicked problems. So with that, I think I don't have much more to offer by way of just setting this up. Just that I want to also appreciate that you're in a challenging moment as a board and as an agency, and that, you know, the invitation today is to lean in, and to the best of your ability, and your willingness to lean in, I think, is what will make this a successful day for you and hopefully set you up for some really constructive engagement moving forward. And then again, what to expect is the morning is anchoring topics that will allow you to interact around what's surfacing in the presentations with regards to how conflicting, uncertain, or shortcomings in the science, where do you bridge the gap into policy making? That should sort of tee up some of those questions and conversation for you. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll have a much more kind of interactive portion for you to kind of practice or try on some approaches. We're going to be looking at argument analysis as a tool, and then scenario planning as an approach to decision making. And we've got some good folks that are going to be kind of leading you through some exercises. And as I said, at the end, we'll make sure we try to tie this all together and ask you, what are your next steps? What are your next steps with all of this? So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have fun today. And I hope that it kind of gets your brains thinking in little different directions, just kind of bringing some more creative space for all of you to explore. So with that, I think I will bring up Jennifer, who assisted with she sent out some homework for you to kind of be thinking about wicked problems and how you actually approach them. So I'll kick it over to Jennifer.
As you will remember, a little over a month ago, I called to do and hopefully get back to me. And that was to keep you in the right space for thinking about wicked problems, how you deal with them, things that go well in dealing with those wicked problems, and some things that can be improved upon. So I did get the importance of transparency is probably even more important than everybody realizes. And the common thing that could have been improved upon was engaging stakeholders earlier in the process. And I saw that with all of the responses that I got. So it was encouraging to me to hear some of the things that Denise and Craig talked about yesterday come through when your themes with dealing with wicked problems. So that was the transparency again. They talked about there's no right answer. And for somebody like me who's very process driven, it's hard to like even acknowledge that you will never get to one answer. So you are all faced with incredibly challenging decisions that you have to make. So I appreciate everybody's willingness to contribute to today. I think this homework was very insightful for us as a project team. It helped us build a few other exercises into it for you all. So my last thought that I would like you all to think about is Denise's 4 boxes that she discussed with us yesterday. So think about what box not only you fit in, but where your other Board of Forestry members might fit in, where some staff members might fit in, and stakeholders as well. And think about how you would engage to solve problems, knowing who you are as a box. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but I immediately knew exactly which one I was, and there was no question like where I fit in that. I'm the hierarchist, no question about it, top right, and I have no problems admitting that. That is me, and that's where I am. I'm very processed, very like you have to get to an answer. So wicked problems are inherently incredibly difficult for myself as well. So I have tons of respect for all of you for even trying to work through these things. So that's all I have for the homework. Does anybody have any questions about their responses, the synopsis, anything like that? It was fun, wasn't it? So Ramsey only did through a few questions, but I just wanted to thank everybody again for their time for doing this. I know we've asked a lot of you through the planning of this workshop, and I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so my name is Robin. I'm an egalitarian. No. Welcome, Robin. Yeah. So just generally, what did you get out of the presentation yesterday? Do you even remember it? It was yesterday morning, by the way. I'm sure a lot transpired after that, but you know, what did you all take from that presentation? Was there anything new that kind of came up for you? Denise's thing was this kind of new framework that sort of integrated all of these different disciplines. I thought was really interesting, at least on paper. But I'm just curious what, if anything, the board kind of got from those presentations yesterday to kind of set this day up.
Presenters in different ways was, and then when Matt Donegan spoke, and you remember he talked about how they set up the wildfire council that he was involved in. There was a lot about kind of expansion of the peer, of how we think about who are the peers, who are the stakeholders, because the way that we you know, in our setting in this room, typically on any given day, on any given topic, we will have folks coming to talk to us about those. They generally do a really good job, but they're advocates for their particular position, and they make those arguments as strong as they can. So they tend to be, you know, they're polarized perspectives that often come to us. And I think that, and that's the way that they're supposed to be presenting. One thing that that I think has really changed over time is there are, and I think this is true nationally as well as here, there are fewer opportunities to have more relaxed conversations about those issues. There's a formality to it. It's on the record. It's harder to say, well, what really are your priorities here? And I think that the way that Denise talked about it too was sort of getting out of that rigidity. And, you know, we still have obviously conversations that are at least sometimes more relaxed than that. But I think that one of the things that struck me was, and both in work that I used to do, where, you know, you can talk to people right up into the last minute before you make a decision, is that need for more relaxed conversations on issues so that you can really get a better sense of not just what's been carefully prepared to try to make strong arguments to persuade board members, but have more of the color associated with it. And I think you also, there was also a discussion about doing work out in the field. I think that in the field, that almost, it just happens because you're out looking at something. And again, the conversations are different than, than what we do on a typical at a typical Board of Forestry meeting.
Others? Yeah, Brenda.
I was just reflecting on the talks yesterday by Craig and Denise, and with all due respect to my friend and colleague Denise, I'm kind of opposed to boxes. So I definitely fall on the right-hand side of that spectrum, but depending upon the issue at hand, I can really behave as a hierarchist or an egalitarian. So I don't feel like I fit into either box clearly. I think it's issue dependent.
Yeah, the context matters, it sounds like. And for you, Tom, the thing that you pulled out, which was the opportunities for relaxed conversations, is that a how does that happen? Is that time? Is that tone? Is that setting? Is that all of those things?
Yes, it is all those things, but it's also, it's about candor, and that is frankly harder to get in a formal setting.
Yeah.
By the way, I sort of agree with what Brenda said about the boxes. I think I could think of myself in different boxes depending on what the situation is. Part of my job as chair, I think, as people know, is to try to keep us moving on an agenda so that we'll get done when we've said we'd get done, which requires sometimes a more hierarchical approach. But yeah, it's hard to say that when you think about the boxes that every stage of your life is in one of those, because I think it's we shift and adjust depending on what our circumstances are. So
I think what that done for me was last night when I was reflecting on what went on yesterday. I'm kind of like Tom and Brenda. I'm on the right side of that somewhere. But there's been decisions that we've had to make, and I've found myself in every one of those boxes at that certain time trying to make a decision on how I was going to vote or how I felt on that. Doesn't happen all the time, but I've found myself temporarily in just about every one of those.
And what are the conditions that set you up for knowing where you are? I mean, is it time? Is it setting? Is it the substance? What are the factors that kind of influence that context, I guess, as Brenda was suggesting?
Well, for me, it's not having the time or the ability to get the individual thoughts of the rest of the board members. And that's valuable to me. I'd like to know what everybody's thinking, and you don't have that ability to do that. So even in my real job, right? I mean, making decisions, I spend probably more time thinking about it after we've had a meeting, or when I'm home or driving, or I'm thinking about this stuff, and it's tough for me anyway to especially when an issue comes up kind of unexpectedly, and you're expected to vote one way or the other, and you really haven't had time to think about it a whole lot, and not knowing where everybody else is on it. That's where I find myself. Maybe just a minute or two, but I can find myself in every one of those boxes.
Yeah, for me, I think the context is whether or not I'm dealing with the issue as a personal response to that issue. That is, these are my feelings. This is how I would approach that issue. And in that sense, I tend to be more egalitarian. I tend to think about what my own philosophies and beliefs are around and knowledge about something would be. But when I'm making a decision on behalf of a group of people, an organization, so in our role here representing Oregonians, I tend more toward the hierarchy and try to set my personal beliefs aside and reflect upon the various goals, objectives, views, values that people place and represent that as best I can. And I think the hierarchical approach is definitely the way to make decisions in that context.
Yeah, as I think about myself and how I process information and stuff, I really think about what my blind spots are. I'm not sure exactly where I fit, but I understand my blind spots, my weaknesses. And a real blind spot for me is I always tend to think about the end game. I'm always thinking about what are we trying to accomplish. And why that's a blind spot for me, I found, is that often I don't listen, I don't process, I don't hear. And like in the, the wicked problem homework, I talked about what in my work and what I do often. It's dealing with people. The wicked problem I talked about was using the use of herbicide, which is very controversial with a lot of folks. And what I've learned in that is I really need to listen to people, hear them, respect them, understand, and think about that real blind spot of me where I have this goal out there, but that I'm trying to accomplish, but really I need to hear what they're trying to say, consider what they're trying to say, and validate their concerns and make sure I address those.
Lots of different thoughts. I mean, one, and just in terms of this framework, I definitely found myself on the right-hand side too, but I was intrigued by the different kind of definitions. The one related to institutions and decision-making, where the hierarchist is pro-control, rule of experts, top-down, versus the egalitarian being the good of groups, moralistic, skeptical of hierarchy, etc. I mean, I think I would err more towards or move more towards the egalitarian in that frame. But then when it comes to kind of views about the resilience of nature and nature being tolerant or delicate, then my general life experience suggests to me that nature is much more resilient than we assume it is. And that's my own life experience. And so I would err more towards that frame, but that's like approaching it from a totally different perspective, right? Sort of your views of resilience versus your view of how decision-making should take place. I do think, this trying to figure out how do we go from this polarized framework that we're in, this trench warfare that seems to persist through our proceedings and through the representation of the different interest groups, to more collaborative, even if it's clumsy decision-making, is intriguing to me. Trying to get us all collectively thinking about sort of the solutions possibility frontier versus just winning or losing is really intriguing to me. But on the flip side is, are our governance and institutions set up to do that? And then where we fail, the efforts to circumnavigate those systems, like for example with ballot initiatives, neither of which really seem to play into this idea of complex wicked problems and optimum decision making. So there's a lot of different challenges here.
Yeah. Jim, Cindy, you want to weigh in?
Sure.
Bringing up, welcome, Cindy.
My apologies for
we
the
got
progress.
we got the message, and just inviting people to kind of reflect on the presentations from Craig Shin and Denise Locke yesterday on wicked problems and sort of what that brought up for you. And maybe some teeing up for today's discussion.
It's interesting to reflect on all of this and yourself. You know, when I was first in a position of being a leader, it was at a time where, at least intellectually, I was very interested in new paradigms of leadership and cooperative leadership. And it took me years to recognize that all my modeling, and there was this inner part of me, whether I liked it or not, was very patriarchal and very much not only a hierarchist, but the hierarchist who wants to be in charge. So it is, you know, these are the skills to work highly cooperatively for me aren't always the easier, the natural place. Listening is harder for me than some, I would say. But I've always, you know, these are not new learnings for me, and these are things that you know, we all have to recognize. Who's that person inside, and how do we deal with that, and how to control it.
Yeah, I thought the diagram on the chart behind you was actually fairly interesting, but also made the observation that from time to time, I think we're probably all in all four of those boxes. And I think, interestingly for me, I think I find myself in several of them at the same time. So it's not so much that I'm rotating around through them, but bits and pieces of them are always present. So it makes for interesting transitions, trying to figure out within myself sort of, okay, so when am I an individualist, and how does that shift so rapidly into, you know, egalitarian and hierarchist? Fatalist, I understand when I fall into that, you know, when all seems lost and nothing you do matters, we all become fatalists at some point or another. Whether we're talking, you know, damn, I cry all the time. Watching my dad die, you know, you're a fatalist at that point. Nothing you do matters. You can hold his hand, but that's it. So we're all faced with that, whether it's with loved ones or with ourselves or our pets or whatever. We also find ourselves in that spot sometime when you've got this down. Thank you.
Anytime.
You know, I don't know why it happens, but it does to me regularly. Watching a movie, it does too. It just is part of who I am. We also, I think, have all felt the nothing matters, nothing I do makes a difference sometimes on public policy decisions. You know, every one of us at some point has been on the losing side of a vote, whether it's a vote on the board or a vote in public elections or a vote on, you know, wherever it is. We've all tried really hard to accomplish something and failed. And I think we probably all dropped into that doom and gloom fatalist spot at some point regarding that. The other three for me, I think I'm more fluidly and nested amongst. I thought I had somewhat the same reaction Nils did to and a little bit of a setback in terms of where the hierarchy views the resiliency of nature. And I actually thought about that a little bit, because egalitarianism, I think, is where I would like to most operate in terms of relationships with people. But by and large, I think the earth is very resilient, and realized in thinking at it up until a point. You know, I think the earth is generally very resilient, but it also operates and functions on thresholds. And you approach that threshold, and then, yeah, it is sort of right on the top of the peak, and a wrong move can slide it into to breakdown and ecological failure pretty easily. And so, I think maybe those drawings of how the hierarchy, egalitarian and individualist view the resilience of nature also are nested, and you can push from one to the other pretty easily. So I've got, as we all do, blind spots and predilections that make it more difficult to work with groups. And I suspect all of us here, by the fact that we were willing to put ourselves forward to be on a board, have a tendency to have something we want to say. And so shutting up to listen and process is a challenge for me at times as well. But I think that's the nature of for most of us probably, that we'll put ourselves forward to be in a public space, as we're here because we've got something we want to say. And with any luck, we all recognize that and battle our own listen demons with greater or lesser extent from time to time.
So when I was thinking about this, I thought it was like all models, it's useful but wrong. So kind of as we're thinking about science, science is modeling. And so interesting. The two things that I really took away were the interactions between the groups. That Denise said that groups diagonally can interact better, but groups horizontally or vertically don't like to talk to each other. And I thought about the stakeholders and the tensions we see in this board. I think you called it warfare. I think they're on the bottom, and they're on those spectrum from the individualist to the egalitarian, which perhaps makes it hard for them to talk together or to come to consensus. The other thing that I really took away from this was the example of the solution in the water situation for the San Juan Capistrano. That the reason it worked is it had something for all of these thoughts. They had fairness in their solution for, at some base level, they had a opportunity for individuals to pay more if they wanted to. And then they had data collection and management for the hierarchicalists. And that I don't know quite maybe how we can apply it here, but as we craft solutions, can we think about, does this solution have something for the range of groups we're dealing with? And so those were the two things that I thought it'd be worth continuing to think on.
I think it's kind of expand on that, Peter. I think it's often what I've learned in problems I've dealt with. You're often surprised by the solutions when you engage those stakeholders and you listen and I know I'm often very surprised by some of the paths that we find forward if we can be open and listen. And I've seen that many times professionally that I never would have imagined that we would, that in listening to people and their concerns, at what decision I might make that works really well for everybody. So it's surprising.
Yeah. I think one of the other sort of interesting things in the context of wicked problems, I think a lot of solutions, I think, can be reached if you really hear what it is that different groups care about. But at least, so that you can craft a decision that meets the primary needs of everyone. For me, the definition of a wicked problem is when it's complex and that's not possible, where you can't have something that meets everyone. I know often you can find that a wicked problem isn't really wicked if you can slow down and listen hard enough and find out and meet the primary needs of folks. But there are, in fact, problems where that's not the case. And when they're complex, and that's not the case, that's kind of the definition for me of a wicked problem.
All right, so what I'm taking from this is, no, this model is not going to give you more answers. And it's definitely not going to tell you how to make decisions. But what it does is it opens up a consciousness for you about where you're coming from and where you're sitting in a moment around dealing with the complex issue or having to make a decision. And from the previous conversation about what else you drew from yesterday, it's that context really matters when you're thinking about, you know, how you're approaching these things, that there's a lot of context that matters, and that it might be worth, it might be very valuable to the board to actually take the time to actually surface some of those contextual pieces before you get to the point at which you have to make, you're at the edge. You're at that edge where you just absolutely not making a decision is making a decision. And I know that's tough. That's not, you know, Nils is pointing to the structural issues with that, the challenges that you're faced just by the very governance structure that you're sitting within. And that being said, what I'm hearing is that there's kind of a general desire to be able to find ways to actually be able to engage in some of these conversations that provide more context, both for yourselves with each other, but then also to the broader community about what matters to them. And that there is a desire to find solutions that try to meet multiple needs, if not all, or at least address multiple needs, if not all. And it may even be just in the way you're communicating those solutions. That example that Denise gave is sort of like, there was sort of almost like it was a communication tool as much as it was the actual approach. So we'll just kind of let that sit, percolate for now. And as those kind of ideas and insights come forward throughout the day, let's just make sure we sort of articulate them. And then they may even move into something more concrete for you as a next step that you want to take, that we can talk about at the end of the day. But I really appreciate the sort of the thought that you've put into this and sort of the reflection of that. And that it really did kind of teased your brains a bit to kind of think through this and reflect on it. So if it's useful for you to kind of set it as a, okay, let's check in. Where are we sitting in this quadrant right now and why? And where should we be sitting in this quadrant right now and why? And that might be a very fruitful, that might be a very useful piece for you. Yeah, Nils.
I just, one other piece sort of spurred by all of everybody's comments here today. I was down in California a couple of weeks ago and met Rebecca Shaw, who's the chief scientist for WWF International, and we were just having a cup of coffee. And I asked her what she was working on, and she said climate change and the end of nature. And I said, "Well, that sounds pretty depressing." And she said it wasn't. She was excited about everything that they were working on. And I asked her, what is where do you see the most optimism or sort of the greatest need for better solutions? And her perspective was getting people within these types of settings. And forgive me, if somebody calls her and I'm dead wrong on this is obviously my perception of the conversation. But what I walked away with was what I heard was that she said, getting us all in these settings to think about the real trade-offs on the ground that we're debating, and how those trade-offs affect the lives of individuals within the places that we're discussing or trying to protect or whatever it is. And that really resonated with me because throughout, I've worked with small communities in the Arctic Circle and in Southern Africa and now in Oregon. And it strikes me that there's a greater willingness within those communities where there's a sort of the reality of dealing with those trade-offs and a greater willingness to think about the solution frontiers rather than win or lose within these communities. and we get more to this polarized, bifurcated solution making, the higher up we get. And so just a thought.
Great. Okay. One more?
One more, just triggered by that last. Early in my postgraduate career, I worked as legislative staff, with the California legislature, and I can guarantee you that the closer you are to the ground, the more likely you are able to find a commonality in a decision. And we went out on, we were doing in the middle of the water wars at that time, which seemed to be never ending in California. But if you were out in the Central Valley talking to an individual farmer, you could come to consensus. When you got to the county farm bureau level, it was harder to reach a decision. And my God, by the time you got to the state bureau, it was impossible. So yeah, getting out on the ground, talking to people, thinking about people where they live, I think is really important, because people where they live also care very much about the place where they live, and each other. And so for me, when I'm thinking, it came up several times, communities, I think not only human communities, but fish and wildlife communities. And when you're at the individual on the ground, they care about all of those communities. It's when you start stacking up higher in the hierarchy that we pull back from that recognition that we really are all connected to the place we live, and that the health of the humans matter as much as the health of the land they live upon. And it's, I think, important for us every now and then to kick back to that level mentally when we're trying to deal with it, because you can't have one healthy without the other, and both the health of all is equally important.
All right. Shall we move on, or did you want to?
I just had a thought, somewhat related, and I guess this should be fairly self-evident, but I've just been thinking about the fact that, we're seen by a lot of people as being in charge. And so there's a whole lot of symbolism there, and it's very, very important that we offer opportunities for people to be heard because of that level of symbolism. But speaking personally, I think we probably all share this. We're all intimately aware of how constrained we are by statute and what the legislature does, and in various other ways, and by I just think we all need to recognize the fact of that the situation where that public perception of us being able to, oh, you can just fix that, you can just change that. I mean, look at the testimony we get over and over, and think how often as you read that testimony, you say, I wish we could do that, and recognize not that we're powerless by any means, but that we're highly constrained in a lot of ways.
Yeah, so staying really attuned to what's happening on the ground and finding ways to hear and be heard from these various communities, and also being able to kind of figure out ways to navigate that in the system that you're in, and being able to communicate that also, that reality, and deal with that challenge. So not to be resolved in this moment, but it's worth kind of surfacing that as that's one of those kind of the ongoing challenges that you all face. So let's shift gears and move to our presentations. We have 3 for the morning. We'll take a break after the first one, but we've got Sherry Johnson and Bob Bilby, who will be talking about the Trask Paired Watershed Study. So thank you for being here and putting this information together. And Sherry tells me it's not her first rodeo with the board. She's been here before.
All right, good morning. My name is Kristen Dodd. I'm one of the project leads for putting on this workshop. And as you noticed, we've got the room kind of formatted differently than we typically do for the board meetings. And that was really by design, and it was very intentional so that the board could interact with each other as we go through this workshop. It's a workshop, not a regular meeting. And so we wanted to facilitate that dialogue between the board members. I am going to tee up and introduce our first two presenters for one of the science-themed presentations. It's going to be on the Trask-Paired Watershed Study. We have Bob Bilby from Weyerhaeuser and Sherry Johnson from the Forest Service, and just really quickly want to introduce those folks. So Dr. Robert Bilby has conducted research on stream ecosystems, salmon, and the effects of forestry on both since 1975. He currently is a senior science advisor for Weyerhaeuser Company and is responsible for coordinating environmental research on company forest lands. Previous positions include including manager of Weyerhaeuser's Western Environmental Forestry Research Program and manager of NOAA's Watershed Process Program at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in Seattle. Bilby's research has included investigation of the roles of large wood in streams, responsive stream trophic systems to disturbances, relationship between habitat characteristics and salmon productivity, and the contribution that spawning salmon make to the nutrient capital and productivity of streams. He served as co-lead of the Trask Watershed Study with Dr. Sherry Johnson. Bilby received a BS in zoology from the University of Rhode Island and a PhD in aquatic ecology from Cornell University. Bob will be followed by Sherry. Sherry is an aquatic ecologist who focuses on forest-stream interactions, especially in stream responses to forest management and disturbances. She has numerous publications on water quality, especially stream temperature and stream nutrients, as well as stream food webs, and regularly organizes workshops and symposia to bring together researchers and managers on key topics. She has been the lead scientist for the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest and co-signatory on the Andrews Forest Long-Term Ecological Research Grant since 2001. She was a member of the Ripstream Advisory Committee, and she and Bob have been co-leads since 2006. Her bachelor's degree was from the University of Montana and her MS and PhD from the University of Oklahoma, Department of Zoology. So thank you both for coming.
Thanks, Kristen. I'm going to lead off here. Sherry and I will tag team this presentation. Some of you have seen a presentation on the Trask about 2 years ago. We made a presentation to the board at that time. We've made considerable progress since then in terms of data analysis and getting publications out. So you can view this as an update of what we've done since early 2018. Get this to work.
And I would be remiss if I didn't remind all of us that this day is not about informing you for decision making. It's about thinking about the challenges that come up when there's sort of incomplete uncertainty around the science. Forwarding works fine.
Turn it on. There you go. All right. Just a little context on the Trask. The Trask was one of 3 watershed projects that were initiated in the early 2000s with the purpose of taking a look at responsive aquatic ecosystems to contemporary forest management practices. These 3 studies, Hinkle Creek, the Alsea, and the Trask, were ultimately accumulated, if you will, into a co-op that was established by the College of Forestry at OSU called the Watershed Research Co-op. And quite frankly, that co-op was initially established for the mercenary purpose. We thought it would be a good way to get some federal funding to support this kind of research going forward. That never actually panned out. But the co-op did have the benefit of bringing a high degree of consistency across those 3 studies in terms of experimental design, in terms of study approach, in terms of the kinds of parameters that we actually were collecting data on. So it really had, I think, a pretty beneficial effect overall in terms of making these projects more useful for addressing the kinds of problems that this board is deliberating on a continuing basis. The Trask was, I think, probably the definition of a collaborative effort. There were 8 research organizations involved in the project. They're right across the bottom of this slide. And there were 20+ scientists who took a lead role in examining different aspects of aquatic system response to forest harvest in the study. And funding came from various sources as well. There were 2 base funding organizations, the Oregon Department of Forestry and Weyerhaeuser provided funding on an ongoing basis. But we also got funding from other sources. There was a large OWEB grant at the project inception that paid for all the sampling infrastructure. And the USGS was instrumental in moving portions of this project forward. They provided a lot of the support, both in terms of scientist time and direct financial support to do the bird work, fish work, and the amphibian work. So truly the definition of a collaborative effort. So talk a little bit now about study design. The Trask study was conducted at the very headwaters of the East Fork of the South Fork of the Trask watershed, just on the west side of the Coast Range Divide, east of Tillamook. This 6,500 acre chunk of ground is about half owned by the Oregon Department of Forestry, half by Weyerhaeuser. There was a small piece of BLM property included in the study area as well. We divided the study area up into 4 primary tributary systems. Let's see if this works. Pothole Creek, Gus Creek, Upper Main Stem, and Rock Creek. Now, within each of those tributary systems, we identified a series of small watersheds ranging in size from 40 to 100 acres. And these were our primary experimental units. The main objective of the Trask study was to take a look at aquatic ecosystem response to timber harvest. And we applied that, we looked at this particular response at these watersheds. Now, within each one of these tributary watersheds on the north side of the study area, we designated two or three of the watersheds for treatment. They would ultimately be harvested. And within each one of the tributary systems, we also designated 1 watershed to serve as a reference to the duration of the study. No management activity occurred within those watersheds. Now, because of the architecture of the drainage network within the Trask study area, it also provided us with the opportunity to ask a second question, and that is whether or not the application of multiple harvest operations within a single tributary watershed had any detectable effect downstream in fish-bearing stream reaches. So we also established study sites on each one of the tributaries downstream of the harvest sites on fish-bearing stream reaches to take a look at that particular question as well. So those were the 2 primary objectives of the study. Kinds of treatments that we looked at, they varied in terms of the buffers that were applied on these small headwater streams. On private land, buffers are not, or treed buffers are not required on small non-fish streams. There are requirements in terms of equipment entry into the stream side zone and things like that, but no trees are required. But what happened when we actually let the loggers go out there and apply these harvest treatments was that on private land, we got things that looked like this. We expected this. And the reason that we got some trees retained along those channels is because in Oregon, you're required to retain 2 trees per acre harvested, leaf trees. Those leaf trees in many cases are actually placed along these small channels, which is what happened on many of these sites in the Upper Trask. State lands have a required buffer on non-fish streams. It's 25 feet. In effect, what we actually wound up with on state lands in the Trask on those state watersheds was buffers that ranged up to about 40 feet. They were a little bit wider than 25 feet. Finally, on the BLM setting, which was, whoops, the map's not up there anymore. On the BLM watershed, they thinned and they provided 50-foot buffers. So we essentially had 3 different types of treatment. Timing on the treatments, we collected baseline data from 2006 to 2011 on all these watersheds. 2011, the road system was upgraded in preparation for harvest. And then in 2012, we harvested all 8 of those small watersheds that we had designated for treatment, which is actually logistically a pretty good feat. That was a lot of activity in a very small area in a very short period of time. We're actually able to pull that off. And then from 2013 through 2016, we collected post-harvest data. You're going to see this figure repeatedly through the presentation. We use it as a mechanism for summarizing some of our results. But here, I wanted to use it simply to indicate that this was sort of the conceptual model we had of how these small stream systems were operating, how they were hooked together as we entered into this study. Essentially, what we were doing was manipulating riparian vegetation and then trying to understand how that effect propagated through the system. But because of the resources we had available to do this study, we were actually able to assemble study teams to look at each one of these individual boxes, and also teams that were looking at the linkages among the boxes. So ultimately, we were able to develop a pretty fundamental, comprehensive understanding of the actual processes that changed as a result of timber harvest within these small watersheds, and whether or not those changes that we saw in those headwater systems actually propagated downstream and affected fish-bearing reaches. So I'll go through the sediment results here and then hand over to Sherry to go through the rest of the results. And then we did include at the end of this some discussion points that are more relevant to what the purpose of this entire day is, which is how to apply this kind of information in a reliable, responsible way to the wicked problems, to the policy issues that you folks have to deal with on a fairly consistent basis. One thing we found out very early on in terms of suspended sediment was that the primary driver of suspended sediment loads in these watersheds didn't have anything to do with management. It had to do with underlying geology. Watersheds that were either on old landslide deposits or on sandstone or easily erodible bedrock substrate consistently had suspended sediment levels that were 8 times, 10 times higher than watersheds that were on hard rock. In terms of response to treatment, which is shown, whoops, which is shown here in this second panel, what we found, and this is pretty consistent with other studies that have looked at this, was that the response to treatment, to management treatment, was highly variable. We had systems like Pothole Creek, which is this, the lighter colored bars lines here are the reference sites. So this light orange and this light blue line are our reference sites. You take a look at this dark orange bar, which is Pothole Creek. It was on state land. It was buffered. You can see that there appears to be an increase in sediment yield immediately post-harvest, and then returns to pre-harvest levels. This green line, which was Gus Creek 3, that never showed any sediment response whatsoever, despite the fact that this happened to be one of the private land sites that was harvested with no buffer or leaf trees retained along the channel. In contrast, there was Upper Main Stem 2 showed an increase immediately after timber harvest in suspended sediment yield, and that suspended sediment yield level continued to increase through the end of data collection at the site. We don't know why that happened, but what we see here is very individualistic responses depending on the watershed. There isn't any consistent pattern here. There's really thank you. There's really no obvious reason why, for example, Upper Main Stem 2 actually showed that consistent increase in suspended sediment through time. Obviously, a major concern associated with fine sediment delivery to streams are road systems. And the Trask actually offered us the opportunity to understand what proportion of the sediment that we're seeing in these systems was actually contributed by the roads. Ivan Arismendi from OSU led this particular portion of the study. He identified 5 road crossings within these headwater watersheds, and then put a water sampler upstream of the road crossing and downstream of the road crossing. Those samplers collected simultaneous samples, and then by looking at the difference in concentration between the below road and the above road samplers, he was able to actually determine the total amount of sediment that was being contributed by that particular road to the stream. And he looked at sort of 3 different types of roads. There was 3 roads that were present prior to the initiation of the study. Those roads were upgraded in 2011 to use for timber hauling, and then were ultimately used very heavily during the log hauling and timber harvest. There was a road that was built brand new to facilitate timber harvest. And then there was a road that he referred to as his reference road. This was a road that was in one of our reference watersheds. Wasn't wasn't improved, and it wasn't even used, wasn't used at all in timber harvest. So that was, that really was not used very heavily in terms of the actual, that was not involved in any of the treatments. And what we saw was not much. He looked at sediment concentration differences above and below the road for 3 time periods: during the pre-harvest period, before there was any management activity, during the period of time when the roads were being improved, and then during the period of time when those roads were actively being used for log hauling. And for the sites that were upgraded for the new road, there was no statistically significant change in suspended sediment concentration or turbidity, is what's shown in this particular figure across those 3 time periods. For the reference road, there was an increase in suspended sediment concentration that was seen during 2012 when the other watersheds were being harvested. And it turns out that this was actually related to a tree just upstream of the downstream sampler that blew down during 2012, and that extra sediment was a result of erosion around that root ball. So at least in terms of these 5 road crossings, they were not important contributors of suspended sediment to these watersheds in the Trask. Finally, we also looked at deposited sediment on the stream bed and looked at whether or not that was influenced by timber harvest. And you'll see this particular format and a lot of the information that Sherry's going to present as well. Essentially what we're looking at here is orange or green bars before harvest, orange bars post-harvest. These represent sites that were clear-cut harvested without buffers, which is leaf trees. Second grouping, clear-cut with buffers, state land sites. This is the BLM site, thinning with buffers, and then these are all the reference sites. And the short story here is that we didn't see any change whatsoever at any of the sites under any of the treatment types in terms of deposited sediment on the stream bed pre and post harvest. Sure.
So why are we talking about sediment? Partly, you all hear about it quite a bit because it's one of the many water quality metrics. And as forest management, that's one of the main things I'm sure you're addressing repeatedly, or these metrics. Just to remind everyone that the Clean Water Act directs EPA to set water quality guidelines for drinking water. And most of our forested watersheds are drinking water sources, and especially where there are threatened or endangered species. As the state implements these water quality regulations, they come up with various ideas about thresholds, which are the most common way. Values aren't supposed to go above a certain level. There's lots of discussions about thresholds. How do we quantify them? At what spatial scale do we note them? Do we note them on site? These are point sources. These are non-point sources. There's many questions that then come back to you, as you all probably remember from Ripstream and others. And one of the nice things about doing this study has been with the plethora of streaming data, we're able to start thinking about some options for alternatives to thresholds. So I'll be talking about that for temperature for just a little bit. As we change riparian zones, this is the change in light from harvesting riparian zones. And even within the orange categories on your left, clear cut, no buffer, you can see quite a bit of difference of how much light was reaching the stream with what's classified as a single harvest type. Clear cut, no buffer on the private lands. We see that clear cut buffer had hardly any change, and then the thin sites as well as the reference sites. And you'll see examples of hemispherical photos, so way far on the right. This is the standard way of thinking about temperature. It's the mean max 7-day of stream temperature. It's summer stream temperatures. It's a running mean of the maximums. And there's this is one of the findings that will be coming forward in these headwater streams that do not have fish. What should the practices be around riparian buffers? So as scientists, we can deliver findings and even help kind of think about the trade-offs, and primarily the ecological trade-offs. If we have less riparian buffers, we may have more stream temperature, and then I'm going to be talking about macroinvertebrates. But then it comes back to you and policymakers to decide how to incorporate this information. So I'm helping define what's ours and what's yours. One way of thinking about stream temperature that we've been looking at, because so much in the previous metrics came about probably in 2001, 2003. There was discussion at that time about other ways to do it, and computationally it wasn't really possible for managers and policymakers to think about more than just calculating this running mean max. These days, we can look much more at the streaming data and think about distributions. So each of these curves, the blue ones are for the pre-harvest period, the orange ones are the post-harvest period. And as we go down through those 4 panels, the top one was clear cut, no buffer. And you can see quite a bit of a shift with the with the x-axis being temperatures, quite a bit of shift to higher temperatures. We're not only talking though about the maximum temperatures, we're able to look at the full range of temperatures. And that is really going to be helpful in thinking about implications for the biotic responses. The second panel is another clear-cut no buffer, but not nearly. Goes back to that variability. So a single treatment may or may not have more leaf trees in the riparian buffers and may or may not have as much temperature increase. Third panel is a reference stream, and the bottom panel is a treated stream that had a riparian buffer. What this also helps look at is that the post period, if you look at that third panel, was actually warmer in the post-harvest. So by having multiple years of pre-harvest data, we are able to tease apart the year-to-year climate variability from the treatment effects. And I make a note here that ideally our metrics are going to go beyond single values for summertime and think about the full distribution. That paper is in review for ecohydrology and hopefully will be out soon. As we were talking about temperature, doing whole watershed experiments, an obvious place to look at it is at the mouth of the watershed. But there's lots of discussion about with these non-point source pollutants. Where do we look at it? Is it at the mouth of the watershed, at the bottom of the treatment, and what happens downstream? So the study design was able to look at what we used to call cumulative effects or downstream effects. And even though there were some changes in temperature in the headwaters, these did not propagate to the downstream sites. So that becomes another question back to the board of what spatial scale are these most important. Macroinvertebrates are another metric that's often used. And we could say state uses them quite a bit for indicators of stream conditions. They're abundant, they're quickly responsive to change. There's high diversity in many of these streams, and they have multiple functions, whether it be grazers, shredders, more different types of forests lead to different types of functional feeding groups, as well as predators. So as we looked at macroinvertebrates during each summer sampling, pre and post harvest, we see that the two sites on the left that were we see primarily responses at two sites on the left. And those were the sites that were clear cut with no buffers. And densities increased dramatically in those sites, whereas in the other sites, that might have even gone down slightly. So bugs went up. Is that good or bad? That depends who you are and what you eat and what kind of bugs you eat. Many of these increases were species, taxa called chironomids, black flies. They respond very quickly. They're kind of a weedy species. So as scientists, we can say the chironomids went up at these two sites, and the more sensitive species, the ephemera, trichoptera, plecoptera, EPT taxa, we saw some shifts in species composition, but we didn't actually see a decrease. So there are more bugs, and they're primarily chironomids. What's also interesting to note is in the second and third bars here, those were both the clear-cut, no buffer sites, but they had leaf trees. So the very identical treatment of leaving leaf trees down around the riparian zone because the harvesters did not want to get in those wet, mucky areas, doesn't always lead to the same response. And we could sample and sample, and so it comes back to how much risk, how much certainty. Science is always going to have quite a bit of variability, and how much certainty do we want to think about? One way we think about showing these findings is by going back to our linkage diagram. And so this is the linkage, these are the linkages for the clear-cut sites with no buffers. The green boxes show sites that had a change after harvest. I'm not talking about nutrients and many of these other compartments, but you can see that a number of compartments did have a change and then some didn't. Interestingly, primary producers, we thought these streams were going to get much greener, much more autotrophic primary production, and they didn't. By leaving buffers on the ODF lands, the approximately 40-meter buffers, we only saw a nutrient response, primarily nitrate. So thinking about these trade-offs in the headwaters, now I'll pass back to Bob to talk a little bit more about the downstream fish sites and the cumulative effects, and then we will be able to have some time for discussion.
The short answer here with the fish work is that we actually didn't see any response to harvest. But there was, the study was led by Jason Dunham from the USGS, and he actually took a much more comprehensive view of fish response, looking not only at response to the treatments, but also what were the factors that were primarily responsible for governing fish production in these downstream reaches. And this is a timeline of fish production, both trout and sculpin. These systems were actually dominated by sculpins over time for the tributary systems. And you can see that there is no obvious change in biomass of fish as a result of application of the upstream treatments in 2012. Jason had a graduate student who did did some work on the cutthroat trout response and looked specifically at growth. And she felt that growth was an important attribute because it integrates a variety of biological processes, food availability, water temperature. It tends to be sort of a synoptic parameter. And it also can respond very quickly to changes in environmental condition. And what she found was that there was no obvious effect associated with the application of the treatments upstream of these fish-bearing reaches. But what she did find was a response to water temperature. And here, this is not water temperature as affected by application of the treatments. We didn't see any downstream temperature response to the upstream harvests, but there was some natural variation in water temperature among these 4 tributary systems. And she found that water temperature did have an effect on fish biomass, fish growth rate, with those systems that exhibited slightly higher water temperatures having higher growth rates than those that had lower water temperatures. Now, remember, we're dealing with cold headwater systems here. And so even small increases in temperature above about 12 degrees centigrade can actually be beneficial, can increase growth rates, which is what she felt she was seeing here. So that's the fish story. Not very exciting. And again, using Sherry's mechanism here for summarizing results, blue box is no change. We didn't see any change in any of these parameters at the downstream sites. So even though in some cases we had applied harvest treatments to as much as over 40% of the entire watershed area upstream from these downstream reaches, there wasn't any detectable response in terms of water quality, physical habitat, or biological properties at these downstream sites. Skip that one. Okay, now to get to the more theoretical part of this discussion this morning, and I'm going to go through a little bit of information here and then hand it off to get Sherry's input. But one of the questions that continuously rose about the data coming out of not only the TRASC, but all of the watershed research co-op studies was, okay, they're very intensive studies at a single location. What faith can we have that the kind of responses you've seen at those sites are generally applicable across Western Oregon? And quite frankly, that's difficult to do, but there are some mechanisms that we have available to us to better understand the general applicability of the results. One of them is simply to go out and take a look at some of the other studies that have been done in the region that have looked at the same kinds of questions, and there are quite a bit. In terms of headwater response, not only the TRASC looked at that, but Hinkle Creek also had an element in it that looked at headwater non-fish stream response to timber harvest. And there was a very large study in Western Washington that started in about 2008 called the Type N study that also looked at very much the same question. It's a very comprehensive look at aquatic ecosystem response to timber harvest with varying buffer configurations. So you can pull that information together, synthesize it, and begin to develop some understanding of what are the consistent responses that are being seen to the application of these treatments, how are they affected by different buffer configurations. Now, a more formalized way of synthesizing that data is to build models. And of course, there's the caveat with models, and Peter brought this up earlier, the George Box quote, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And they're only useful if you actually take a look at model output with a full understanding of the underlying assumptions that went into generating the estimates out of that model. So understanding in great detail how a model works is absolutely critical if you're going to reliably apply that to making policy decisions. A third way of understanding the applicability of these results is to do something called watershed classification. And the Watershed Research Co-op recognized early on that there were going to be questions about the general applicability of the results from these studies. And so they coerced a graduate student into doing this process. And the basic assumption here is that watersheds that exhibit the same basic kinds of physical characteristics are more likely to respond similarly to what we saw at the Watershed Research Co-op sites than watersheds that are much different. So this graduate student identified 5,500 watersheds in Western Oregon that were forested, and then characterized those 5,500 watersheds using a set of parameters, things like vegetation, climate, geology, and then calculated a similarity coefficient between those 5,500 watersheds and the watersheds where these studies were conducted. And the basic outcome of that was that about 66% of the forested watersheds in Western Oregon shared physical characteristics in common with the sites where these studies were conducted. There were about 30% that didn't, and those tend to be clustered in the high Cascades and then in this area just northwest of Portland along the Columbia River. So again, this is a mechanism that can be used to gain additional certainty about applying these results to other locations other than where the study actually was done. So, and Sherry and I intended this as sort of a discussion slide to sort of kick off discussion around utilization of the trash watershed results, aquatic system results in general, to some of the wicked problems that you guys are attempting to address. Before I hand it back to Sherry to give her input, I wanted to make 2 points relative to this slide. The first is this site variability. We've talked about that repeatedly during this presentation. The one thing that comes out of the TRASC, all of the studies that have been done in the last 20 years, is that the response of these systems to the application of forest management treatments is entirely dependent on the underlying characteristics of the site where those practices are applied. We get highly variable responses. We saw that with the sediment. We saw that with the temperature responses at the TRASC. We see it with the biological responses. So as we move forward, it may be worthwhile considering how do we actually begin to incorporate some of that variability, some of the variability that we understand and can explain. How do we incorporate that into management prescriptions? Is there any way to do that? Think about the way that we typically approach forest regulation, forest management today. Ripstream is a perfect example. We take a look at the data that we have, we calculate central tendency, a mean or a median, and then try to devise a management prescription that addresses that medium condition, the median condition. If in fact we could identify certain sets of circumstances that would suggest the system is going to respond differently, maybe we could begin to actually develop sets of prescriptions that are tailored to individual site conditions. So I think there is some value moving forward to thinking about becoming more sophisticated in the way we actually develop management prescriptions. The second, and this one's largely on the scientific community, is that we do a particularly bad job of communicating scientific information to policy bodies in the way that the policy bodies can use that information. And I don't think there's any better example than coho salmon, and not just on the Oregon coast, but throughout the Pacific Northwest. Coho salmon, there's been a massive amount of research done on coho salmon. In the last 20 years in particular, our understanding of how they use freshwater habitat has fundamentally changed. And that change in understanding should actually be changing very dramatically the way in which we think about land management prescriptions, and particularly salmon restoration efforts. It hasn't. We largely base our discussions in policy arenas around coho recovery on science that was developed 20, 30 years ago. And if we were better, the scientific community was better at providing you folks with that information in a format that was easily applicable to the problems that you're trying to address, I think we would make a whole lot more progress on meeting our conservation objectives than we currently are doing. And I will get off my soapbox and I'll let Sherry get on hers.
An aspect I mentioned briefly, but it's the temporal aspect of many of these studies are looking at short time frames post-harvest. At TRASC, we thought we had a long study and we're able to look at it for 4 years after, not counting the pre-treatment. But regulatory, it's often instantaneous. What are the temperatures immediately? It doesn't talk about what's the recovery going to be like. And so those kinds of questions really lead into the dueling science and the challenges that many of you face. And so at this point,
I think you all know these issues as well as we do, and we're happy to answer any other questions.
Brenda.
So first of all, thanks for a great presentation and a great overview of the work. And especially I was intrigued with the effort at identifying those watersheds where the information could be extrapolated from the Trask to other areas. A quick question though, you have a study where the results are highly variable. You have a fairly small sample size over a short period of time. And I'm wondering what the statistical power was associated with detecting effect sizes for your response variables, because it would seem to me that rather than saying there is no change, maybe we should be thinking about we were unable to detect a change.
That is a consideration, given the magnitude of studies having 12 to 15 watersheds within what started to be a fairly homogeneous area. It's probably about as good a sample size as we can get. And so I would put it back as we analyze these, we are looking at multiple different ways of analyzing and are meeting regularly with statisticians. Our statistical power, I think, is conservative, but being able to say that the macroinvertebrates did increase at those two sites, the temperatures did increase in the clear-cut, no buffer sites across all the distributions that we looked at. We're being as cautious as we can, and we're going through the peer review process. But ultimately, we're never going to be able to sample everything out there. And so how does policy take results and extrapolate it into the broader landscape? And that's, I don't have an answer for that. I think we can do the best. We did try and focus as much as we could on some of the processes to get away from just abundances and variables that are highly variable. So what are the processes? And ideally those processes are operating across ecosystems and can be extrapolated. But ultimately it comes down to what kind of risk is a policy group willing to take.
There was one slide, I think, sort of because of time and bottom line, you sort of flipped through rather quickly. I was just starting to focus on it. It was, yes, that one. Yeah, two times. Yeah, okay, thank you.
I think it's interesting you talk about how can we get really specific about prescriptions on unique or different watersheds in different places. As a forester who's been out here doing this kind of layout and actually implementing the Forest Practices Act, and what you see, like I'm on, I assume that's Warehouse's property where they leave trees within a non-fish stream. That's stuff that's happening all the time, and those kind of decisions are really about site-specific reasons that stewardship foresters are working with landowners all the time on. That local knowledge that people have, and I don't think people think enough. I mean, that's really the power. One of the real powers of the Forest Practices Act, in my opinion, somebody who's worked in it for years now, is working directly with stewardship foresters out there and implementing things just like that, site specific. It's not regulatory, and it gets back to what landowners want to do the right thing. They want to protect these resources. They want to, and even in your roads, looking at sediment, there's been so much work and so much emphasis on road construction and sediment from roads. It's huge. I mean, it's a really, really big deal. I don't know how many times I've been standing with stewardship foresters looking at roads and designing of roads and pulling roads. And anyway, it would be interesting as to, you didn't see any sediment loading associated with roads. Roads have a tremendous potential for sediment, but modern road construction, how we use ditches and culverts and all those different variables, we've really changed that. But I don't know, I just, to me, and I see it every day, I see it in lands we manage, I see it in lands I've managed over the years, that we look at these really specific issues, and it's so incredibly common to leave additional protection measures in places that aren't required, but the local people really understand that's a bad place to, you're going to see problems here if we choose to harvest that area or choose to put that road in that location or whatnot. Anyway, I don't know what that all means, but it's just happening every day in the woods.
I was intrigued, and I think we've all been thinking about this as long as, certainly as long as I've been on the board, but I'm sure for everybody that's thinks about policy, the trade-offs between sort of very prescriptive policy and policy that allows for more site-specific context. And I was thinking back about the Western riparian rule and the two options given, and is there any lessons to be learned from that in terms of creating sort of a acceptable, conservative, precautionary sort of standard, but then creating another option if if a landowner has the capacity and knowledge to really interpret their site better and understands what the core outcome needs to be, that they're given some latitude to approach it with some different solutions. Just a thought.
We have that in alternate, plan for alternate practice. We can do those sort of things. And some of the most creative things I've personally seen has been using that part of the Forest Practices Act. There's a stewardship forester named Rick Wagner, who retired a number of years ago, was a master at that I worked directly with, was looking at the big picture. What can we do here that's really trying to benefit the resource and be creative? And that plan for alternate practices is a tool we have today that I know I've used many times in the field. Very powerful tool.
Just a quick question to get your opinion. So this is a fairly short time period under current climate conditions. You were able to detect a few effects on stream temperature. What are your thoughts about linking what some of these results are for this study and the others to global climate change models that are downscaled to these watersheds to see whether or not you might have detected effects into the future that might be of importance?
We did that. It was published in PNAS a couple of years ago. Brooke Penaluma from the Forest Service actually did that for the fish-bearing reaches. And she focused on fish response, and she looked at effects of continuing forest harvest on those 4 tributaries, as well as projected climate change impacts. And her results were complicated, but the bottom line was that climate change was likely to have a much more detrimental effect on those cutthroat trout populations than continuing forest harvest in those sites going forward.
And in your opinion, do you think that certain buffer arrangements, given slope and aspect and that sort of thing, would offset some of those, or is it just something that?
Again, we're talking about headwater systems here, and even with climate change temperature increases, we're still talking about thermal regimes that are right within the wheelhouse for cutthroat trout. The big impacts were associated with changes in summer flow.
I just had a question. We're always challenged with rules that are simple to implement but greater flexibility, which can be challenging. The other thing is, it seemed you were hinting at using the distribution of data rather than the mean, because this just on the surface, the similarity between so many watersheds suggests that watershed to watershed variability wouldn't warrant necessarily different rules. So maybe if you could expand on some of the thoughts for the way to use distributions rather than means.
And we were using some of them are maximums. And so maximum becomes even another metric beyond. By having the reference watersheds, we were able to use the difference between treatments, but then having the reference watershed to kind of adjust for the year-to-year variability made it more powerful than just having a pre and post. But as we've all talked about, going back to Ripstream and going back to small watershed studies, having that pre-data is really important because each of the watersheds are slightly different. So being able to use distributions and think about the full range, think about our minimum temperatures changing for temperature, our minimum flows as well as maximum flows. Maybe it's a way to get a little bit beyond some of the, well, I did this analysis and I did that analysis, someone else did that analysis, and how do we crosswalk? So I was talking with some DEQ folks yesterday at a stream meeting, and they were talking about that there may be some new, they're starting to revisit some things and thinking about a little bit more comprehensive ways, because we know maximums are important, but I think more and more we realize those minimums are important too. The low flows, the low temperatures, the potential for refugia at different times. But you really need a large body of data, some streaming data, which happens for multiple parameters from turbidity to temperature to flow, less so with biological, though you can see the same distributions with a population.
Thank you.
So we have just a little over 5 minutes left before the break, and I just want to throw out a question, and I know you're in the queue, Cindy, but I want to throw out a question to the board about kind of as what's kind of surfacing up here in terms of you as policymakers and how you are responding to what you've just heard. And I know you started a conversation back in October about it would be interesting to kind of understand, it would be valuable even to understand where you all kind of sit on the risk register in terms of their various policy decisions, and where you're sitting with your understanding and your sort of comprehending and use of applied science, applying the science to decision making. And I even just heard, even in the questions that you're asking, that you all kind of sit in different places right now. So I just want you to consider, how do you wrestle with that? How are you grappling with that? How do you reconcile that? How do you deal with that as a board? Because you're always probably sitting at different places in the quadrant, or different places on that sort of risk continuum in terms of when is it enough and how do we apply this? You either start asking more questions to kind of critically analyze the information, and or you say, how do we work with what we have and actually apply it to a solution?
I don't think those two are mutually exclusive.
Right.
I think it is.
It's a both and, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been an academic for far too long and inherently cynical. So my approach is to look for things that might influence my interpretation of the results. And then understanding that, I think I could make a better decision about how to apply those results in a policy framework.
So getting clear about your own sense of uncertainty within that, yeah. Cindy, I know you were in the queue. I don't know if you want to respond to this question or you had something else.
I actually had something else, and it had to do with the two slides that you had that showed sort of impacts in the headwater streams and then downstream impacts in the fish-bearing streams. Most of our decision-making related to the use of this information will revolve around forest management, not in the type N streams, but down in the fish-bearing streams. And obviously what your study is showing is that, correct me if I'm interpreting wrong, but you're showing that there are some impacts on systems and processes in the areas where the harvest itself occurs, but that they don't propagate downstream significantly. So the question I have relative to your results is, had your treatment study areas been down in the fish-bearing streams rather than up in the headwaters, would you have expected to see the similar impacts in the areas where the work was done if the work was done down in the fish-bearing streams? So that what I think you showed impacts on what, temperature, nutrients, flow, macroinvertebrates. Yeah, in the headwaters that didn't propagate, but had that work been done down in the, small, medium fish-bearing streams, would you have expected the same kind of ecological response?
What I expected, what I would expect probably isn't as relevant as the fact that Oregon Department of Forestry is now actually measuring the small fish stream response because they've applied harvest units along the lower end or along the fish bearing reaches of Pothole Creek here in the last year or so, I think it was. So we will have an answer to that here in the very near future. So, but yeah, no, I actually don't know how those systems would have responded to application treatments immediately adjacent. I mean, that's the buffer effectiveness question, right? Yeah. And I'll get back on my soapbox here for a minute. We've argued about buffer effectiveness, particularly as applies to salmoniid fishes, for a long time, yet nobody has done the relatively straightforward experiment of actually taking a set of harvest units that have fish-bearing streams and applying buffers of different width, and then determining whether or not those different buffer widths actually relate back to some demographic parameter of the fish populations that's of significance. Is there a consistent improvement with buffer width in growth rate, in biomass, in fish abundance? Now, that has not been done to my knowledge, at least not in that kind of systematic way. And it's something that we might think about going forward. Otherwise, we're going to continue to argue about buffer width as we have been doing for the past 45 years.
So I just want to check in.
So to try to link back into where you were going, and what am I thinking when I'm trying to apply this information to questions that will become coming before us? The kinds of things that go through my mind is, number one, the watershed similarity study that you showed the classification was useful, and that helps in generalizing the information. But then you end up with so can I generalize from headwater, the physics of and ecology of stream response in headwater systems to what would happen down in the systems that we're being asked to make decisions on. And you can see how difficult it is to make that answer. And so then the third thing that comes to mind is, so what other information am I aware of that's out in the literature that might help inform my guesses about how we might try to translate that information down into other systems? And that's kind of the process that I go through.
So far I've heard getting clear about the uncertainty, like doing more inquiry to actually understand where those uncertainties lie and actually being able to kind of articulate those. The other is looking to other data sources to try to fill some of the gaps or more complete the picture, even though it won't be fully complete. Others, what's coming up for you, and how do you wrestle with that?
Looking at our boxes, going back to our boxes, I've been telling myself I'm never in the fatalistic box. And then I'm sitting here finding myself in that box as I think.
The overwhelm of the.
Well, really specifically to the point of as we argue about stream widths and all, and the potential that this gets completely overwhelmed by climate change, and I'm just in that moment,
Yeah,
in that box
stuck
right now.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Well, I'm probably going to blow things up here, but I find the studies interesting, and the last time that we've actually dealt with these studies, I actually toured Hinkle Creek and the Trask watershed as a board member, and when we come back, and got into this environment, the information that was given to us when we was touring those watersheds was great information, but it all depends on what stakeholder and their special scientist has, because what I found is, depending on the stakeholder and the scientists they use, the information is different, right? I mean, it's just the way it was then. It's the way it is now. And so I just find it difficult, when you think, when I was trying to understand it, because I'm not a scientist. And I was trying to understand it and trying to get it wrapped around my head. And then to have another scientist come in and completely give you different information, it was very difficult. So, but I do find it interesting. One thing that sticks in my head, I can't remember the temperatures. I can't remember, what they were at the time, but I can remember coming back from Hinkle Creek, and the results were about the same, if I remember correctly. We were talking about shade and fish, and they had found that with less shade, the fish were actually bigger and more abundant. And we're talking about water temperature, and there was fluctuations in the water temperature depending on what time of year it was. If it got a lot of rain and there was a lot of runoff, the temperature rose, and that was all making sense. But I believe it was DEQ. They had a totally different perspective on that and on that watershed. And I was trying to figure out myself, okay, how could there be two different variations in those water temperatures? And I asked where they had got their information from, and they told me that they didn't need to tell me that. So that made it pretty difficult to kind of come up with where I was at on my decision.
And one of the things you suggested, Bob, was to, if you're going to rely on some of these studies, to really know what the underpinnings of them are, the assumptions, the methodology, and that sort of thing. So getting grounded and sort of where that and how that information is coming is maybe one of the pieces of inquiry for the board in terms of better understanding what this information is telling you. So I'm going to offer a break at this point. Lots more to sort of be thinking about, but we're starting to percolate up some things, and I think it's great. Thank you very much to Sherry and Bob for teeing this up. Great questions, and really appreciate you being here today. We will break and be back at 10 a.m. So if we could get started right at 10, we'll go into the next presentation. So just for 2 minutes, 3 maybe, before we get on to the next presentation, there was so much that started to well up in your conversations with each other. I just want to give you a couple more minutes. Just what observations have you made so far about yourselves, and even maybe more about others, your peers on the board?
One thing that kind of came to mind, I would just love to see board members, we talked about this at the retreat, get out in the field, see the application of the act, see the application of what's happening out there, see the buffers, see how people are doing it. I think it just gives you so much more perspective, so much more context about when we start looking at the data and start looking at the science. So
connect to the ground, actually build that into your work, is that you're actually going out. And Brenda, you've been saying that too, I know, at least since October.
That from Joe, I think that's a great idea. It certainly helps me understand things when I'm on the ground looking at something with colleagues. The other thing I'd recommend is that when getting to Mike's point about having two different perspectives on the same set of data, I think it would be helpful when we are presented with information to have a section on scope and limitations. That is an interpretation of what the limitations are with the data by the people who have actually done it, so that we can put these differences into perspective.
Great. Okay. One more observation before we move on. You have lots, but just for now. Okay. I will make another observation, which is that we've both been noticing all morning, is that out in this external world, there's lots of complexity, but you all are experiencing complexity within yourselves. And what's coming through is that you are bringing a lot of different sources to grappling with these things. So you're bringing your values forward, you're bringing your life experience and knowledge forward, and then you're also interfacing with the information that's coming at you from science and other places. And so there's this internal swirl that's happening that doesn't firmly put you at any one spot, for very long or even at all. And I just want to sort of acknowledge that it seems like that's bubbling up for everybody. Is like, if I go internal and I think about how I'm making these decisions or bringing my perspective, it's not that simple. It's very complicated. It's complex. You're asking yourselves questions inside even as much as so then the follow on is, and not to be answered right now, but then the follow on is how are you leaning into each other to try to work through that? So that is a question. So we've had a lot of kind of individual contemplation of how I, as a participant, am kind of dealing with these things, how I'm interfacing with the science, how I'm interfacing with my own internal dialogue. How are you interfacing with each other in the complexity, and sort of leaning in a little bit to better understand where others are coming from and how that actually helps inform your decision making. So just food for thought, and much, much more, I'm sure, in the next presentation. So.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw on my hat as running the sign-in table. For the record, we'd appreciate if people would sign in, everyone except for the board members, even though they have staff. And as an incentive, we're gonna be at the day pulling a name from the hat and giving away the Brooklyn Bridge. So maybe a little extra incentive for you to sign up for that. Okay, moving on to more interesting stuff. We've got John Bailey, who's going to be our first speaker. He completed a PhD at OSU, joined the faculty at Northern Arizona for 9 years before returning to OSU in 2006. Since then, he's worked on fuels and fire management and ecosystem restoration in drier forest types, as well as multi-story management in mixed forest types. With recent research focuses on large-scale wildfire and how to minimize its adverse impacts in uncertain climatic times. He's OSU Professor of Silviculture and Fire Management and Mabel Clark McDonald Endowed Professor of Teaching Excellence. Our second fire speaker is Dana Skelly. She began in wildland fire on an AmeriCorps NCCC crew in 1996. The majority of her career has been in fuels and fire ecology, and has spanned 3 federal agencies in eastern and western systems. She currently oversees the Forest Service Fuels Program for the Pacific Northwest, and is a member of the Joint Fire Science Governing Board. John?
Very good. And I'll add to mine that, I share a background actually with the YCC back in my day, and I was just a grunt firefighter as well, and a pyromaniac, thanks to my dad, well before that, but that's it. And this one should be on. Yeah, a little better? Okay, good. So thank you for the invitation to come up and to try to lay out the challenges of partitioning what we know. What we don't know, where some of the rub points are as you move forward on what will be the most important issue that you'll be dealing with amongst all the things today. And the bottom line message is going to be that, in this field of protection and thinking about our resources and human communities out there as well, there's not an exact match between suppression and protection. So I'm going to try to expand the field of thinking about how to protect our resources a little differently. It's interesting, the whole question of the end of nature has already come up, and that the fatalism and those kinds of things, because there's going to be a flavor of that as well here in my first slide as I talk about the science and the things that we know and where we go, and we'll be able to come back. I'm going to go through it pretty quickly because we'll be able to come back and you can ask questions about these things and we can argue about them if you would like. But we're pretty clear on fire history, fire ecology, the role of fire in this part of the world, as on most of the planet. That this is a fire planet. We are a fire species as humans. So that's pretty well set, and we've got great evidence, and we can talk about that. Dana can talk about it as well. The notion of the fuel hazard that is accumulated on the landscape. We have so many acres that are at record amounts of fuel, biomass, carbon that we have stored on them, often quite purposefully. And that is alarming in many areas, and how connected those acres are also are for me, it represents a more alarming trend in terms of the accumulated fuel hazard out there. And then as we look at risk, we bring in not only that hazard component, but the probability that it catches on fire, which is really more strongly related to flow of landscape level fire rather than potential point ignition sources. But all the risk assessments that we do show this increased risk. And remember, part of the risk equation is also the values that burn in these incidents. And so there are just more human values out there, well beyond life and property. So that makes these whole risk assessment exercises much more complicated. But there is more risk, there is more hazard, and there is more risk, period. Again, we can come back and argue about it if we want to. Smoke management, we've got great tools. Smoke is a big issue you have to deal with all the time. We've got a pretty good handle on that in terms of the science and the modeling tools and all that we use for smoke dispersal and how our land managers use it. But we can come back and visit smoke management issues. If you want to talk about it, we've made some recent changes that I find very exciting because of their implications for our ability to prescribe burn, which is where I'm going today with my presentation. And the climate science and the impacts on wildland fire behavior, and prescribed burning for that matter as well, is gelling pretty well and has over the length of my career, in terms of the fact that clearly we have warmer temperatures and all the models say more are coming. Longer fire seasons, we're already seeing those changes in precipitation patterns, particularly relative to snowpack. That's going to have implications on our Oregon forests, as are subsequent mortality events associated with just drought stress. Individual tree mortality, but biotically assisted mortality as well. So those are the things we know that put us firmly in the fatalistic corner here that, boy, we're in trouble. And I'm just going to stop there and hand it off to Dan. No, I'm not. I'm a silviculturist. So there is a bright light that we know that part of this issue, unlike a tornado or hurricane or something like that, we can actually address the fuel hazard part of it. And in many ways, we can address the landscape level flow risk parts of it, and even how we disperse and protect our values out there. But at least at the stand level, the science is very clear that if we go in and modify that side of the fire behavior triangle, topography, weather, and fuels, we can modify fuels pretty easily. And if you do it correctly, not all times that someone goes out in the woods do we reduce the fuel hazards. As a matter of fact, if we're stupid, we can make it worse. But generally, if we remember that the hillsides are fuels in addition to all these other things, these fuels treatments are very effective. Mechanical, chemical, prescribed burning, the science is clear on that. How much you have to do and where in order to reduce landscape level fire risk, that's still something that I have an arrow pointing to there that we need to attack and resolve, and we're working on it now. It's been part of the Governor's Council work as well. Return on investment, the early results of some of the economic analyses on returns on investment. How much are we willing to spend per acre in order to gain some benefit in the end, ultimately, when these areas are challenged by wildland fire? Probably a couple $100 per acre we can justify spending, and we'll get a positive rate of return on it. Unfortunately, there are plenty of proposals to spend thousands of dollars per acre doing these fuels treatments, and it's going to be, we'll see whether or not we're going to get those returns on an investment and what's going to be required. But just yesterday, I saw an industry report that we're already up to $8.5 billion for the Camp Fire, Paradise, California, and likely to climb to an $11 billion damage settlement associated with that. So, that might justify thousands of dollars per acre of fuels treatments when you're starting to talk those kinds of monies. And then what the Camp Fire and others have raised here recently, in my mind, is an area that the science will be going into that's largely unknown, is this transition from wildland fire to the urban fire, house-to-house fire, and that interplay. There's some interesting things there that we could talk about, but that's going to be a new and expanding area for us. But despite this ability to treat and think about it, and the science that we know, and the little bit of science that we don't know, and we're still trying to figure out, the issue isn't lack of science and models and knowledge, largely. It's this wicked problem thing that you've been talking about. And how do we implement change when we're losing ground on this every year? So it's an interesting perspective to put on this past year, which was a relatively calm fire season for Oregon, at least, where it would have been a good year to, in a more controlled manner, get biomass and carbon off of the hillsides and treat some of these issues that we know are coming down the road. But in fact, we've lost a great deal of ground. There was a lot of growth of fuels and very little removal of fuels. So this is that idea that this is an accumulated problem, and in many ways we lose ground year after year after year on it. Part of the definition of a wicked problem. So here's a new conceptual approach that you could consider. That in reality, the fire seasons tend to dominate our thinking as those really bad days, the red flag days and that kind of stuff. But the fire season itself is this entire continuum from very low intensity fire behavior, where you can hardly, as a prescribed burner, you can hardly get the effects that you want. You can hardly get fire to spread and consume the fuels that you want, all the way up to those 6 o'clock news, high intensity fire events. This is a picture from the Douglas complex. We have that whole continuum to work with. What happens is that we use a little bit of the low end of the spectrum for prescribed burning, but an extraordinarily small amount of prescribed burning. And then we're racking up a large amount of acres during those worst kinds of conditions. And the large fire incidences are there, typically associated with a day or two of extreme fire weather at the beginning, and then they're large and have to be herded around. Those kinds of things. And that's what's upping the percentage of high intensity fire out there. And we do a whole lot of suppression in that low and mixed moderate kind of fire weather conditions, because suppression is very effective under those conditions. I was a firefighter. My name is John. I suppressed fire. I did that, and it was very easy. Down in that low end, you don't even have to drive that fast to get out there. It doesn't take a whole lot of you. It's not really dangerous. You get up there into that mixed area, and it takes more people and a faster response and all those kinds of things. But so far, we haven't been able to resist putting fire out under those conditions. And so this very conceptual model in the gradient in this 20th century model for suppression just kicks the can down the road so that more and more fire happens in the high end when we really don't have any real control of it. We can herd around edges, but it's when people die and houses burn and all that kind of stuff. So our own practices and our own approach to the whole thing is pushing more and more fire down into that part of the gradient. So that's a decision space thing that we have the opportunity to change. And so a new framework would recognize and plan large fire sheds. So this is the O'Connor report was looked at where containment lines have been put in repeatedly in different landscapes and involved a lot of fire managers for where, looking in the past and different fires, where did we ultimately stop, particularly the larger fires for that? And it makes sense. Those containment lines are interstates, other roads, ridge tops, rivers, lakes, oceans, those kinds of things. And so you can do that analysis retrospectively and look at where were you spending lots of money not effectively, where were you spending money fairly effectively, and all that kind of thing. But this is all retrospective looking. And so where we're moving in the future, I think, and the potential, the brave new future, is to look in advance and think about this. So change our minds and say, all right, we're not actually going to be able to suppress all fire. Fire is going to actually burn out there. And is there more of that gradient that we can use in the process of protecting our resources out there. So let's look at, so here's an analysis done by Chris Dunn. It's down in the area of the Douglas Complex fire. All of the road network out there, Chris took the better roads and identified how they might become containment lines in the future, working with FMOs and that kind of thing, where we might have to fix up some roads and tie this together. But it basically chunks this landscape up into 2, 3, 5, 8,000 acre chunks to think about how it might burn in the future as a large fire event. Where can we put containment lines now? But we also can think about, well, how about under those mixed conditions? Is it something we want to burn, or under prescribed burning conditions, the lowest end, how we might actually do management ignition fire. We just burned 8,600 acres up by Crater Lake. Yeah, we can do large scale prescribed burning out there. So Chris has this analysis out, and sure enough, there on July 26th, we dropped 36 ignitions across that landscape, and the responses started going out there as well as over on the other side of the valley. And not all of them were put out given those weather conditions. And so this became a big incident, and the first couple days burned at very high severity, and hence the red colors. And then after that, the weather changed after it got up to about 8,000 hectares. But it was part of the Douglas Complex effort for tending this fire, and there are hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on it, and lives risked, and equipment being deployed and competing against other fires in the area. But largely the remainder of these days were various burnout operations and blacklining and all that kind of stuff. And those incident commanders that did not have the benefit of Chris's work and analysis in advance were basically making the same decisions. They were choosing many of the same containment areas. With some exceptions, you're going to see that they're going to start doing some burnout along this ridge road, but they're also going to punch in some dozer line down these slopes. So as soon as the fire got into the bottom, the decision was made, well, we don't want it running up the slope, let's back it down the slope. The weather conditions were such, and it was basically filled out to a final perimeter of 19,000 hectares. But all of that subsequent burning under those more mixed and low conditions was good fire. Was not the stand replacing fire. It had various ecological benefits. It still killed some trees, but we didn't lose the entire hillside. All of those kinds of things. So two messages here. We have that whole range of fire behavior to work with, and we could plan this in advance and think about it. And every other thing that we do out there in terms of watershed protection, stream protection, road construction, thinning projects, fuels treatments, line maintenance, recreational trails, everything we do out there could remember that these hillsides are fuel as well. That's going to burn in some chunk in the future and could be tied to where these delineations would be on the landscape. So my message before handing it off here, we got to change. These areas are going to burn. We can continue to maintain the mindset that we can suppress fire, but you would be wrong because these areas are going to burn. And so to think about purposefully burning them, yes, is a big social lift, but they're going to burn anyway. And actually keeping the 20th century paradigm actually just shifts us in the wrong direction. There's actually a pathology associated with that. So the solution is going to be drawing from our ecological knowledge and how our ancestors burned out there. We changed out of that. We created some of our problems. Oh well, move on. Some of that understanding and history can guide what we're going to do in the future. But the future climate is uncertain. Wildfire is going to happen anyway. We've got some great tools and great science for moving forward with it. Dan's going to show some of that. And we can adapt to wildland fire just like we adapt to rainy winters. and earthquakes and all that kind of stuff. There is a way out of there, but there is no future without fire and smoke. So with that, we're going to put a drip torch in Smokey's hands, and I'll hand it over.
I'm gonna steal your lapel mic.
Oh, that's right. But
I
don't
can
turn it
already
off
tell that
first.
I can't sit still.
Yeah, I put it on to move around and then didn't move.
All right, game on, game on.
Green light.
Game on.
Good.
Brilliant. Thank you. I am standing up. Sorry, I'm short. That's my joke. So are we, we're rebooting? Sweet. This is where I do my stand-up comedy routine. I'm in fire. I do a lot of briefings. So for me, fire is the most important conservation tool we have at our disposal, and that's how I built my career. I started, like we talked about, in AmeriCorps, in NCCC, and that's where I got exposed to fire ecology, and I learned how to choose the right trees on the landscape to help the trees that we wanted to persist have a chance when there was a fire on the ground. I went to the Park Service from there, and that's where I got a lot of opportunity to do what used to be called fire use. I've been out to the Gila Wilderness, the Frank Church River of No Return, lots of our national parks, and monitored fires where we did very little management action. And I was on what we called the fire effects crew, where we looked to see if what we did what we said it should do, if we met our objectives, and if not, how could we adaptively manage to meet them in the future. And all that's been really helpful as I've switched agencies and moved to the Forest Service. And you'll see the benefits of that as we get into the discussion here. And it'll build really nicely off of John's foundation. So just some quick pictures. This is a post-fire assessment looking at danger trees. This is the watershed, one of the watersheds after the Eagle Creek fire. And you could see patches of burn, but a lot of patches of unburned. And then everybody's familiar, I'm sure, with dendrochronology and how we use that to establish what fire used to do on the landscape when we didn't put it out all the time. So who doesn't like thinking about Florida this time of year? So I guess I'll say I'm a carpetbagger for conservation. And before I came out to Oregon, I worked in the Florida Keys for Fish and Wildlife Service, managing the fire program at a refuge down there. This is a picture of the pine rockland ecosystem. It exists only in the Everglades National Park, a little bit at Big Cypress National Park, and the Florida Keys and the Bahamas. There's less than 2% of the historic range left, and it's mostly because of development. But when you have a system like that with less than 2% of the range, basically everything's either listed or a candidate species for listing. The pine rocklands are a freshwater ecosystem because of a limestone substrate that holds the fresh water in what would otherwise be salt water. So what's happening, and now what's happening, is we're losing that system, not just because of a lack of fire and a lack of natural resource management, but because of sea level rise. And what I want to use this to illustrate is how, when we're talking about wicked problems, we're being forced to make hard choices because of limited resources under limited timescales. So for example, in the Keys in South Florida, the Nature Conservancy made the hard choice to sell off all of its land holdings because every model shows that it will all be underwater in 50 years. Anything that we were trying to preserve, and any of that freshwater lens will be gone. When we look at the Pacific Northwest, we all know that we've been seeing more, larger, more intense fires. Here's just some data that supports what we already know. On all of our national forests in the Pacific Northwest, except for 4 of them, they have all received at least one of their top 3 largest fires dating back 50 to 70 years since 2012. And many of our national forests have seen their top 3 largest fires in the last few years. So the data supports what you already know. We were seeing more fire in the landscape. We're seeing more large fire in the landscape. We also know that the systems are out of whack. This is one representation of the restoration needs across the Pacific Northwest. It was done by the Forest Service, the Nature Conservancy, and a range of partners to show by watershed the most severe restoration needs, which are the darkest red, to the lowest restoration needs in terms of disturbance needs. So in the Forest Service, this is how we keep track of what we're doing on the landscape. And these are our accomplishments for fuels treatments back to 2002. The red lines are the RX fire that we've done. The green are mechanical treatments, which include timber harvest, where they're moving the needle in the right direction, and it's a place that you would say has a hazardous fuels issue. The yellow is when we have a wildfire that we can say is moving the needle in the right direction too. So our average accomplishment with just mechanical and prescribed burning for the last 5 years is about 254,000 acres for all of Oregon and Washington for the Forest Service. About 80% of that happens in Oregon. A lot less is happening in Washington than in Oregon. One of the things, the mechanical acres are always tied to money. Those are the expensive acres that John was talking about. And they've stayed somewhat consistent over time. Where we have the most opportunity to grow the problem, just like John talked about too, is prescribed fire. And last year, 2018, we increased our prescribed fire footprint by about 30,000 acres across the region. Our 5-year average had been 65,000 acres. And we've started changing how we prioritize resources. We stopped sending all of our hotshot crews to the Southwest to hang out in Alamogordo in an airplane hangar when there's no fires. And we've kept them back here to do burning. And we're doing that more in the fall. I know it's not a lot of fun hanging out in Alamogordo. You can only play so much stickball, I'll just tell you. So we've kept our folks home because they get to see what our fuels are gonna do when we get into summer. They also get a little bit less time on the road, which is important when our hotshot crews are getting well over 1,200 hours of overtime in just a couple month period because of the extreme fire seasons. So it's better for them and for the length, the marathon fire seasons we're having instead of the sprints. And it's also better for us because we're getting more done. In 2019, we're just finalizing our accomplishment numbers, but we had over 100,000 acres of prescribed burning in Oregon and Washington on the Forest Service. So we're increasing that footprint, but it'll never be enough. And I'll use the Malheur as an example. When I left Florida, not a lot of people will feel like this, but folks who live in Kimberly might. Like I got to move to John Day and work on the Malheur as a deputy fire staff. And when you think about the historic fire on the landscape, and James Johnston from OSU did a study, and even in our moist mixed conifer stands on the Malheur, it's a 28-year fire return interval. So in the dry forest types, which account for about 2/3 of the 1.7 million acres of the Malheur National Forest, if you just do the math of the high frequency fire return interval and divide it by the acreage, we would be treating 83,000 acres a year, footprint acres on this forest, if fire played its natural role in the ecosystem. On the Malheur, we were getting an average of, probably about 20,000 acres footprint treated on the landscape. But when we had the Canyon Creek fire, it burned 90,000 acres on the forest. So the math bears out. I can give you other examples, Arizona, other parts of the country. If you think in terms of what it used to do historically, and there's stuff that we would take out where we have people, where we've changed our priorities on the landscape, fire still is going to do what fire is going to do. And we've lived with the illusion of control, but slowly that illusion is going away. And so we will never get enough done at 254,000 acres a year with paid dollars without also including wildfires as part of our management strategy. We're behind. So this map is brand new for us. We're trying to display, we've been generating a lot of NEPA to get our fuels treatments done, to also get our timber harvest done. And again, we're behind. So all of these polygons here show where we have acres of fuels treatments that are shovel ready. They might need contract layout. They might be waiting for the right burn window. But the darkest blue, we have 50 to 135,000 acres of treatment ready to go. The lightest yellow is less than 500 acres. The red dots come out of the quantitative risk assessment that was completed in partnership with counties, federal agencies, Oregon Department of Forestry, Washington Department of Natural Resources. And they did a study using that quantitative risk assessment, and it looks at, basically it ran thousands of probability models of fires and what they would do on the landscape. And then we looked at what that behavior would be in terms of what's on the landscape and where we have the highest risk to our communities and infrastructure or where the largest dots are. So you can see we have some places with dots where we have NEPA and we have work that we're doing. And you can see some places with dots where we've actually already done a lot of work and we need to get a new map to show that. But you can see places with lots of dots that we don't have NEPA in. And those are places where we have a hard time getting the social and political license to get the NEPA done. But as we're talking about through the Governor's Wildfire Council, these are the places we really have no choice but to focus on and to start getting our sleeves rolled up and get in there and get after it. So when we look at what we've done on the landscape, and going back to my background in adaptive management, and I'll show you a picture from them out here next, but it's really important to me, and it's required in our policy. Anytime we do a fuels treatment that gets hit by a fire, we're supposed to go assess it. We're required to assess it and determine if it either helped us with control of the fire, reduced unwanted fire effects or uncharacteristic fire effects, or was at least strategically placed to help with control of the fire. And so I came to Portland in 2017. We had a busy fire year. We brought in some help, and we went out and assessed 350 different treatments that intersected with a number of large fires that year. And these are the general themes that we found. So this is a fire on the Willamette, west of the Cascades, where most of our NEPA is designed for volume and not for risk reduction. And if you look, these are the treatment units. They're gray polygons surrounded with red dots. And in a few places, we were able to use them to contain the fire. But look at the difference between the Whitewater fire and the Millie fire. The Millie fire was outside of Sisters, which is up here. We had some harvests from salvage logging from the Pole Creek fire, I believe, and then a whole slew of fuels treatments that were instrumental in containing the east side of the fire and protecting Sisters. This is where it started running into wilderness areas, and there wasn't as much action needed in that part of the fire. So we have places where we're definitely putting our treatments in the right place, and we're making good use of them when we have wildfires. We have places where we obviously need to improve. So I was on the Malheur. It was like the best time. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. We had the Canyon Creek fire, and then we had the refuge takeover. How lucky can one girl be? So, so my house was right up here in Prairie City. I was very lucky to live at the base of Strawberry Mountain. And it was a really unusual experience to pack my husband up and get sprinklers on my house, and then drive down the road, make sure my neighbors got out, and then make sure the dozer could get in and get around the fire. It's really different when it's personal like that. I'm a division supervisor, and I go out as fire behavior with one of our type 1 teams. But on this fire, I got to wear a few different hats. I had a division initially that went from, it went behind King William's house. And I went down to 395, and I had the Canyon City Cemetery, and up to Dog Creek. It was a really tough fire to try to fight while you're also it's very personal. And I think we'll all be seeing more of that in our lives and backyards, and if you haven't already, with your neighbors. Afterwards, it was really important to us to take a hard look and see, because this is a big WUI area, did our treatments do what we needed them to do? Could they even possibly have with those conditions? One of the things that really stood out to me was, look at this line and how it lines up with these treatments. All these polygons with the orange and yellow are fuels treatments. That is not a coincidence. We had a team from Idaho that could hardly get the resources they needed. 2015 was a tough year. I feel like I say that every year anymore, except for last year. But it was easy for them to pick this line out and burn off of it and contain the fire there. Where we struggled was along the face of the Strawberries wilderness. Not a lot of treatments done there, but definitely lots of private up all the creeks. We continued to lose houses over 5 growth periods in the fire, all the way up to we finally got a little rain. It ran out to the Oxbow Ranch, and we got around it up here. This made it really clear that we could change our strategy on fires, especially when we have limited resources. And what we saw in 2018 was a strategic shift in how we manage fires, to look for, instead of what we've traditionally done, which is anchor, flank, and pinch, and then you get a wind event. Oh my God, I've never seen anything like it before. Jump my line. Then you anchor, flank, and pinch again, a little wider. And you just keep doing that until the weather, or you backed up enough, or things change, and you've got the right ridge and you're holding it. Well, why do that to ourselves? That triples the exposure to your firefighters. It continues to carve up the landscape with dozer lines and other management activities. If we can see our fuels treatments when we're not getting it on initial attack, or when we have them in the right place to protect critical resources anyway, why not make that our strategy instead of just look out like we did on Canyon Creek? So in 2018, we did that all across the Northwest. And whereas in 2015, we had 250 polygons intersected on the Malheur, 250 treatment units. In 2017, we had about 400 treatment units across the region. In 2018, we had over 900 intersections with veg management units, discrete veg management units. And we went and studied, we were able to get out to 660 of them. When you look at what we found, fire is the most effective treatment you can have. The orange is wildfires, where our fires intersected with wildfires. And the purple and the dark blue are either broadcast burns or pile burns. Thinning and chipping help, but nothing helps more than fire in terms of fighting fire and giving us a safe place for our folks to work in. And the same story is true about contributing to the control and management of the fire. Yes, sir.
Help me differentiate between the acres of thinning versus the acres of pile burn. Presumably the pile burn is happening where you thin.
You would think. I think some of it is because of the way we're counting things. But yeah, you're right. That's a good question. I think some of it is because the thinning is happening commercially in places, and that doesn't get counted as a fuels treatment until you get the pile burn done. So that's an excellent point, Nils. Thanks. When we did the study on the Canyon Creek fire, we had some outside researchers come and look at our data and give us some better feedback. And these are the overall themes. You know, we need to get bigger footprints on the landscape. We need to interrupt fuel continuity where we can. We need to plan for shifting weather and climates. When the Canyon Creek fire blew through the majority of where we lost the houses, we were beyond 97th percentile conditions. You might have heard that used before. We'll never have the social license to do a fuels treatment for 97th percentile conditions. So some of what we're faced with, I mean, and when you talk about wicked problems, in fire, when you get a wildfire and you aren't able to catch it on initial attack, there is no more dynamic situation with more complex and dire circumstances where you have to make hard choices with very limited information on a very narrow time scale. But everything we're learning from every fire we've had helps us do better on the next one. So just like John's talking about with the potential operational delineations, pods, on the Malheur in the winter of 2015, we described in a much simpler way where we do and don't have decision space. So all the red is either buffered around residences or their primary access roads that residents need to get in and out of a place safely. So the red areas are where we have the least decision space and where our priorities would be to minimize the unwanted impacts of a fire on the critical values of risk. The green areas, though, are where we do have decision space, and that's informed by previous fires and fuels treatments. And in those areas, the priority is to not carve up the landscape with more management actions from a suppression incident. And then yellow is where it depends on what the conditions are and if you have resources available. But when you get more fires, then you have people to staff being able to know what your priorities are. And when you have the opportunity to do fuels treatments, give yourself some proactive chances when the fires come. Looking at the landscape this way through pods, all of that discussion and pre-planning helps set you and your firefighters up for success when the fires come. Because this is what we're seeing in fires now. So to me, if I didn't know where this picture was, and I'll tell you in just a second where it's from, it looks to me like what I would call a mutual aid zone fire. You know, if you've ever been to McDermott, I got to go there on a fire once. You get to go everywhere on fires. After the fire went through, there was this one piece of ground where everybody had dumped the washing machines that they didn't want anymore, and it was like the history of the washing machine. And there was this other piece of ground that was like the history of the lawnmower. So when I've had interface fires like this, whether it's down by the Everglades or up in Oregon, you know, this is what it looks like after the wildfire comes through. But this is my friend's parents' house in Paradise, California, the Yoders. She was raised there. She lost her house in Paradise also. This is their dishwasher. You can kind of tell because that's the cage, you know, the dish cage, and those are some of the dishes, and then more are broken here. And just think about that. That's a dishwasher with all the insulation that comes with a dishwasher, and it was inside a house. And that's what it looked like after the fire went through. So what I've learned in conversations with partners here, and when we're talking about what the fire problem is, in the federal service, because we have friends, like I brought up a couple of my friends from the fuels program in California to help us think through some organizational stuff and to hear what we're dealing with. This is the kind of fire we know we're getting, and this is why we look for opportunities with the highest probability of success and the lowest exposure to our firefighters, putting the line in the right place the first time, and thinking about deferred risk, thinking about not kicking the can, just like John was talking about. Because these are fires you will not fight. And these are the fires we're getting more and more all the time. And what we have an opportunity here in Oregon to do is to learn from what's happening in other places and not let this be our wake-up call. And I think that's a good way to go into questions. Thanks. I thought you were my friend. Why you gotta be like, here, we'll do that.
So big theme around risk and risk management in this one. Yeah, Brenda.
Maybe two quick questions. One is, when you're embrace fire in the landscape and you're taking this approach, there are other issues that come into play. So because we've excluded fire from forests east of the Cascades for so long, we now have species of plants and animals that occur in those overstocked forests that probably weren't very abundant there historically, but they are protected now. So how do we go about thinking about not only taking the approach that you're proposing, but at the same time honor the requirements of protecting listed species that use these overstocked forests?
I think it's a compelling, argument for embracing the fire, because the biggest issue with northern spotted owl habitat and the older structures associated with that and all that, is that when we kick the can down the road to the 95th, 97th, 98th percentile, we lose it. I was down, and I had nothing to do with it, but I was down in Arizona with Rodeo Chetaskai Fire, one of the first that eliminated approximately 50 protected activity centers for Mexican spotted owl. There was a severe fire burning in the 99th percentile kind of conditions. If we're more proactive with our management of all types, including wildland fire use with good boundaries and pre-planned and thought things through, and we have more moderate fire weather conditions, our models, our thinking, tells us that there will be a much higher percentage of surviving trees and more of the mosaic created. You saw a picture. I have those pictures as well from Eagle Creek, from any of these fires that show where those mosaics are created. That increases the likelihood of these recognized species surviving those events and surviving them over time, as well as habitat reestablishes itself. As a matter of fact, I think we can even make the argument that they actually evolved under those conditions. And so there's, our space of decision should be, trying to restore, that kind of thing, rather than maintaining a very artificial kind of structure that's out there now.
Can I do a go back, Nils, on the thinning thing? I had what I would call a brain fart. I think that's the technical term. And so one of the things that's missing here is if you thin but you don't burn it, then it becomes resistant to control. And that's what we found in a lot of places where we've done harvest thinning, but we hadn't actually gotten to the activity fuels. And so that's part of also why thinning is smaller than pile burning here. But it could be bigger down here. It's just, we didn't visit all of the plots, but we have, and I can share the website with you guys afterwards. We've put the data, and actually every plot visit with images is up on the web for anybody to look at. But where you've thinned and you haven't gone back in and treated, it doesn't help us actually.
Right. That's kind of what I was expecting you to say. And it tears back to your earlier comment that the mechanical treatment that is meant to be a fuel reduction treatment isn't truly a fuel reduction treatment until you treat those activity fuels.
One way or another. And, there is the mastication and chipping kinds of things, but that science is coming out now that, so much of that energy is still on the site, and through smoldering combustion over time, we see the tree mortality and the ecological impacts that we don't want. So the mastication and chipping is going to be good for instantaneous fire behavior and maybe being part of our lines, but it's not buying us a lot ecologically. We need to get those BTUs off the site is a much better alternative.
So this question is more for Peter, make sure that I understand correctly. So, and Doug, wherever Doug is, when a fire occurs, is ODF not required to go out and attempt to put that fire out immediately?
Yep, it's uncontrolled, unmanaged fires are considered a nuisance. And so I think the distinction our job is to put them out. We mostly protect tree farms. And so the question is, can we be successful at doing that into the future in a changing climate? And I think that's an interesting question. If you look at our statistics, we're still being relatively successful compared to the U.S. Forest Service. There are a lot of factors in there, but one of them is our road access, and where we can be really aggressive. We also know the terrain. So I can see my people squirming back there, to be honest, because we're good at putting out fires still. I mean, sure, it's gone from 10,000 acres to 40,000 acres, but before 2013 to now with the drought conditions and that, but not on the order of magnitude we've seen in the more challenging terrains. If that helps answer.
That helps. And I did see Doug back there when he started squirming, so thanks, Doug. So I guess I'm not to create a debate where there doesn't necessarily need to be one, but what's your reaction to that, Dana and John?
Well, so for us, those numbers aren't meaningful to us for initial attack success rates anymore. And this is a conversation that's not a surprise. But what we are looking at is the deferred risk in conjunction with the wildfire. So when we have a year like this year, and we have almost unlimited resource availability because it's such a slow fire season, where we had the decision space to take fires to roads or to previous fuels treatments as much as possible, we did do that. And there's a video that'll be out really soon on the Granite Gulch fire from the Eagle Caps, which was managed much more like a traditional fire use fire. We generally don't have that kind of decision space in the Northwest because even though it looks like it's open land, it's being used for something. And if it's not, it's because you can't get to it. And you can't get to it to fight the fire either. What we find though on the busy fire seasons is that we just never have enough resources for all the fires we get. And that's where also backing off to the right line the first time is more of our strategy. So if we can't get into it, there's too many snags, there's access issues like Peter talked about, we'll be backing off more. That will lower our initial attack success rate, but we have the ability to do that within our decision space in a way that ODF doesn't.
Yeah, and we coordinate with you and really supportive of fire use at the appropriate times under the appropriate conditions, to be clear. Yeah, so the other thing that I was, Alan Egger has pictures about the heterogeneity of large landscapes where we now have large continuous fuel. And I didn't hear a lot about the strategies for treating those and recreating those in a very conscious way. So has there not been any thought about recreating the huge landscape heterogeneity?
Oh, yes. Think about that a lot. And it kind of goes to Dana's point about, we're just not going to be able to do it mechanically, to plan it, to get it through NEPA and all that kind of stuff. So wildland fire is going to do the vast amount of the work for large landscape restoration.
So you're over here in the fatalist.
Yes.
I'm
he
thinking,
started
why
there.
can't
You've
we?
known me for a long time, and I'm usually optimistic, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Right?
Maybe it's Thursdays. Thursdays aren't a good day for me, but
And we could actually store some of it as building materials, perhaps.
yeah, exactly. Those are all the win-wins. When we look at doing as many acres as we can, of course, the priority for wildland-urban interface, meeting all the other needs, protecting our watersheds is some of the biggest, protecting the really critical habitat within the context of the question that we had before. All of that kind of stuff. That's ultimately, I'm a silviculturist and an optimist, and there is a lot of win-win-win area, including Brenda with your issue about that conflict in mission, about the inevitability of fire and this larger approach, and yet the demand to protect the neighborhoods, but also to protect the timber resource out there. And industry has been, in my experience, has been a great collaborator on thinking through where these lines are going to be in the future and what we can do. One of the key areas is in site prep and our transition away from prescribed burn site prep and managing those BTUs that are on the landscape to chemical site prep, as just part of our basic forest management practices. We get great tree growth and plantation development with chemical site prep, but it leaves all the BTUs on the site. And that was a lesson we learned in the Douglas complex. We have, I showed you the fire world, 200-foot flame heights off a 15-year-old plantation. That is not fueled by 15-year-old trees. That was fueled by 1 or 2 rotations of slash in BTU left on the site. So there's a huge window of opportunity there to feed in our harvest practices and any thinning practices as well. But I think primarily clear-cut harvesting practices in the spatial scale that they're done at, how that site prep is done, and how those are networked together, just like any of the other issues that we're balancing around stream protection and wildlife habitat, recreational impacts, our hunters, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of room where this all fits together.
So before we do have to move on to the next presentation, but I wanted to just ask the board to kind of contemplate, maybe you can weigh in as well if you want to. But the pieces of advice that you brought to this conversation was one, considering changing the decision space. So actually like broadening that out and looking for a lot of different ways to do management in this particular area, but also advanced planning. And so I just want to throw that back to the board and thinking about how you operate and function right now and how you approach how does that sit with you? What's coming up for you with those pieces of advice that you're getting in this particular area of resource? Tom, yeah.
Turn your mic on, Tom.
After decades of Smokey the Bear, which was a pretty, Oh, right, Smokey Bear, right. That shows that I've already forgotten him, but others have. Do you have any sense of, the public education needs around these issues? Which seemed to me to be really, I think it's one of the reasons that when the governor created the Wildfire Council, she reached beyond the usual gang of suspects. And that's something I think that as we engage in these issues, for us to be mindful of as well. But, and where I live in Portland, fire becomes an issue when smoke gets to Portland. If you're in the Bay Area in San Francisco, like in communities like Santa Rosa, where it's literally their own, the photo that you had is really similar to those in the city of Santa Rosa from a couple of years ago. So I'm just wondering, I think that good work has been done, like in some communities in Oregon, more around smoke management issue and use of fire to reduce the greater risk of wildfire, like in Ashland and in Bend. That's been pretty good, but I really worry about the sort of the greater need for a lot more public education about changing the way that fire is approached as we're in this era of really kind of fantastic, horrific sized fires.
So that social and political license challenge that you mentioned in your presentation today, you're kind of hitting on that, Tom.
Yeah.
You know, the Bend model, I think, is the most successful we have in the state. Project Wildfire has been fantastic. And the community support that they've generated for treating the lands in property owners' backyards, the chipper going around, you know, and collecting material from people, that's a model that I think we need to build on. And Bend going as far as changing its zoning requirements and starting to look at building construction codes. That's what we need. When I got to live in Florida, everybody lives in the hurricane rhythm, and the building codes are the most restrictive for hurricanes of anywhere else. So if you come thinking you're going to be Jimmy Buffett, but you want to paint your house, you got to get a permit, and all of a sudden you'll understand that June 1st is really a thing, and it goes for a few months, and you want to think about packing a Tupperware and cleaning up around your house and getting an evacuation sticker so you could come back home. So the insurance industry is part of it. And having the wake-up call, unfortunately, has been part of it for social license. But I think we've had enough wake-up calls nearby that we can build on some of the other local momentum and get where we need to be. I've had great post-Eagle Creek conversations.
Right, and I guess my point is it needs to go beyond the communities that are more directly affected, and where most of the people are in our state are, you know, Portland, Willamette Valley. So they're not going to be as, and this is going to cost them as well. I mean, it costs them now, but it just seems to me there needs to be a lot greater effort in urban areas about fire and changing the current approach to it.
But the good news is Jacksonville, Florida, you know, knows it. Yeah, you know, they're not out burning their backyards like rural northern Florida is in Georgia. But the residents of Jacksonville, you know, largely get it as to why there's some smoke in the air every once in a while.
So Dana, I agree with what you're saying about Bend, but I live in Grant County, and you know, here I'm going back to being the fatalist, but there's zero chance that community anytime in the foreseeable future will become supportive of using wildfire as a tool widely, I would say. So what do? Do you just grin and bear it and take the abuse? In small communities like John Day.
Having taken a lot of that abuse.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
But actually, right in 2016, right when we developed that map about decision space, we actually managed a fire by taking it to the roads, right in between where LaVoy Finicum was shot and where the Canyon Creek fire ended. And we put it in the papers, and it was all good because we were successful. It was baby steps. And that's the thing that I think is critical to doing it, is to be careful, to not bite off too much, to be really mindful of the resources and build. You need to build the understanding with your firefighters as much as with the community, because it's a different way of managing fires. But then we put it in the papers, and we were really transparent about it. The cow fire that they had this year over by Prairie City, I think they got a little more pushback on that. And they had another one in the Blues that they did over in the Murders that also got some pushback. But the fact is, the silent majority is real. And the more we can show we can do this, the more they'll help us out. And I think Bend is a great example, where at this point, when we have a prescribed burn and someone's mad because we shut down their favorite mountain biking trail, it's not the Forest Service that has to say why we're doing it. It's the other members of the community. So it just takes time. But it's hard in Grant County, I won't lie.
Yeah, well, it's good for me when I'm able to say that in my role on this board that we're not in charge of the federal forest.
But I would also say, I mean, just sort of this conversation that we're having now has been a large part of what the Wildfire Council's been talking about for the last 6-7 months. And, you know, and I think there's a recognition of a gradient across the landscape from the more developed areas and high values at risk, where we're going to be much more active in using mechanical thinning, activity fuel treatment, and hopefully prescribed burning. And then the farther away you get from that, then you begin to look at, are there opportunities for managing those wildfires? And that ends up being mostly in the wilderness, inventoried, roadless, and backcountry of the Forest Service, not in somebody's backyard, where you would hopefully be pushing for responsible thinning, pile burning, prescribed burning, beginning to figure out how do we begin to safely put prescribed burning back on private land, not immediately moving to no suppression.
All right, one more question and then we'll.
Yeah, so much of what we hear on the board here with respect to wildfires has to deal with the topic of fires from federal land burning onto private land. And sort of the feeling that we've got a federal neighbor that is not helping to protect the private land interests. You guys want to comment on that?
I'll protect Dana because that's what friends have to do. No, there's some of those analyses have been done. I can send them to the board and that kind of thing for who are the donors and who are the receivers of landscape level fire. It's often focused though, and you need to, on that larger landscape level fire flow. And what you see is it's not that clear of a pattern, and often private land is donating to federal land as well. And it varies, of course, across topographies and across the fuel. The younger forest on private land, older forest structure on BLM land, for example. But everyone's giving and receiving.
The challenge, though, I appreciate that because that's an important point of information that I think is lost a lot. I think the challenge, though, is then overlaying where's the source of the fire versus who bears the cost for that, right? And right now, that's disproportionate. When it flows in one direction, there's a direct cost to the landowner. When it flows in the other direction, there's still the same cost to that, or a different cost, And that's where I think the tension comes from.
All right, so thank you both for being here today and preparing this information and teeing up some really important kind of decision maker questions for these folks. I'm sure much more to come on all of this. And at this point, I think we'll transition to the final presentation. So thank you very much.
I like it. All that paper. So our members are working.
If that light turns green. 1, 2, check. I'm gonna put it as high up. Sorry, I'm approaching your personal space here. All right, so go ahead and do just a quick check.
Check. Yeah, it's working.
That's just right. So what do you got? He says, come to my back.
So that's the red button. That's the pointer.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Good. That's how we.
All right, everybody. On to the reforestation and young stand management portion. For everybody, my name is Robbie Lefebvre. I'm the reforestation coordinator for the State Forest Program. And so this is my area of expertise. We're honored to have Carlos and Matt here today from OSU. I'll give a little introduction about them. So Carlos is speaking first, and he's an assistant professor in forest engineering and resource management, where he is the director of the Vegetation Management Research Cooperative, which the State Forest Division is a full member. Carlos' research has focused on vegetation management effects on planted forest productivity and dynamics. He's also interested in ecophysiological interactions between competing vegetation and the planted stand. Carlos and his staff are currently implementing a new large-scale project, excuse me, to develop a decision support system with focus on how site conditions and chemical vegetation management treatments interact to affect seedling survival and growth in the Pacific Northwest. Matt is a professor in forest ecosystems and society at Oregon State, where he is also the director of the Forest Landscape Ecology Lab. Matt's research interests are to better understand the ways the landscape composition and pattern influence animal behavior, species distributions, and ecosystem functions. One of Matt's larger experiments, known as the Intensive Forest Management Study, which State Forest is a part of, examines associated trade-offs in ecosystem services in different levels of forest management intensity.
Okay, thank you, Roy. Well, good morning, everybody. So today I will talk about some of the research that we have at OSU related with vegetation management and herbicide applications. So first, I'm not an advocate of using herbicide. I'm an advocate of growing healthy and productive forests. So, but I understand that herbicides are a necessary part of most of the reforestation projects in the Pacific Northwest. And that is because one is our climate. It's a Mediterranean climate that we have long summer, dry summer with the conditions for competitions for soil water. So this figure shows a rainfall and vapor pressure deficit. That is an index of how dry the environment is the driving force for evaporation. So whites it's a monthly rainfall. The black dots are vapor pressure deficit. And during the summer, we have a reduced rainfall and high evaporative demand. So that creates the conditions for this competition. So, and that can create long-term impacts in forest productivity and also in forest structure. When we reduce the competition during the stand establishment phase, we can produce a long-term impact on growth because we have long rotation crop trees. And also, I think it's very important, we use herbicide because there is a lack of an effective and economical alternative to using herbicide. So chemical vegetation control creates a temporal reduction in the amount of competing vegetation. It's not sustained during the rotation. It's a short-term effect. But this short-term effect allows our planted seedlings to better capture the resources of the site. I will show you some effects, some examples of that. So these reduced competition increased the survival in many cases, not in every case, and also the growth, and also that is site specific. We are going to talk about that. So a typical reforestation regime in the Pacific Northwest include a full site preparation treatment that can be done by fire, mechanical treatments, or using herbicide. And then we have a fall or winter tree planting. And then after planting, we can have, in some cases, it's necessary 1, 2, or even 3 herbicide applications, and that is site specific. In some cases, there is no need more of any other treatment. In some cases, more treatments are needed. This is a slight change in the handouts. If you have those, I changed the order. Because of the time, I think it's most important to talk about this. When I moved to the United States, I'm naturally from Chile, I noticed that people in this country love to use acronyms for everything, you know, R2D2, FBI, and so forth. So, okay, I will come with a cool acronym for this project, and something that includes mathematics, because it's about, at the end, it's modeling. And so we came with this acronym for our project. It's called COSIGN, Competition by Site Interaction Experiment. And so this project is our flagship study with the VMRC, the Vegetation Management Research Co. I'm very proud to see that we increased our members from 11 to 16 in 2 years. I think we are doing the right things, and the project is showing very interesting results. So this map is a map of Oregon and south of Washington, and that is the location of the study site that we have so far. The different colors represent different tiers of this project. Some have more intensive ecophysiology behind, some are less intensive measurement, but all of them will feed a growth and yield model. So these, all of them, what they have is shared a common set of treatments. And these treatments are basically yes or no, applying pre-planting, fall site preparation, herbicide application, applying yes or no, a spring release during the first growing season, on yes or no, another post-planting herbicide application during the second growing season. And we think that with that combination of treatment, we can cover most of what is observed in the field and what is feasible to apply. So on each study site, we have to have a weather station. This is basic because we want to go to a process-based model. And we have soil moisture sensors because that is the resource, the site resource that is more likely to be part of the competition. During the first 3 growing seasons, every month, we are monitoring changes in seedling growth, in seedling survival, and also in vegetation cover and height, and also in changes in species composition. We also are monthly measuring water stress using using a pressure chamber. I don't know if you are familiar, but it's a basic apparatus for any tree physiologist to understand the water status of plants. And we measure that at pre-dawn and at midday. So had to be there at 5 a.m. and then we measure again at noon or so. And twice a year, we sample our seedling that we planted. So because competition is not only for water, there's all the nutrients. So we take seedlings and we have nutritional analysis and biomass analysis. Every year, we have a very intensive measurements of biodiversity at species level on all our plots. And we have additional measurements on tree physiology as hydraulic conductivity, photosynthesis, stomatal conductance, and fluorescence. This slide shows the results of during the first growing season in soil moisture on top and pre-dawn water potential. That is an index of plant water status or water stress for 2 sites, a coastal site and an inland site. The different colors represent the different treatments. So 000 is a control, no action. The first number refers if there was a treatment pre-planting. The second position represents if there was a treatment during a spring release during the first growing season, and the third represents if there was a treatment during the second growing season. Well, you can see that in terms of soil moisture, this is rain, those bars, high soil moisture independent of the treatment, then rain stops and soil moisture starts to decline steeply on the treatment that didn't receive any herbicide application during that time. And we can observe higher soil moisture on the treatment that received herbicide application because they have lower cover of competing vegetation. And that makes sense, that's been reported many times. At the left and right, bars, we have the cover percent, the abundance of competing vegetation during mid-July of the first growing season. We measure at that time because what is the maximum amount that because some yearly species start to die. So we observe that. But what's interesting, in the coastal side, the pre-dawn water potential of the seedlings was very high. If you're not familiar with this, close to 0 means pure water. So a lot of moisture inside, okay? But in terms of the energy status of water. 1.5 megapascal is for agronomic crops, the permanent wilting point that they use. So a tomato is dead at 1.5 megapascal. Sunflower, that index was developed for sunflowers. Trees can resist more water stress. And in this case, we can observe that the controls, they reach below 1.5 megapascal for more than 2 months. So we're under heavy water stress. On that inland side, that is the side that was under more water stress. In terms of height of the seedlings, we didn't observe a big difference. So in terms of growth, they didn't grow more. In one hand is because of deer browsing. And in the other hand is because when we did biomass sampling, we observed that there was an allocation to roots. The seedlings have a larger root system. But in terms of survival, we observed that the treatment separates, or we observed mortality after July. Our observation in July, August, September, mortality increase on untreated plots. And when we correlated that mortality, with the vegetation cover, we observed that type of relationship. So the more vegetation cover, the more mortality. That response reflects the level of competition for that site. And we cannot extrapolate those results to other sites. But if we understand the mechanism behind that response, it's possible to extrapolate. The figure at the left, we have field measurements. So we extracted seedlings from the field, and the different symbols represent the different treatments. So you can see here that these diamonds are the control seedlings. The circles are the more intensive herbicide application treated plots. On the x-axis, we have the water potential measured at midday, the water potential, so the amount of water stress. And in the y-axis, we have the physiological response, that is the loss of conductivity. When the seedling has no water stress, can express the maximum conductivity, that means that it's saturated, the xylem is saturated with sap, with water. 100% loss of conductivity means that the xylem is filled with air and there is no water. And there is some threshold when they cannot recover and they die, okay? The two colors represent two species that we measure, Douglas firs and Western hemlock. And just by comparing those two curves, we can see the difference between species, and that makes sense with the habitat preference of the species. Western hemlock with 1.5 megapascals can show more than 50% loss of conductivity, okay? And that's one of the reasons why Western hemlock prefer coastal side with more fog, weather, and try to avoid reaching those levels of water stress. Douglas fir is more drought resistant and showed like a 80% loss of conductivity with 2.5 to 3 megapascals. What the beauty of this is that response is also, well, it's species specific, but within a species, it changed depending on the seed source, the genotypes. So we can predict that response if we measure different genotypes within our species, and we already did that. So more water stress, more loss of conductivity, and we observe mortality on those plots. And when we correlated this water stress, the water potential with seedling mortality, we observe that kind of relationship. So we have plots that didn't receive herbicide application. The seedlings were under competition with the competing vegetation. They were under more water stress, and in some cases that triggered loss of conductivity, and when they pass on threshold, mortality increase. So we are able now to predict probability of mortality if we know the water status of the seedlings. So competing vegetation depletes available soil water, especially grasses. They're very efficient, very smart, but they can capture resources very fast. And that increased seedling water stress and high evaporative demand induces cavitation with a, I think, yeah, I include another sentence here that is plus reduced soil moisture availability. Is the combination of both. Is not only how dry is the atmosphere, is the air, it's also how dry is the soil. And that can trigger mortality in some cases, and that reduce productivity. I will skip this part. This. I think this is interesting. So I want to talk briefly about the length of the responses. This response in terms of providing more soil moisture for the seedling. How many years length? Okay. Well, it's site specific, but in this example, on top we have again soil moisture in relative terms of 3 different treatments during and 3 growing seasons. During the first growing season, the dashed line were treated. So we observe more soil moisture compared with the control, that is the black line, more soil moisture. Then rainy, sorry, again. So then rainfall restart, these bars are rainfall, so soil moisture is recovered, the soil is repleted again, we have our soil filled with water, and then the next year, dry season restarts, and now we have that these 2 curves are the same, and that is because during the second growing season that was not treated. So only 1 year length the effect on providing more resources. Then next rainy season, dry season restart, and not all of them are the same. So it's a short-term effect. And I know that my friend Matt is going to talk more about biodiversity, but in the same study side, we have the effect in terms of abundance, measured as cover of vegetation, and in terms of species richness. So during the first growing season, the treated plot, they show less cover and less species richness. Yes, we spray. At growing season 5, no differences. And these, I'm sorry, I didn't explain, the bars, the different shapes and colors represent different life forms. So we classify the vegetation to grasses, forbs, shrubs, etc. In terms of the abundance, the cover, measured as cover, we still have some differences in this study side, but all of them have more than 80% cover. And by year 10, no difference at all. I want to skip that because Matt is going to talk more about that. Do I have a few more minutes?
Can we do a time check? How much time will you need? Do you know, Matthew?
No, but if I'm done, I can finish now.
Yeah, not that I want to cut you off, but I do feel like we need to reserve some time before lunch to have the board actually converse a little bit. And I'm not sure if this is brand new information to all of you, or I have no sense of if this is brand new information, and whether or not we actually want to talk a little bit at some point about if you want to tee this up for another conversation. I'm not sure. So I'll reserve that, but if you don't mind, yeah, if we could.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How's everyone doing so far? Last slot before lunch. Challenge. Yeah, thanks very much. I see people nodding off. I'll run at them. So it's Carlos and I have never collaborated before, so this has been a good opportunity for me to learn more about what Carlos does. We're in very similar areas. So my job, as Carlos indicated, is to talk about biodiversity responses to some of these herbicide treatments he's been talking about. And we've been doing work now for 10 years in the Oregon Coast Range, an intensive forest management study. And I'm standing here, but really I'm just the pretty face for this project, believe it or not. It gives you some idea about what other people look like. But it's a large group, a large collaboration across Oregon State University, Weyerhaeuser, Oregon Department of Forestry, Hancock, and many others actually. So it's exciting times.
So I'll start with this context. Plantations are occupying a greater and greater proportion of supplying the world with timber over time. And this is particularly the case in the tropics, but even in the temperate zone. Even though plantations cover a tiny portion of the Earth's surface, they actually provide about 30% of the timber volume worldwide. And the FAO is expecting that proportion could increase above 50% by the year 2050. So why are plantations expanding in area? Why are they becoming more popular? Well, the argument by many is that plantation forestry creates a steady, uniform, predictable supply of timber, as you can see in the background from this photo here from the Oregon Coast Range, and as Carlos just argued. And conservationists, some conservationists will even argue that if you can produce lots of timber on a smaller land base, because these are productive areas, it then subsequently frees up other land that could be used primarily for conservation purposes. So there could be conservation benefits to plantations. So over the last 10 years, this is, well, and longer, this has become a really controversial idea, of course. In order to grow trees quickly, as all of you know, I like the chuckle about controversial. Understatement is good. This is obviously received a lot of attention in the media. And so our research program is really focused then less on the chemical aspects of herbicides and more on the degree to which shifting from something that looks like this regeneration-wise, which is a mix of emergenable tree species and shrubs, the effect it has on biodiversity in relation to something like this, which is primarily conifers and has been managed quite intensively over time to grow those conifers. So some of the first work we did over a decade ago asked the question, well, we wonder if species that are associated with these young stands are potentially declining over time because we're intensifying forest practices. And these are two species, at least one of which you've probably never heard about, called orange-crowned warbler on the left and rufous hummingbird on the right. And they're declining at rates of about 4% per year. So these are actually rates a little bit faster than our friend, the spotted owl. So this was, the hypothesis was then that potentially intensification is causing problems for species. So overall, the study question has been, does biodiversity decline with increasing timber production? Do we have a wicked problem in that the more timber we grow on a site, the less biodiversity we have? Is it a trade-off situation that you've already talked about in this group? And through the presentation from here on, I was asked, and nobody else has been doing this, by the way, but I was asked to gauge the confidence of our research. And I thought I'd use a traffic light example from a low confidence in red, medium confidence in yellow, and high confidence in green. It's a little difficult to evaluate your own research, but I've been doing my best. So to try and keep this simple, because it's close to lunch, we'll talk about 3 potential scenarios in this relationship between timber production and biodiversity. One is this one, the pessimistic scenario. I'm not sure which square that falls into, but really the more timber we produce, the less biodiversity we have. We could call that the wicked problem scenario, I guess. Another option is that timber production, as we produce more, biodiversity doesn't really change much. Maybe we just get different species, but diversity stays the same. And the final one is a synergistic effect, this optimistic view that perhaps the more timber we produce, the more wildlife and biodiversity will respond positively. I don't know if this is a wicked problem. I'm not sure what we'd call this one. Maybe a divine problem or just Gandalf or something like that. So we implemented a study, and we'll talk about the details in a second, that ranged herbicides from control with no spray through a light herbicide regime, which actually reflects Oregon Department of Forestry's regime a bit more, intermediate or a moderate treatment, which is more what you see in industrial lands, and a heavy treatment, which I should say is outside the range of what most people apply in Oregon in terms of herbicide use. And then we measured direct biodiversity effects. So these herbicides are designed to kill non-Douglas fir vegetation, right? So we examined tree and shrub diversity and abundance, and also the abundance of herbaceous plants. By the way, it's not easy to describe 10 years of research in 15 minutes, but I'm doing my best here. Then we collect data on moths. We had light traps out across the landscape, incredible diversity of moths, about 500 species in the Coast Range alone. We looked at arthropods. We had hundreds of thousands of those samples. We looked at deer and elk with exposure studies. We looked at pollinators, because pollinators are quite common in these early seral forests. And then finally, we looked at birds. which are deemed to be quite good indicators of biodiversity overall. So in total, we ended up with 140,000 detections of animals and plants across 835 taxa. So I would say we probably had about 50 field assistants over time involved with this project, and they're probably all, they'd be very angry to hear I just described everything they did in the last 30 seconds or so. So now I'm going to describe the treatment. I want you to bear with me while I do this, because this speaks to the reliability of science. It really does. This is considered a block, and within this block, we have all 4 treatments. Okay, the treatments are outlined in these different colors, rather intuitively from control, which is green, through light blue, orange is moderate, and red is the intensive. And I'd like you to remember those colors because I'll show you data on those colors. And this is a single block, and we had 8 of these blocks across the landscape. Our study blocks were randomly assigned. Our treatments were also randomly assigned within these blocks. So why is randomization important? Scientists talk about it all the time. There are a number of reasons. One is that Matt Betts can't go in there and pick the one he wants to do the best and put his favorite treatment on it, right? It eliminates human bias. The other one is it gives us a range of inference to all other stands that were in that pool, right? This is a statistical idea, but it gives us range of inference to other stands within the Oregon Coast Range. And then the geographical spread of these blocks is quite large for a study of this type. We went from Lucky Mute all the way up to Tillamook and Forest Grove and ODF land. And all in the Oregon Coast Range, mostly on the west side Oregon Coast Range. So something very important to understand is that our range of inference is restricted really to this particular area. But nevertheless, that particular area is large. And as far as I know, this is probably one of the largest forest management experiments in early seral forest in the world, both in terms of the scale of these treatments, but also the number of samples. And so here we have our treatments again, color coding. In 2011, this is a photo taken of all of them about, well, some of the spraying regime is still happening. I don't have time to talk about the spray regime, but the cut happened in 2009. And this is just 4 years later. You can see the control is getting bushier and bushier. The light is somewhat intermediate. The moderate is coming back by this point in time. And the intensive, because it's having a spring herbicide treatment, still at this point in time has got very little vegetation in between them. All right, so we're going to talk about some of the results now. Woody plant species. Again, oh boy, this is unfortunate. Some of the data didn't come through here, so you're going to have to imagine what the light looked like. But this is for woody plants. Here's our green control with a confidence interval around a mean. Here's our moderate, and here's our intensive. So hopefully you're concluding here that for woody plants, herbicides are not good, and this is what they're designed to do. Herbaceous species, a similar effect, although confidence intervals overlapping to some extent. It turned out that non-native species actually picked up the slack when it came to abundance and richness of herbaceous plants. And flowers, interestingly, the flip was the other direction. This is really too bad. For some reason, the quirk in your computer is resulting in data being missing. So again, this was mainly driven by non-native species of flowers in the intensive treatment in relation to the control. And this actually has implication for pollinators, because a lot of pollinators will use those species and some do not. And richness more or less followed, this is species richness, followed a similar pattern across the board, with treatments having negative effects on richness, as you'd expect for plants that are killed by herbicides. All right, I'm going to jump to birds for a minute and show you what turns out to be a really dynamic system. So early on in the study, we see these more intensive treatments with much lower species richness for birds in relation to the control and the light. So first 2 years, we go off and publish a paper showing that herbicides have quite negative effects on bird communities. And then over time, we see this sort of pattern, where in Canada, we call this a hockey stick pattern, where you have recovery after some period of time, and richness by year 2018, approximating that found in the control. Okay, it takes 5 years to get there. And for some species, particularly this Wilson's warbler you see in the top, they still haven't recovered even 8 years out. This is for leaf gleaning species. For non-leaf gleaning species, so species that tend to eat seeds and fruit, the result was a bit more mixed, with initial negative effects, but followed by equalization across the treatments pretty early on, which was somewhat surprising to me. So now I'm going to continue with the rest of the taxa, and I apologize for the size of it, but again, with so much data, at some point you've got to summarize. This is the bird effect I just showed you in the early period, which tended to be negative, and the late period, which tended to be more neutral. For pollinators, we see no effect on abundance of pollinators, but we do see an effect on richness. The pollinator richness is decreased in the heavy treatments. For arthropods, no effect on abundance again, but richness, we do see significant differences. For moss, and this was remarkable to me actually, we did not find significant effects, or at least very marginal effects of the treatment on moss. And the reason this is surprising to me is because moss tend to be very specialized in their food plants. And so the fact that we had similar richnesses across these treatments was a bit of a shocker. And then deer and elk, no difference in detections. This was camera traps set up across all the study areas, and a grad student of mine looking at thousands of hours of camera traps. So overall then, about 18% fewer species, and this effect is primarily driven by plants, pollinators, and these leaf gleaning birds that I was telling you about. Now that's the biodiversity part. What about the timber growth part? So these data, and let's see. Oh yeah, look, see I put confidence medium to high. So why medium to high? Because it's a controlled randomized design covering a large geographic space across many, many taxa with high sample size. Yeah? But the reason it's still medium is because we've only tracked it for 10 years. And at some point in the near future, canopy is going to close and things could change quite dramatically after that time. Also, we didn't do Southern Oregon, we didn't do Northern Washington. So the range of inference is restricted. Now on the timber side, this is medium confidence because we're talking about projections of timber out to yield. They're based on our data that we collected, but Doug McGuire and others used timber models to project the yield out to 40-year rotation, 50-year rotation, and a 60-year rotation. And what you're seeing here is the percent difference between the control and these treatments. Okay, so at a 40-year rotation, you get 22% more wood volume from Douglas fir in the most intensive treatment. At 6-year rotation, you get 30% more. Is that part clear? So you're going to guess what happens next when we think about trade-offs between biodiversity and timber. We end up with a number of taxa of coarse woody plants, herbaceous species, arthropods, pollinators, and birds in the first period showing these trade-off situations. And I should say that I've pounded on a postdoc of mine who really ran this analysis to look for, the hope was we'd find nonlinear patterns, right? Which means there'd be some efficiency frontier, we call it. But the answer, unfortunately, was no. These are mainly linear effects, which is depressing because it means a trade-off situation. For some taxa, we don't find significant trade-offs at all. Okay, so that includes moss, as I said, birds in the later period. So we end up with 5 trade-offs and 3 kind of neutral effects, if you're counting. So that's the intensive management study in 8 minutes to 10 minutes. I wanted to give you a couple more slides of context, because often another problem with this study is that it's stand level. We're thinking about things at a local scale. And many of our conservation decisions have to be at landscape scales or regional scales. So I want to talk a bit about some of these broader contextual factors. One is a study that we just completed last year that shows that actually, if you're going to be concerned about a suite of species, and this is just for birds, you should probably be more concerned about the ones associated with mature forest than early xeral forest. Despite those declines I showed you earlier, mature forest species are still declining at more rapid rates. This is across all of Oregon, Washington, California, than early xeral species. So actually, I'm going to skip through the data. And I'm calling that medium confidence because these are citizen science collected data with not as much reliability as if we collected them. Another piece, some recent findings we had with thermal data loggers underneath canopies at the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest showed that old growth forest and older forest in general tends to be a lot cooler than plantation forest. And so why is that relevant? Well, if we're thinking about buffering biodiversity biodiversity in the face of future climate change, probably we want to keep mature forest around in order to enable species to adapt. So I don't normally put up management recommendations, but I thought I would do this just to be somewhat provoking. So you'd have something. I was worried nobody would have any questions at the end of my talk. So I thought I'd put these up and maybe get it going. So if your main objective then, this is just a thought, is to contribute to early soil biodiversity in Oregon, probably the safest thing to do would be to stop spraying. However, if you want to maximize timber supply per acre, I've shown you data, and Carlos has as well, that trees grow better when you spray. And potentially that means that you can take it easier on some of these mature forests I just finished telling you are very important for biodiversity. And if your objective really is just to get as much wood as possible to employ people in communities of Oregon and feed the world's timber supply, really you'd be doing maximum, well not maximum, you'd be doing spray, planting, and reducing the total area that's in non-managed forest. So, you know, I put these out to you as a menu, and of course there are artificial categories and there are many intermediate options. But really the answer depends a bit on what your ultimate objective is. Now somebody, I think, yeah, Kristen also asked me to talk about research gaps. One of the big research gaps we have then are these landscape level thresholds. How much of a different treatment type can you get away with before you start seeing broad scale species declines? Right? And so I think that's a critical part, landscape scale work and thresholds. And then also this is a little bit of advertising for something we're hoping to start going at Oregon State over the next few years, is the question of to what degree intensive management fits into biodiversity conservation. And the trade-off between, or the synergy then between intensive management and reserve. So bear with me while I walk through this just really quickly. These have been termed in agricultural mosaics as a land sharing versus land sparing approach. Has anyone heard of this term before? It's remarkable because in forestry, many people have not. And this has really got people heated in agricultural systems. So this is fairly new to forestry though. And the idea behind land sharing is you do ecological approaches to forestry in most places. But that means necessarily that you have to manage a greater area to get the same timber volume, yeah? Land sparing is you do intensive management and that therefore frees up an opportunity with the same timber supply to have greater reserve systems. And down here you can see that at 20% production target, this is just made up, land sharing still enables quite a lot of reserve for the same timber supply. But at high production targets, you end up with all this land in ecological forestry and therefore at the same timber supply, a reduced area that can be in reserve. On the other hand, land sparing enables you to have a larger reserve. So the overall question then is, which of these patterns would be better for wildlife, biodiversity, ecosystem services? Is it better to manage intensively and conserve forests and reserves, or is it better to do ecological forestry over a greater area? And with that, I will stop, but not before thanking all of the people who have worked with me on this over the years, including postdocs and collaborators, in particular, Jake Verschile at Nikasi, AJ Kroll at Weyerhaeuser, Jim Rivers at OSU, and my postdoc, Thomas Stokely, and Scott Harris, who's here today. And of course, all the landowners that have been very cooperative about letting us on their land, including ODF, actually, with 2 of our blocks in ODF ground. So that I'll stop. Still have 15 minutes for questions.
One question on that last study. Do you have a hypothesis about which is going to be better?
Well, you probably guess, even though I'm academic. I have many hypotheses. Like that. So no, I have many hypotheses, and it very much depends on the taxa and the process. So for species that are really sensitive to management, perhaps within stand, you can think of a species like a marble murrelet, not responding even to ecological forestry very well. It could be that intensive management with reserves works the best. That's one hypothesis. For a number of species that are more disturbance associated, they might do really well with ecological forestry, especially some of these birds that are sensitive to removal of hardwoods. over the long term, I expect probably our intensive treatment practices are not so good for their populations. So with that sharing approach, they might do better. So no, it's we actually have a suite of hypotheses on every topic, from kind of water quality through landslides, number of people employed, and different wildlife species, and how each would respond to these different landscape level treatments.
Matthew, my name is Joe. I'm a serious tree grower, trained by Mike Newton. You talked a little bit about ungulates, and you didn't really in your presentation, because that's really material where I'm from. I work in Northeast Oregon for Hancock, and we do a lot of intensive management. And what we hear from ODF&W is, our result of our management is very beneficial to ungulates as for kind of a landscape-wide basis, where our neighboring Forest Service is very different, and you're seeing kind of ungulate populations do different things.
So the question is, how do they respond? And yeah, as I said, we didn't detect a difference across our treatments in terms of the number of photos. We don't have radio collars on them, so it's difficult to estimate actual abundances and movement. We do find some fascinating effects, and my current postdoc, Tom Stokely, has looked at this over the last 7 years, longer than he's willing to admit. But he built these exclosures where he kept deer and elk out, and he asked the question, how much biomass are deer and elk in these stands consuming? And a very relevant question to growing trees: are they eating trees, or are they mainly serving as sort of a biological herbicide and mowing down the competing vegetation? And he found that the answer was actually the latter. So the deer and elk are getting a lot of food out of these cuts, and they tend to be promoting tree growth. That's dependent on the treatment, and the effect was the strongest in that moderate treatment. But they're reducing plant cover in those stands by as much as 30 or 40%, which leaves the trees the room to grow, as Carlos was indicating.
Let's take a break. Do you all want to take a break, or do you want to keep talking? We have 10 more minutes, but I'm just seeing everybody kind of just settling back a little bit. So maybe 1 or 2 more questions, and then let's give you a break. Go ahead, Brenda.
Thanks for the presentations. I'm curious about inference beyond your scope of inference, if you would, Matt. So you've done this work in the central to northern Coast Range. Is that about right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes the questions that we're asked to deal with aren't quite so prescribed to a certain area, and we have to deal with questions that go outside of that statistical scope of inference. So what are your, both Carlos and you both, what are your thoughts regarding how we might extend these results beyond where the data were collected?
I'm going to start by advertising what Carlos actually. Carlos got it at quite well, and that's if we can understand the mechanisms behind these effects, you're more likely to be able to extrapolate. And that still has to be done very cautiously. I think you would still want to collect data somewhere you're extrapolating to, but the ideal is, as Carlos indicated, to understand the mechanisms. And so in some cases with the wildlife we study, we think we have a pretty good handle on that. And Carlos, maybe you can speak to that aspect of growing trees.
Yeah, from the tree survival and productivity point of view, we are working in producing a process-based model that will include the water use of seed and of competing vegetation depending on the effectiveness of the herbicide treatments. And that type of approach is independent of the site, so includes climate, soil, and the species community that you expect to have there.
Yeah, thank you for that. If I could just follow up briefly, I think that's a really critical point. And oftentimes I'll sit down and read a journal article, and there's some interesting information in there, but it's kind of descriptive or correlative, but the underlying mechanisms driving the results are not always well articulated. But that's really what we need to know if we're going to extrapolate those results to anywhere outside of that statistical scope of inference. So thanks for that.
So I think with that, we will thank our panelists for putting this presentation together and really prompting again some more sort of food for thought for the board as decision makers, policy makers. And we'll send you all to break and we'll be back here in a very short time at 12:30 to resume conversations. We're going to get you all into kind of more of an interactive exercise, but you'll hear a little bit more presentation and then we'll move to rolling up your sleeves. So thanks again to the presenters from the morning, and we'll see you back here at 12:30.
Is that on? Is that on? Good, cool. So thank you so much for having us here today. This is a really kind of exciting and different opportunity than I at least usually have. Before I do anything, I want to just mention we also have Hannah Gosnell with us here today. Hannah is a social scientist in the geography department at Oregon State, and she's really interested in scenario planning, which is going to be the second part of our afternoon session today. So I'm really happy that Hannah could be here, and she will be jumping in at times like this. So today, or over the past couple of days, you heard a lot about this wicked problem context, right? You've heard some science this morning, and yesterday Craig and Denise talked a lot about the kind of controversial and pluralistic value context in which forests are managed in Oregon. So what we're hoping to do now is to somewhat bring all of that together and think about, given that mishmash of things that you have to think about as decision makers, how can you go about making not just any old decision, but kind of a defensible, transparent, and robust decision? So we're going to do a couple of different tools. We're going to cover a couple of different tools. The first roughly hour and a half, we're going to talk about a process called argument analysis. And this is really good for doing sort of focused assessments. If you have a very concrete management proposal, recommendation, or alternative that you're considering, how can you think systematically about whether that's a sound recommendation or decision? And so we're going to do a little bit of an introduction, 40-ish minutes, but then we want you all to actually get your hands dirty. So we're going to break you up and do some group workshop exercises, and that'll be the second half of this first hour and a half session. After that, we're going to take just a quick breather, 5-minute break, and then we will jump into scenario planning, which is more about long-term, big picture strategic planning. So again, we'll start with a overview presentation, but then the bulk of that time is going to be for you to work and actually give it a try. So hopefully this will be refreshing in that you will have chances to interact with one another and actually do some activity time. Just to sort of set us up for where we're going to go today, you know, if you think about decision making, there are different ways that you can, different processes that you can use to make decisions. And so we're going to cover two, and they serve sort of different purposes, but there are also some similarities. And so I just wanted to highlight a few of those. And I would say these are all qualities that contribute to this notion of what is a robust management decision. So we're following a structured process. We're going to highlight things that we don't know, the unknowns, and also kind of become aware of and think about how to cope with uncertainties. These are both processes that can be used to facilitate communication, both internal communication amongst yourselves as decision makers or policymakers, but also communication with your larger stakeholder groups. Both of these processes are going to somehow deal with this juggling act that you have to manage between scientific facts and value judgments. Both of these processes can be used as kind of, you know, analytical tools just for your own understanding, or they can also be used to actually support you in making specific decisions. Both of them can be participatory. You can engage larger groups of stakeholders, or they can just be internal exercises. And then this last one is really important. The process part is key. So we are going to have outcomes. In the case of arguments, argument analysis, you will end up with an analysis of arguments. And in the case of scenario planning, you'll end up with scenarios and sometimes some outreach materials. But it's really largely about the process that process that you go through with one another of having these kind of difficult conversations in a structured manner. So we're going to start over here with argument analysis. And to me, one of the greatest strengths of this process is really about transparency. And that's within this context that Denise and Craig really highlighted yesterday, where you have a large group of diverse stakeholders, and they all have different values that they're bringing to the table. And so when they're saying that you should do something or that you shouldn't do something, or they're giving you a reason, you want to understand what are the values driving this, and then of course as decision makers, what do we do about that? So argument analysis is a way to sort of systematically and transparently highlight what those values are. So I'm going to hand it off now for this part, and
all right. I'm on. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for inviting us again. Once again, thank you. I want to talk about, if we want to talk about argument analysis, the place to start is, what are we talking about? What's an argument? And I think to talk about an argument is really to start at the beginning. What we want with this process, we want to be able to do a couple of things. Maybe the most important thing is we want to understand how we're coming to a conclusion in a systematic and rigorous and linear way. So we want to understand what are the claims, what are the assumptions that we're making when we're going toward a conclusion. And the conclusions that we're mostly dealing with here are these prescriptive conclusions. We should do this, we should not do that, which is inevitable when we're talking about management. We're talking about doing something or potentially not doing something. It's not enough to just understand something, though. We also want to be able to evaluate it. And so argument analysis gives us, again, a systematic, rigorous way in which to evaluate the assumptions that we make to arrive at the conclusion. So any proposed management decision can be laid out this way, and it can be evaluated. So I understand what your argument is, I might say, but I think it's mistaken because of this part. So that's the evaluation. We're also trying to be discerning in this process. And again, I was so happy that one of the very first things that was mentioned this morning was this desire for transparency, that it's so important to be transparent. This is, I think of this as like the epitome of transparency. You have to articulate assumptions that underlie an argument. You don't get away with sneaking them in somehow, especially when you get good at it, because you catch them right away. You forgot, I thought the other thing is when you get good at this, you are really welcome at parties. People love people who can do this at parties. It's so refreshing. So there's a process, and we'll take you through this process, and then you'll take yourself through this process. The way we start this is we phrase a management prescription as a question. Should we do this thing? Should we not do this thing? And then what we do is we say, okay, so we have a should and a should not, which are like conclusions. And so why would somebody say we should or should not do these things? And we create a table, and we just lay out in the roughest sense, what are the reasons that might underpin that conclusion. And then we take one of those for some reason. We give a good reason why we would take one of those. We take that reason, and this is where you jump in the deep end. And we try to formulate this systematically as an argument. So the reason will be a premise in the argument, and we already have our conclusion. And we ask ourselves, what else has to be true in order for us to reach that conclusion? And then we ask ourselves, well, if all those things have to be true, are they? Can we evaluate the truth claims that are, or the claims that are made in the premises of an argument? Do we know those things even? Does the inference from one piece to the next, does it actually follow? So we're evaluating, we're discerning the argument. And then we might go back to the reason table. If you're really excited about this, you go back to the reason table, you pick another one, and you keep working on this. So to do this really well, I think of it as like doing science really well. It's hard, it takes a long time, it's systematic, it's maddening at times. And then of course you reflect upon the process. And when you do this enough, you start to see patterns of thinking that emerge. Oh, we tend to make this assumption over and over and over again. Or we don't have this bit of information, but it's so key to so many of the arguments that we're making. So what is an argument? Well, in its simplest terms, an argument is a set of premises or claims that underpin a conclusion. So, we make arguments in science, we make arguments in all disciplines. So those are just the two parts of an argument, premises and conclusions. So really simple right now, although there could be infinite premises and infinite conclusions. So this is an example of an argument. We symbolize premises as P, conclusion as C. So all Douglas firs are conifers, all conifers produce cones, therefore all Douglas firs produce cones. Really sort of straightforward. And this, of course, is how you always do it. You start with the simple ones, and then I show you how they get more complicated. So we want a couple things in an argument. We want validity, and ultimately we want soundness. These are kind of technical terms. They're common terms, but they're technical to what we're doing here. So for instance, we might look at this argument, right? We just changed one premise. All Douglas firs are trees. We changed the premise to all trees have leaves. Therefore, all Douglas firs have leaves. We know that's not a good argument. I hope we know that's not a good argument. And we know it's not a good argument because that premise is mistaken. Many trees have leaves, but not all of them. So we want, for an argument to ultimately be sound, which we think of as a good argument, a sound argument, that's the word we use, sound. All of the premises must be true. Sometimes we use the word appropriate because sometimes we will have premises and arguments, especially when they have to do with values, norms, ethics, that we wouldn't necessarily say they're true or false. We tend not to use words like that for ethical claims. But we do use words like, we do evaluate them. So we think they're maybe appropriate or inappropriate, something like that. We've never found the perfect word to use to describe those things. The other thing that we have to have is we have to have validity. And by validity, we mean that if all your premises are true, by validity we mean there's this sort of inevitable flow in the inferences of an argument. So if all your premises are true, and the conclusion sort of captures or summarizes those premises, then you have a valid argument. So another way to think about, we're in this sort of, when we're talking about management decisions, we're in this realm of what philosophers would call the practical syllogism. So many of the things that we think of really fall into a category. And we know in conservation, they often have patterns, right? And often they're things like, should we kill this thing to save this thing? That's a common pattern in conservation. And the more general form of the argument that would inevitably underpin one claim or another is what we would call a practical syllogism. We're looking for something practical. We're looking for something to exist in the world, manifest itself in the world. And the practical syllogism just really looks like this. You have a statement of facts, or many statements of facts, perhaps. You inevitably have to, as a matter of logic, even though you will wiggle your way out of this with all your might, you have to have a statement of value. There is no argument that has an ought in the conclusion that does not have a statement of value. It has to. I mean, Aristotle said that, so it's true. It's just the way it is. So if we have a prescriptive conclusion, an ought, a should, we'll have to have both claims about the world and statements of value. This is an old problem that has been identified for hundreds of years, often called the is-ought problem, that you can't derive an ought from a set of visits. We try really hard to do that, but it really just doesn't work. So for instance, spotted owls are threatened species, ought to be protected. Spotted owls ought to be protected, right? So here's just a claim about the world. Here's a value statement. It's got the word ought in it. And the conclusion has the word ought in it. So it's simple. I mean, if you take this language and you break it down, you have these little variables, right? And one variable would be something like ought. If you have ought here, it can't magically appear in the conclusion. It has to be above as well. When we teach this to students, they'll really try hard to build arguments that don't have oughts in them. Unfortunately, we human beings don't talk like that, though. We don't lay out premise, conclusion. It makes me sad to no end, but we don't. We speak in complete sentences. And sometimes in our complete sentences, there are the variables that might make it into an argument, and then there's a lot of other stuff, which I think of as noise. And you have to take an utterance that somebody might make. We should use ecological forestry to manage our Pacific Northwest forests. Ecological forestry balances economic, environmental, and social objectives, and forest management in the 21st century must be sustainable to maintain healthy, resilient landscapes. That's how we talk. We say things like that. But there's an argument in that. And in fact, even though that's a fairly straightforward, simple utterance, it's a pretty complicated argument. It's a pretty complex argument. I tricked you by showing you these really simple premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. The world doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So we could start by understanding the complex argument this way. We could say, well, there's something going on. There's something about ecological forestry and sustainability and sustainable forest management. What's the part of the argument? So premise 1 might be sustainable forest management means ecological, economic, and social objectives are balanced. It's sort of a definition. It's a claim about the world. It's not a value utterance, it's a claim. P2, ecological forestry balances ecological, economic, and social objectives. Again, a claim, perhaps contestable, but it's a claim, and therefore ecological forestry is sustainable forest management. So the thing that's interesting right now is there's no prescription for action yet. It's just all descriptive. This part of the argument is just all a description. So if you think, therefore we should or should not use ecological forestry, we haven't gotten there yet, actually. In fact, we have a little ways to go. Because the argument gets more complicated, or more layers to it. There's a third premise. If we practice sustainable forest management, the resilience of the Pacific Northwest landscape is maintained, another claim. Therefore, if we practice ecological forestry in the Pacific Northwest, the resilience of the Pacific Northwest landscape is maintained. We still don't have a prescription for action. How do we get there? We have to have this. We have to assert that we should maintain the resilience of Pacific Northwest landscape. Perhaps not a very controversial claim, maybe it is controversial, but it has to be there in order to arrive at the conclusion that therefore we should practice ecological forestry in the Pacific Northwest. So what you can often do is, what we do with students is we say, well, which of those claims is most controversial? Or which of the claims is most in doubt? And could you take part of that argument and build it out into a secondary argument in order to evaluate that? So we could take this and we could ask ourselves, we could wonder about that. We could turn the conclusion into a premise, and we could say, if we practice ecological forestry in the Pacific Northwest, the resilience of the Pacific Northwest landscape is maintained. Premise 2, which was premise 3, we should maintain the resilience of the Pacific Northwest landscape. Therefore, we should practice ecological forestry in the Pacific Northwest. This is an interesting argument. So the thing that logic geeks like me do is you speak in words and then I think in symbols. And so I take this argument, and this argument actually has kind of a symbolic form. If A, then B, right? If we clear cut the entire landscape, short-term fire hazards will be reduced, no doubt. P2, we ought to do B, short-term fire hazards should be reduced. Therefore, the conclusion, we should do A, we should clear cut the entire landscape. And we think, wait a minute, if this form of an argument can be filled in with variables that lead to that conclusion, which most of us probably wouldn't accept, then maybe this isn't a good argument. Maybe the form that's underpinning this argument can lead to things that are not acceptable. There's actually a Latin phrase for this. It's called a reductio ad absurdum. You're reducing an argument to absurdity. We have lots of Latin names. We've been around a long time, so we create those. So the sort of mistake of this argument ultimately is the idea, this argument assumes that the ends justify the means. If the end is really worthy, however you get there is justified. And we know in our daily lives that's not true. We don't accept all means to an end that we value. We always have sort of conditions of those ends. And back to Chelsea.
So, sorry for the awkward transition. Thanks. We're gonna practice because I want to make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page with what we've been doing here. So I have some little exercises. How many tables do we have for you all? And we're going to just sort of fill in some parts of arguments and see if we can get them to work. Do you all have pens? And one point, I meant to make this point before starting the whole thing. I'm not a scientist. Just want to make that, like, I have a bachelor's in theology. I'm not a scientist. So in this part of this part of your workshop session, you're going to see things up here that, like, scientifically you might be like, it's kind of sketchy. These are claims. So think about these as things that people might say, propositions that people might make. So we're not necessarily going for scientific rigor, but more to capture sort of the field of value-based statements that might be floating around out there. Okay, so exercises. If we start with the premise that old growth forests create microclimates that buffer bird populations against the effects of climate change. Thank you, Matt Betts. And you're reaching the conclusion that we should preserve old growth forests. Take 30 seconds and think, what's the premise that we need? And you can write it down if you want. You don't have to. Does anybody know off the top of their head? Yeah, effectively, that's what we need. We should preserve forests that buffer bird populations against the effects of climate change. So this is illustrating that you have to have that key should premise in there, right? Okay. This one, now I'm asking you to reach the conclusion. If we decommission dams on the Snake River, salmon populations will recover. Salmon populations should recover. What's our conclusion? You would, yeah. That seems to make sense, but wait. Remember what we just talked about, where the means don't necessarily justify the ends. There's actually a technical term for that. This is a formal fallacy, so this argument is actually not valid. And the problem, it's called affirming the consequent. So this is where, or sorry, this is not, that was a spoiler. Right here, what we did is, in this if-then statement, right? Which can be stated if A, then B. This part is called the antecedent. This part is called the consequent, right? So what we're doing is affirming the consequent. We're saying B. So we're saying salmon populations should recover. We've put an ought in front of that, and therefore A. That's the exact same form of what we just covered, where we said, if you clear cut the entire landscape, short-term fire will be reduced. Short-term fire will be reduced, therefore we should clear cut the entire landscape. You see how that works? So that's not a valid inference. That's a very basic building block of logic, but it's one that I actually see quite a lot just in standard and scientific writing and popular press. So I like to highlight this for something to just, be on the alert for. Do you all follow? You good? Questions? Okay. This was that. No, there was. Do you want to sit and ruminate on that? So basically, anytime you have a premise that can be stated in this form, if A, then B, right? If you have somebody say B, they cannot conclude automatically. So the example that I usually use is if you have a statement like, if you turn on the sprinklers, the grass will be wet. That's a true claim, right? Then somebody comes along and says to you, look, the grass is wet, so the sprinkler must have run. Can't necessarily conclude that. Maybe it rained. Maybe there was a water balloon fight. Maybe your dog peed on the lawn. There are a lot of reasons why the lawn might be wet. You can't conclude just on the basis of the fact that the lawn is wet that the sprinkler was running. Did that help a little bit? Okay.
So what is the structure that we should have?
Yeah.
B, therefore A. What is the structure we should have?
Thank you. You're leading me right into my next slide. That was excellent transition. So this is a valid form. This is kind of the parallel, but this is good logic. This one works. This is called modus ponens. So if you say A, if A, then B, and somebody says, oh, A, then B. So in that case, if you run the sprinklers, the grass will be wet. Somebody says, I just ran the sprinklers. You can conclude definitively, yes, the grass is wet. Or in this case, you can say, yeah, we all agree we should decommission dams. in that case, you would have to also agree that we should do something that will recover salmon populations. Good? Okay. If the Columbia River Gorge is salvage logged, fire fuels will be reduced, P1. P2, again, these are not scientific statements. Disclaimers here, okay? P2, the Columbia River Gorge should not be salvage logged. So now we're saying not the antecedent. So what can we conclude? Fire fuel should not be reduced. But wait, we have another formal fallacy, and this one is called denying the antecedent. So same thing, we start with if our A, then B, but this time we are denying the antecedent. So we're saying not A, right? And therefore not B. So again, going back to our grass example, if you run the sprinklers, the grass will be wet. I didn't run the sprinklers, so the grass is not wet. Same thing. Maybe it's gonna rain, maybe there's gonna be a water balloon fight. There are other reasons why the grass might be wet. So anytime you see this pattern, that is not a valid inference to draw. Okay. The right version is called modus tollens. So you can say if A then B, but not B, therefore not A. And so if somebody said, using our example here, Columbia River Gorge salvage logging, fire fuels will be reduced. We don't think we should reduce fire fuels, therefore you shouldn't log the Columbia River, because there is this kind of flow between one to the other. Does that make sense? Okay. So that was just to kind of get us, I think, yeah, that was the end. Just to get us thinking in terms of arguments, to put you on the alert for some kind of common fallacies or issues or traps that you might fall into. Now I want to go back to our larger process for how are we going to use this in a decision support capacity. And so just to remind you of what our process is here, I'm going to walk you through the steps. So we're going to use as an example, this was actually, what's that? Oh, that's later. No, we're not quite there yet. Yeah. So this was a topic that I explored for part of my master's work at OSU. This question, should we use ecological forestry to manage federal forest lands in Western Oregon? That's a management question that we could ask ourselves. So the first step we're gonna do the second step actually, now that we've formulated the question, is we're gonna generate a table of reasons. And so what we have is just 2 columns, and each one represents one of 2 answers. Yes, we should use ecological forestry, or no, we should not. And what this captures, what this table catalogs, is all the reasons why people might say we should or should not use this practice. So this is the part where you kind of step back and you put on your empathy hat and you think about all of your stakeholders as well as your own personal values, and you just list things out. You're not worried about if these are good arguments. You're not worried about if they're scientifically accurate, nothing. You're just putting out everything that might be floating around in the public sphere that people are thinking about and worried about. So examples would be, you would say, people have proposed ecological forestry because it mimics natural processes. It can be used to increase timber. It creates complex early sterile, et cetera. And then the reasons why people were worried about it. They were worried about harming late successional species, of slowing the restoration process for old growth on the landscape. They said that you believe that this is going to create early sterile habitat, but it won't actually do that. Just all the reasons. And then you choose. You start by choosing one of your reasons and you build it out into an argument. So we'll look at this one just as an example. And this is an example of an argument that somebody might make. So you could start by P1, increasing timber production would increase revenue and employment for rural Oregon communities. P2, ecological forestry on federal forests in Western Oregon would increase timber production, and therefore ecological forestry would increase revenue and employment for rural Oregon communities. Forest management practices that would increase revenue and employment should be implemented. There's our value judgment, and therefore we should use ecological forestry. And so what this argument ferrets out is that you had this reason about increasing timber production, but perhaps what people are thinking about when they're talking about increased timber production is this notion of local community economic health. And there's actually a bit of a justice claim here. They're saying, well, I'm going to show you that in a second, actually. I got ahead of myself, I'm sorry. So next step, we formulated our argument, right? Now we're going to put it into a table, and this is just a way of organizing information so that we can evaluate. Because remember, argument analysis is not only about articulating what the arguments are, it's also about evaluating them. Are they good arguments? And so for argument tables, we just simply list out what is the premise from the argument that we just made and leading to the conclusion. We identify them. That's just kind of useful, number one, to make sure that you have your normative premise in there if you need it. And then also, if you want to go out and ask people, if you have like a scientific premise and you don't know what the answer is, or if it's a true premise, who do you need to go and ask? So that's type of premise. This column is, this is the evaluation. This is the key evaluation. Is the premise true? Or if it's ethical premise, is it appropriate? And then the controversy claim. And this one is probably really important for you in your decision-making capacity to know, to kind of identify where are the sticking points? Where are we likely to rub up against some issues, either amongst ourselves or with our larger stakeholder groups? So for example, starting with our first premise that increasing timber production would provide revenue and employment. That's just, it's a descriptive claim, and it's partially an economic claim. Is it true? I mean, probably. This is just an example. Remember, stepping back. So this is an example of how this would work. Controversial, you know, somewhat. There are different thoughts about why rural and income went down historically on federal forest lands related to the Northwest Forest Plan. So partially related to that, but maybe partially related to some larger macroeconomic processes. So we'll leave that there. The second, ecological forestry would increase production. That was what was being proposed. This would be a form of forestry that would increase forest timber production. So that's a descriptive claim. It's true, not controversial, because that's the way people were proposing ecological forestry. Our third premise, that forest management practices would increase revenue and employment, should be implemented. So there's our ethical premise or normative premise. But this is one that maybe we want to dig into a little bit farther. We're not sure yet if it's an appropriate claim, and we want to know more about what are the values that are being invoked. So we take that like before, and we turn it into the conclusion of its own argument. And so this is an example of one chain of inference that could lead to that conclusion. You would start with the premise P1 that historic changes in forest management, the Northwest Forest Plan, decrease revenue and employment for rural Oregon communities. And P2 that decreased revenue and employment caused harms for those communities. P3, these harms should be reduced. So that's where I was getting ahead of myself. This is a form of justice claim. We're saying we did something wrong, we need to do something to fix it. P4, implementing management practices that increase revenue and employment would redress these harms, and that's why we should use forest management practices that increase revenue and employment. Do you all follow that? Do you need to, any questions? You good? Okay. So this is our, remember, this is our secondary argument, and this is the way that we are trying to assess the soundness of this premise in the main argument. So we take this, oh, sorry, got that. Same little sticking point that we've been running up against. So P1, we ought to redress harms. P2, if A, then B. I've just reversed, in the order of the premises doesn't actually matter. Sometimes it's easier to follow a certain ordering of premises, but as far as the logic goes, it doesn't matter. So we start with this ought to be B, if A, then B. So we're affirming the B, and therefore we're concluding A. We know that that's a problem at this point. So a way to fix that problem would be to state this premise, not in terms of a conditional, but a little bit more strongly in terms of necessity. So increasing revenue and employment, it's not just an if then, it's this is absolutely necessary. The only way to redress these harms is by increasing revenue and employment. Now that's a much stronger claim, and so you're avoiding that invalidity problem. But this claim is also maybe harder to defend, right? Because you can imagine people saying there are other ways that those historic harms can be redressed. So there's a trade-off there. Okay. Hopefully I'm not forgetting my flow anymore here. So we take that. Now we're back to the original argument. This is that P3 that we were just evaluating as a secondary argument. We knew that it was a normative claim. True or appropriate, what I put in here is that, and it's defensible. but it's also debatable. And so in that sense, it's very controversial. So you can see we haven't really solved any problems here, right? And this is not in itself a decision, but we have maybe articulated something that wasn't immediately clear back at the reason table when we just saw somebody saying we should use ecological forestry because it increases timber production. Now we know something more about the values and the motivations that underpin that reason. See? So before we get, I think we're going to move into our workshop exercise now, just to kind of wrap up about what this can do and what it can't. What it can do is clarify the premises that are being invoked when people are making management proposals or recommendations, or when you yourselves are suggesting a particular decision alternative. This can create a platform for dialogue between scientists, stakeholders, and decision makers. It can enhance openness and transparency in decision-making processes. It can reveal key knowledge gaps. That's not one that I specifically highlighted here, but if you have a scientific premise, it might be that you look at that premise and you say, I don't have enough information to assess right now whether this is true. And so that's a key research gap that maybe you want to set up either a scientific study or some monitoring protocol so that you can answer that. And then you can highlight. By highlighting those normative premises, you're becoming aware of possibly shared values, but also points where values deviate. And so maybe honing in on where are the problems that we're rubbing up against. What argument analysis cannot do is tell you what to do. Of course, this is not a panacea, and it's not going to resolve conflicts of value. It's just going to put them out in the open, and also possibly by creating a process where you can discuss values in a structured manner, you know, it removes a little bit of the tension around them and creates, again, that platform for dialogue. Are there any questions about process before we shift into working time? And you can, of course, we're obviously not going anywhere, so you can ask questions along the way. So what we want to do is we're going to break you all into a couple of groups, because 7 or 8 people is probably too much to have a good conversation. So we're going to do two groups of 4. And what we want you to do is a mini argument analysis around this question. Should we use lethal management to control barred owl populations in the Pacific Northwest? I'm sure you all, is anybody not familiar with the lethal management program? Yeah, people are laughing that I'm even asking that, so I think we're good. So what we're gonna start by, as a group, all of you together, we're gonna brainstorm a table of reasons, and we're gonna write it up here. And then we're gonna break you into 2 working groups, and we want each of the groups, one of the groups will take a pro argument, so yes, we should use lethal management, and the other group is gonna take a con argument, no, we should not use lethal management. And you're gonna try to build that argument out and do an evaluation. If you have time, you can build out a second argument, and then at the end, we will come back together and do a reporting out on the process. So, table of reasons. Let's get them all up on the board. What are the reasons? Well, just we can populate both sides of the table at once. So what are reasons?
Birds are an invasive species, so yes, we should.
Yes, we should. Others. So yes, we should. Okay. Yeah. Others.
Yes, we should, because our analysis
Okay. Maybe put ESA next to this one.
Already we're revealing something. There are 2 different, there's complexity here that we might not appreciate right away.
What else?
Somebody's got to be able to.
No, we should not,
We
because
should never kill owls.
Shouldn't.
Just say you kill owls. In special place in hell for those who kill them.
Intrinsic value.
The owl killer argument.
Oh, you can put an exclamation.
We need something to replace spotted owls. So no, we should not kill bards.
Spotted owl replacement, not displacement. No, other side.
Oh,
Replacement.
barred owls do
So we like them because they're rodent control. Kind of. What about like effectiveness? Can you imagine somebody saying something about the program?
Oh, yeah, it wouldn't be feasible.
Not
feasible to shoot all barred owls.
Yeah.
Don't work.
Climate change, no, we should not use climate change causing rain shifts, so yeah.
Doesn't matter anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna lose the spotted owl regardless.
What's that? Put them on the, that's right.
Actually, that's another one. We don't want to endanger barred owls.
Not likely. But
You all heard about, there's the argument that barred owls are not technically invasive species. That one, because they came like this is the northern end of their range. So that's close. Yeah, yeah, you're right. That is actually already captured. All right, now we're unbalanced again. Can we think of more reasons to kill barred owls? No, it isn't, but I feel like we picked up some momentum in one direction. There's this captured. Yeah. Most efficient, quick. Any others?
Cooler than barred owls.
What's that?
Kill things.
I mean, you could put that up there, Okay. Are we good? Any others you want to get up here?
I see where you want to go.
Okay. So you just volunteered to analyze that argument, right? Okay. I think
We should do anything we can to relieve forest management constraints. And so therefore anything we do to protect spotted owls gives us flexibility.
yeah. So like opens up for like fire management or other forms of silvicultural treatments. Yeah, that's interesting. We good?
We have to be, we're out of work.
Yeah, we are. Okay, so I am going to break you up and make you move. So what we do in class is we have you count off by 1, 2, 1, 2. So
1, 2.
Okay, so ones are going to be over at this table. So what we'll do is just drag a couple of chairs so you'll have a little working table. Twos will be over here. And ones, I want you to choose one of the arguments on the yes, we should side. Twos, I'd like you to choose an argument on or a reason I should say, on the no, we should not side. Okay. And just as a reminder for anyone watching live streaming, we're gonna go off mic at this point and have a workshop time. We're gonna take probably about half an hour to do this, and then we'll report out at the end of that.
So twos are here.
Yeah, twos or no.
So we do the we should not side.
Yeah, we're the no side. We should not.
And can we turn the lights? I can't see the board.
Paper free if you want.
We have to pick one of the arguments for
Yeah.
no, we should not.
We're on the no side.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll have a light turned on too.
Yeah. See the arguments.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah, it's hard for me even to see. Shouldn't kill owls, spotted owls, replacement,
rodent control.
Rodent control doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. That's an interesting one.
You want to do doesn't work?
Yeah, it doesn't work. That's the worst one. Yeah, you want to turn it?
Okay, is this back on? No, it's good. I like the natural light. Thanks. As long as it's fine for the live stream. Is that good? We can close them for the next portion. I think we're gonna do break. Okay, so we're gonna go to a break in just a couple minutes, but I wanted us to come back together as a large group and reflect. You can certainly share your argument if you're proud of it and happy with it. We would love to do that. But really more on process. How was the process for you? Was it challenging? Do you think this is useful? And be honest in this case. So we'll start with group one.
Do we want to share the argument? So we took the spotted owls are endangered species is the reason we should. So we said spotted owls are endangered species. We must protect endangered species, and that was legally a legal obligation. Therefore, we must protect spotted owls. Premise 3, barred owls replace spotted. Removal of barred owls reduces the threat to spotted. We should reduce the threat to spotted. Second conclusion, we should remove barred owls. And then we got sloppy because we'd written so much, and so we didn't spell out all of the steps we talked about. We just summarized in the lethal removal is the most efficient and responsible. Therefore, we should use lethal management to control barred owls.
So process-wise, how was the conversation, would you say?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
We chugged through it pretty quickly, and like I say, then got bored with the process, and so we didn't fully flesh out that last.
Fair enough.
And talked about other conversations from today.
Did you find this to be useful or insightful in any way?
Honestly?
Yeah.
I think there's a time and place for it. I'm not sure as board members if we have the time to go through this process. Issues.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, from a procedural standpoint, that's fair.
I think this is a very constructive way of making decisions. But you're dealing with a group of people who are volunteers on a board that meets how often? 7 times a year for a day. And we have Siskiyou stream rules, state forest management, fire issues. I don't think.
Immediately on the plane.
And we have to make decisions. So quite frankly, there isn't the time to put into this kind of approach, in my opinion.
On a personal level, it's been a long time since freshman classes when I dealt with this, so it was interesting to remind myself of what I had heard a number of decades ago. And and so that was useful just because I haven't thought in this construct in a while.
Yeah.
But in terms of its applicability and the ability to formally go through the process of decision making, it's probably not something we're going to be able to have the time to use.
Yeah.
I may think a little bit harder about how I structure what I say in future, but
I think there's takeaways. I think there's takeaways in parts. Because we meet so little, we do need to be efficient.
Yeah.
Be able to walk through the process too. So I think there's some learnings in this about that to make us more efficient. I agree. You can't really go through this. I mean, right.
Yeah.
We're not going to be putting that problem.
I think we're missing something here in that we're all visualizing us going through the process.
Yeah.
And I think what we're really here to do is to be able to judge what's been brought to us and the arguments that been brought to us in the process, and be able to question and to see if there's a process that holds up to the standard.
Yeah, I was having the same thought.
I agree with that.
also, we get delegated issues where sometimes, there are prescriptions that come our way about what our responsibility is. They can come from statutes, they can come from governors, they can come from other places, but we're not, in some cases, we're not starting out sort of tabula rasa. Some of the premises are handed to us, and which doesn't mean this is not helpful. In fact, if that's the case, or when that's the case, doing what you suggested is really useful in the logic that companies, whatever recommendations.
And just as a base touchings, when we were going through your explanations and your examples and we were filling in, I presume most of us, even if it took us a while to remember the techniques of it, but recognized where the fallacies were, recognized those statements that were not solid arguments, even if I couldn't remember the formula.
Yeah. The technical name doesn't matter.
I won't make that claim.
But I think from that perspective, it is useful to remind ourselves of why, when we see something, it's like, oh, that doesn't follow.
It's a red flag.
Can I ask a question too of the group about the usefulness of this as decision makers? And so what you're suggesting is that for you to go through the practice or the exercise is not practical. But there was also some conversation earlier in some of the presentations and even some of the things that surfaced in your own dialogue around communicating information and rationales or premises underlying some of these pieces. So I'm just curious if there's any there from that perspective for all of you as decision makers, if it were to be communicated in a way that laid it out this way, because the way Michael described it was, we talk in these sentences, for God's sakes. And boiling it down to this sort of logical deduction or whatever you want to call it, how does that sit with you? Does that make sense? Would that be a way of communicating information back to you and your publics about some of these issues? Maybe that's a different way of framing this.
There are times when what we do and when we agree to something is because it got sufficient support to do it, and the rationale might be 5 or 6 different keys. But I think as a way of organizing, I think it would be a good goal for us to, as we're explaining things, to be able to have that very logical approach to it. It's just that it's kind of like Congress in a way. I mean, when something passes, it passes because it got 51 votes in the Senate, 49 in the House, and we have had very little of that, by the way. So when it lends itself to that as an explanation, it's fine. But other times it's it's because it could get support sufficient for it to become policy. And then I think it would be a good goal to have something developed that would sort of follow this, that would gather the logic that most of the board could say, yeah, that's it in terms of an explanation.
I think Jim's point is a good one, and that is when a stakeholder with staff and one of the other board members brings something to the board, thinking through it logically in terms of analyzing the premises that are brought to us. But then we can challenge that. That's the basis we challenge, and allowing us to make a better decision. But I just think it's incredible.
Because we do get the premises. I mean, and folks who are coming here, and I think
we do. And when sometimes when those premises are challenged, that doesn't go well.
Well, and sometimes I think that they're not brought to you as premises or clearly as an ought, So that was a thing that I got out. We just said it. Lethal methods do not work. You shouldn't do things that do not work. And so you should not use lethal methods. And so then we started to analyze that. That's the value statement, which is you should not do things that don't work. is pretty not controversial, right? So the thing that was controversial was the premise. And then we started trying to build an argument about why lethal methods do not work. And I think we finally had to say science indicates that lethal methods will not work. You know? So, but then that pointed out for us is that, and then that's in fact how they're justifying the current experiment they're doing to show whether it works or doesn't work. But we also had a bunch of ideas that the group had about the population's too large and expansive, it's expensive and it won't maintain public support, therefore you can't do it indefinitely. That's what would happen, you know, more sort of logical evidence of why we were thinking it doesn't work. But it was interesting because in this case, it wasn't the value that we were arguing about, it was the science. Yeah. Yeah.
Is necessary. That's where a lot of our issues discussions are. That's the only way. That's what I think the one you put up first. And the other thing I think is that often in our made as a, you know, I know going back to probably our hardest decision made since I was on the board, very involved. We made that decision because that was and the two swings in the middle came at it from opposite ends, you know, in terms of is there enough or is it too much that I can live with? And ended up with it was not too much for you to live with, and it was just barely enough for me to live. And so we were able to get both. And so it's I think we seldom end up in that situation. But Virginia indicated the validity of the argument is not going to give us the answer. The answer is going to be at that time of your support.
So, you know, a lot of these are their own values. They're really an element. The thing I would add too, I mean, I think it's pretty really good and really extensive process. And you did this in a way that there's no rancor at all. And then completion. That is still making it follow. There were so many good comments. Like what we did. That's really tough. Yeah, I was just thinking about
So we're going to do a little recess.
Yeah,
for
let's take a break.
a few minutes.
Can we afford 5 to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes. 2:15. We'll be back.
They're
Yes, we'll be back at 2:15.
slave drivers.
And we'll get going.
Who do you think you are?
Hey, is this here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Jim. All the externalities.
How much reading material is there for the morning?
I don't think you need to read a lot. I think you know most of this. I mean, I think a lot of the morning is going to be recap. I mean, you can read the mitigation report.
Why has that committee struggled so?
So I don't think it is, to be totally honest. What well, yeah, I would say the core of it, it's actually not.
So now we're going to switch gears. You had a little bit of working and discussion time. I'm going to talk at you for a while. I'm sorry, but just trying to set us up for our next round of activities. Okay, great. So we've been on this side of the board, and we kind of saw the pointer stopped working, which is okay. We've been on this side of the board, and we kind of saw how that worked. We were focused on a targeted question. It was a very critical process. It was an analytical process. We were breaking things down and examining them piece by piece. And the goal was to make values and science, value and scientific claims explicit. And this also provided us a platform for assessing the science. And we saw, both of your groups saw that you had empirical claims that were made, and you're asking, do we actually have evidence to support these? So that was the argument analysis side. Now we're going to move over to this side of the board, which is much bigger picture. So this is scenario planning. And what this is good for is going back to that context that Denise and Craig were talking about yesterday, where we have wicked problems, complex problems in dynamic, open socio-ecological systems that are characterized by a high degree of uncertainty. You have to do systems level thinking and planning. And so scenario planning is a way of operating at that level. So a little bit different from argument analysis. Again, we're going to the big picture. It's really creative process. And you're going to see that you actually build out storylines or narratives. You tell stories, and sometimes people actually illustrate their stories as well. It's integrative, where I would say argument analysis, we're pulling things apart. For scenario planning, we are bringing together lots of different factors and again, telling a story. The values are not as explicit, and that's going to be something, a point that I want to emphasize throughout, is that scenario planning doesn't have quite the same entry points for being really transparent about the values that you're bringing to the table. And so I would say that if you think that this is a tool that would be useful to you in some capacity, that would be one aspect that you might want to think about. How can we make the values that we're bringing to this more explicit? And then science, rather than being kind of an evaluative exercise, it's going to use science to inform the scenarios that you build. Okay, so we'll start with the basics. What is scenario planning? This is going to be a high-level overview. What I want to do is give you a taste of what this is and how it works. But one of the takeaways I'd like you to get from this presentation is that there are a lot of ways to do scenario planning. Probably for every scenario planning exercise that people have done, they have done it a different way. So I'm going to try to just show you the range of variation, or some of the range of variation, but nothing I'm going to tell you here is like the way that scenario planning is meant to be done. So a few definitions that pull out some of the aspects of the scenario planning involves thinking about a wide range of plausible futures, factoring in well-known trends and uncertainties, and using this information to provide a set of storylines that can guide decision-making. A highly creative exercise that's well suited to considering complex systems, fundamental uncertainties, and conflicting values. And then a systematic method for creatively analyzing complex futures. So the key themes here, complexity, values, uncertainties, creativity. This is the definition that I like the best. Scenario analysis, which is a different way of saying scenario planning, is a means of characterizing the future and its uncertainties through structured but imaginative thinking as a process that pushes us beyond the axioms and norms that are the constraints of conventional wisdom. So going back to Denise's boxes, this is a way to get ourselves to push outside whatever box we might happen to be in, whatever moment we happen to be in. So what's a scenario? It's a narrative. It is a plausible narrative that depicts an alternative pathway to the future. And what's emphasized in the literature is that scenarios are not predictions and they're not projections. They're not saying this is what is going to happen. That's not the goal of scenario planning. It is to consider, given the really key uncertainties that are driving your system, what could happen? What are the possibilities for the future? And given those possibilities, what do we as decision makers or as interest groups or as scientists need to do now? This is a diagram that was put together to show the cases in which, so moving from left to right, scenario planning is less to more useful. So generally, if you have a system where there aren't a lot of uncertainties, not a lot of complexity, you're looking at a short time frame, you know what you don't know, you have a lot of confidence in the tools that you're using, and there's a lot of social consensus, if such conditions exist in the environmental decision-making domain. I don't know if they do, but if you had such a system, scenario planning is probably not a very good tool for you. But if you have these complex, wicked problems that you're facing and a lot of uncertainty and a lot of conflicting social values, it can be a really useful tool. So a few reasons why people might use scenario planning. The most basic is just to kind of understand. You have this system and you want to know, like, we have a lot of uncertainties that characterize the system. What could happen in the future? And then you use that to do outreach with your stakeholders and kind of social learning and consensus building. A lot of times scenarios are used for scientific research. So you're actually using modeling or mapping, and then you're assessing variables of interest, things like biodiversity, habitat, or ecosystem services. And then in some case, scenarios are actually used for decision support and strategic planning. And so that's more the capacity in which I want to bring it to you today, but certainly keep the other objectives in mind. And I would also, just echoing from what we saw in the first session, I am not necessarily, or I am not suggesting that scenario planning is an activity that you as a board yourself should undertake to just like do on your own. I understand that time and resources are limited, but as part of kind of a larger strategic process for the agency, or possibly as led by researchers or other stakeholder groups, NGOs, it might be a useful tool to support you in the decisions that you're making. So something to think about. Process. Again, people love to lay out different frameworks for scenario planning. There are probably at least 100 that have been written about, but they all have basically the same steps and a few different phases. You start with a preparatory phase where you're just scoping out what is the system, what is the scale of interest to us, what are the questions and the goals of our process. Once you have all that laid out, you actually build your scenarios. You write stories. In simplest form, you are writing stories about what might happen in the future. And then you use them for something, whether that be to evaluate trade-offs or to support decisions that you're making. And so this is just sort of a more specified version of that same flow. Identify a focal question, key drivers. We're going to talk about that more specifically because that's a really important part of the process. Determine the scenario logic. I'll also explain that a bit later, but basically what is the structure of the scenarios? How are you going to choose what stories to tell? Describe scenario assumptions. Sometimes this is terminology that people use. They say assumption, what they mean is a story. They're saying the assumptions about what is going to happen in the future. And then you assess the outcomes. Okay, so I'm going to walk through these basic steps and just kind of show you some of the ways that people have done these things. So the preparatory phase, these are some of the points that you would want to cover. What are our objectives? What do we hope to accomplish by doing the scenario planning exercise? What's our scope? And that's both kind of your geographic scale as well as your temporal scale, and then also who's part of this process. Who's the audience once you've developed your storylines? Are they going to go out to the public, or is it more of an internal process? How are you going to approach the exercise? Is this more of a scientific, like very quantitative modeling approach, or are you going to stick to more narrative storylines? Who will participate? I'll circle back to that one in a second because that's a big question. The time span, usually when I see in scenario planning, it's going to be somewhere around the lines of like 50 to 100 years into the future. That short time frame, not the most useful application. You really want to look far out into the long term. How long will the process take? That's very, nitty gritty logistical question, but an important one. And I've seen this go from, 4 hours and a half-day workshop session to a 2-year process, or even longer than that. So it can be very resource and time intensive. And then what are your final products? Do you want to end up with models and maps? Do you want to end up with pictures? Do you want to end up with just stories? You know, it can take any number of forms. And so I like this table, which has a lot of information, but this is meant to show you just kind of the range of ways, the extremes of ways that people might go about a variety of factors in scenario planning. So for example, your purpose might range from that kind of purely exploratory, we want to understand where we might be going, to having very specific decision objectives. The inclusion of norms. Sometimes scenarios are meant to depict what a desirable future would be. So you would want to build out to a future that you want to see. And so in that sense, the values are made, or in that sort of process, the values are made pretty explicit, versus just a purely descriptive scenario planning exercise where you're saying not what we want to happen, but just what could happen. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I will talk quickly about this one, the focal scales, or these two, focal scales and links between scales. There are, at this point, several global scale scenario processes that have been undertaken. For example, the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment did a scenario planning process. IPCC has done emission scenarios. And so a lot of times people are taking those and they're doing what's called downscaling. They're starting with the global scenarios and then asking, okay, given these different possible futures at the global scale, what does this mean for our system? And you can do that in a way that's what's called tightly coupled, where you're looking to make sure that all the various features of the scenarios, they line up. There's consistency between scales. Or you can do it in a more loosely linked version where you just kind of start with the global scenario as a starting point, but then you kind of build out your own story. You don't worry too much about matching them closely together. Just looking down the column, are there any that you want me to explain before I move on from this table? Good sense. You have this obviously on your handout, so you can consider it. Okay. I wanted to come back to this question of who will participate, because a lot of times scenario planning is being used, particularly in the environmental domain at this point, in a participatory capacity. You are bringing in stakeholders. This can be, you know, certainly researchers or people from the educational institutions, but also NGO groups, industry groups, just student groups, anybody who has an interest in the system. And this gets back at what Denise was talking about yesterday about that, you know, the co-production of knowledge and the transdisciplinary approaches. This is a way of getting outside the agency to really engage with the people who are affected by the decisions that you're making. So a lot of benefits. You're going to get a lot more legitimacy. You can build capacity in your system. There's a sense of ownership, shared ownership, when all the stakeholders are involved in this process, and it enhances the equity of your decisions, or as well as the transparency, I would say. It's an opportunity to exchange ideas and to engage in social learning. You learn what's on people's minds and what they're worried about and what they want to see in the future. Drawbacks, definitely more time and resource intensive to engage with people. You know, a small group of researchers can do a scenario planning exercise on their own, and that's a matter of them and their computers, versus when you actually have to go out, find people, organize them, get them together. Those are usually the processes that are more like the 18 months, 2 years, longer time frames. Some people have also pointed out that there can be a trade-off with scientific credibility. So when a group of researchers, for example, when they're building scenarios, they're using their scientific opinion, their expertise, to understand what are the drivers in the systems and what are the likely trajectories based on those drivers. Versus when you have stakeholders, many of whom are not scientists, they have other different ways of knowing. What you're going to get is a reflection of the way that they see the world, of their perceptions of drivers and effects. And so there is a trade-off there, but different uses, and it really depends on what your objectives are. On the left here, your left, yeah, on the left, there are different ways that stakeholders can be involved, and it ranges from pretty low intensity, low engagement to very high engagement, but a few different stages. So participants can be, or you can have stakeholders involved in actually writing the narratives. So you can all be like at the table writing the narratives together. Or scenarios can be developed by policymakers or researchers, somebody else, and then you just take them to stakeholders and have them evaluate them and think about what they mean for the future. And then you can also engage stakeholders in decision support around the scenarios that you have built. So just a few examples. This is one project that was done in Australia. And this was what I would consider to be very low public engagement. So the orange boxes here represent a research team. They're academics. And so they did all the lifting, basically. They started by building scenarios, and then they took them to, it was effectively an advisory group, a small group of stakeholders, and asked for their input. And then they refined the scenarios, same thing, refined the scenarios, and then took it back to the stakeholders. But you can see they were really doing all of the work here. This is kind of a moderate level of engagement. This was a project that was done in South Africa. And so also led by a research team. And they started by interviewing stakeholders, various stakeholders in the region, and to identify drivers in the system. And they took that into a workshop session where they honed and selected the drivers they were going to consider. And they built out sort of sketches of scenario in the workshop with the participants. But then the researchers went and they actually did the work of building the scenarios on their own, and then again took it back to the participants. So sort of moderate engagement, and then very high engagement. So this was a project, the New England Landscape Futures Project, and they had people involved from the very beginning, from that preparatory stage of even setting out how are we going to go about this, right to the very end where they were turning storylines into quantitative models. So very high engagement. And they were the ones, one of the groups of people who really emphasize how time and resource intensive this is, but also really valuable for kind of trust building and relationship building in the system. Okay, so spiraling back, remember we're talking about the process. Formulating your focal questions, again, driven by your objectives, but usually the questions are written at a really kind of broad level. So these are a couple of examples. This was the New England project. They asked, how might the landscape change in 50 years? What are the consequences for people and nature? And what actions could help support the important resources in the face of those changes? Broad questions. Minnesota 2050, how are we interacting with the landscape and natural resource in 2050? And how is the environment affecting our quality of life? So usually or often questions are pertaining to change in light of things like climate change. They're considering changes in ecosystem services, how land use and land covers might shift in the future, and then also effects for water and energy. Okay, so let's say we're walking through our process. We've identified what our question is. The next big part of this process is to identify what are the drivers in your system. And this is, again, there are many ways to identify drivers, but a couple of organizing frameworks that I've seen several people use. One of them is this STEEP. So you think about just categories of different types of drivers: social, technological, economic, environmental, and political. And within each of those large categories, you think, in my system, what are the technological drivers? What are the political drivers? INSPECT is very similar. They think about natural, social, political, economic, cultural, and technological drivers. The I stands for interpret or interpretive, to remind you that the drivers you select are always, to some extent, a reflection of your perspective, your worldview, and your values. So there's a little reminder and one of those red flags that you can put up in your head about where are the values coming into this process. You can identify drivers in an expert-driven process. Again, a lot of times this is scientist-driven, and so the scientists know their system. Maybe you have a conceptual model of your system and you know what the key drivers are. Or you can base it on participatory input based on what stakeholders think are the key drivers. You'll end up with different outcomes. Either way, usually when you're doing scenario planning, you want drivers that have both a high impact, potentially, as well as really high uncertainty. The goal of scenario planning is to really tackle this question of key uncertainties in your system and to project forward into the future. Given those uncertainties, what might we see? And therefore, what should we do now? So some people, taking this impact uncertainty idea, some people kind of organize this information in a kind of systematic way. So here we have uncertainty and impact, and so we would be going for the drivers. All the boxes are drivers. We would be looking for drivers that are in that upper right-hand side. And so in that project, they identified all these drivers and then decided to consider the ones that they highlighted in blue for their scenario planning. This is just kind of a schematic that talks about the different characteristics of drivers that would vary in, again, we have uncertainty and impact. So for example, a driver that has low uncertainty and not a very high impact or an indirect impact, you would say it's a context shaper. It's just kind of something that's there, it's a background noise, but it's not really gonna do anything crazy. Versus something that's really highly uncertain, but still a pretty low impact, they call that a potential joker. So it's like a wild card effect. It might show up, but it might not, but it's not really gonna strongly affect your system. Up here, this is again that quadrant that usually people are working with them for scenarios, those T uncertainties. And then they call these low uncertainty and direct impact, those are significant trends. So again, kind of those steady rhythms that affect the system but don't really do anything nuts to it. This is another way of thinking about high impact and high uncertainty drivers. So what we have here are the T's or drivers. I believe they were using the word trend. And so they've identified 10 drivers, which they have put along the top column and the left-hand row. And then they're populating these cells with a number that represents the relative strength of relationship between drivers. And so 3 means that one driver strongly affects the other one, or they both strongly affect one another, versus 0 would suggest that there's not really any relationship between them. And so by doing this, you would say, for example, trend 4 and trend 1, or driver 1 and driver 4 and driver 1, have a really strong relationship on one another, versus trend 4 and trend 5 are not very strongly related, because this is 0. And then at the end, you sum up all of the numbers in that final column, and so you can assess which of these drivers have really strong feedbacks with one another, because those are potentially going to be highly uncertain and highly impactful in the system. This is called a drivers and impacts table. Again, just another way of organizing information. They have their drivers listed here, the possible, what they believe to be, could be a trend. They have more specific projections and their confidence. So this is more of a scientific exercise rather than the more participatory narrative exercise. I don't read this table, this is huge. But what I wanted to show you here is that this is an example where they're actually using policy as a driver. So this was a scenario planning exercise that was actually done in Tillamook County, and they were looking at sea level rise and coastal erosion and flooding. And so they wanted to consider what would be the plausible effects of different policies that we put in place. And so they have kind of different policy-based scenarios and then list out what would the actual policies be. I'm going really fast, but please do stop me if you have questions or comments at any point. Okay, so let's say that those are all just options for identifying drivers. You can also just identify drivers by having a conversation. That happens too. So let's say we've gone through this process, we have our question, we know what the system is, we've identified our drivers. Now we need to select a scenario logic. So scenario logic provides order to a range of potentially divergent issues and allows comparison across different narratives. So it's kind of like an organizing framework for how we're going to build out scenarios. And what the goal is to create divergent scenarios. You want to project out to very different plausible futures so you can really see the range of variability given the uncertainties that you're facing. This is probably the most common one that I have seen used. This is called a 2x2 matrix. And the idea here is that, so you've identified, let's say you have identified 20 different drivers. You choose the 2 that are the most uncertain and also the highest impact, and you put each one on an axis with the extreme range of variability. So this is from that New England project, but an example would be, let's say you put climate change on the horizontal axis. It would be from like climate change is relatively minimal in this system to really strong impacts of climate change. And then maybe on your vertical axis, you have social values. Say social values shift from more of a conservation orientation down here to more of like a economic market-driven orientation. And so then you would have these 4 quadrants and you build out the scenarios within those quadrants. So for example, given a scenario in which you have relatively minor climate change impacts and social values shifting toward conservation, what would that system do? Does that make sense? So and then here they were doing 6 different states in New England, so they had a different matrix for each one. Here's another way of approaching scenario logics. So here they have, this is just our same impact uncertainty matrix. And so they chose, the C's here are the drivers. They chose these sets of drivers to be the ones that they wanted to consider. And they put each of those in its own column, right? Those are our drivers at the top. And then for each of these rows, they showed a range of variability in what those drivers might do. So for example, economic growth, one scenario might be, or one case might be that there's economic growth in the country versus no economic growth. And so they do that for each of the drivers, and then they actually map out to show different trajectories. And the goal here, again, is to create variability. You just want to make sure that your scenarios aren't all going to be redundant with one another, that they're capturing a different, highly variable range of plausible future conditions. That's called morphological analysis. I think this is my last example of drivers. We're almost there. So this was a participatory process. This one was also in Tanzania. And so here they were working with a group of stakeholders from the local community, and they brainstormed what they thought were the key drivers, and they came up with all of these. And then they did kind of a ranking exercise of which ones they thought were most likely to change and in what direction. Based on that, they selected 5 drivers that they wanted to consider in their scenarios, and then they tabulated those and just laid out, okay, we're gonna build 4 scenarios, but and then for each, we're gonna consider different trends for those drivers. So again, just looking for variability. Oh, my last scenario, I already talked about this one a bit, this downscaling. Sometimes they call scenarios that are already created off-the-shelf scenario processes. So you take something that has been done before, and then you're just adapting it to your own system. So this was the Millennium Ecosystem Assessments process, and then IPCC. And I've seen quite a few exercises that use these as a starting point. So once you have your scenario logic, you know how you're going to go about the process, then it's you write the scenarios. And that is like, it is as simple and as complex as that. You sit down and you write a narrative. And you want to write a narrative that captures the variables that are of interest to you and that tells a story that is relevant to whoever is part of this process and whoever your intended audience is. So that's one of those key places where the values have a way of sneaking in. And what are you telling in your narrative? But also, what are you not telling? And are you telling everything that needs to be told? So, once you have written your narratives, usually you want to go through and evaluate them for basic criteria. I'm not going to dwell on this, but one of the key ones that people point out is consistency. So for example, you wouldn't want to write a narrative that says that drought in forests is going to increase, but wildfire risk is going to decrease. Right? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. You want to make sure that they're consistent because that's part of the relevance and the legitimacy of the narratives that you come up with. Okay, so you have your scenarios, you've kind of checked them, they're good. Now you want to use them. And one of the ways that these are used is to actually evaluate what could happen in your system for certain key variables or values or interests, and what are the trade-offs that would be made. And so a lot of times people assess ecosystem services as one that happened a lot in the wake of the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, but also biodiversity and biodiversity habitat, effects on water, socioeconomic effects. You could think about what would happen to timber production. You could think about the vulnerability, or the resilience of the system. Really, this is another one of those key places where the values matter. You think about what is important to us, what do we want to assess for the future. So again, just showing you some of the ways people go about this. This was an exercise for ecosystem services. And so they have their 3 scenarios, and then with stakeholders, they identified these were the services that were of interest to them. And they were examining changes across 3 different sectors because they recognized that the effects would not be the same for every different sector. So they looked at subsistence and commercial agriculture as well as nature reserves. And they just showed, you know, plus would be very good, like increase in that service, versus minus would be a strong decrease in that service. This was an exercise in the Mediterranean, and they use what they call the factor actor sector network framework to organize their evaluation. So they consider how under each of these columns is one of their scenarios. And they considered what would happen for their factors, basically variables of interest, values, to certain key actors in the system, what would happen to them, and then certain sectors of society. So both of those were relatively kind of still qualitative assessments that'd be pretty easy to do with participants, but you can also do this semi-quantitatively or very quantitatively. So this is an example. These are both ecosystem services assessments. And so they kind of, you can see they visualized by ranking. So out here you would have like this, the outer ring would be strong positive effect, mild positive effect, and then you would have no effect, slight negative effect, and then that inner ring would be strong negative effect. And so they're showing how different ecosystem services would be affected under each of the scenarios. And then you can get kind of a visual assessment of what the trade-offs would be. And same basic idea over here. You can map. I've seen a lot of scenario planning-based mapping exercises where you take the scenarios and then you actually turn them into visuals of how the landscape would change. So this one was actually in Yamhill and Tualatin counties here in Oregon, and they were looking at land use change in the future under different scenarios. And then you can also turn it into kind of a model-based quantitative exercise. This was an example of one of those downscaled IPCC emissions scenarios. So each of these bars represents one of the IPCC emissions scenarios. Each of the boxes represents a different land use, and then they were looking at how under those scenarios, I think it was 15 different ecoregions in the United States would respond in terms of land use and land cover change. So that was a downscale exercise. So overall, this question of quantifying, to me, this is it's a useful exercise, particularly if you want to have something concrete to consider about how your system is changing in the future. But it takes more work. It's that trade-off between, you know, if you want to get a more sophisticated output, you have to put in more time and resources. And particularly when you're working with stakeholders, when you're in this participatory setting, it can be really challenging to take what starts as a narrative, a story that people have told, and to turn that into numbers. And so kind of the overarching framework that a lot of people use is this story and simulation approach. So you start with the narratives, then by some process you translate those narratives into a quantitative model, and then often that is used to then go back and possibly refine what the scenarios were in the first place. And there are a lot of ways, that translation steps, there are a lot of ways of doing that. So here's an example of fuzzy cognitive maps. This is used a lot. And so what we have here are just, these are the drivers that were identified. This was a participatory process. And so you actually ask your stakeholders to identify what is the relationship between these drivers and the system, and they're just giving their estimates. So again, this is a measure of the perception of the people who are doing this exercise, and they would say, is there a positive or negative relationship? And then roughly, relatively, what is the strength between these two variables? And then researchers come in and take that and turn it into a model or a map or whatever they want to do with it. This was that New England project. Again, they used a little worksheet activity where they had people look at different land cover transitions and give just like semi-quantitative estimates of what that change actually involved. And then the research team took that and turned it into maps for the different states. And then this was another example. This one was also from Tanzania. And so they had these various narrative elements from the storylines, again, in a participatory process. And they started with just the qualitative stories, and then they asked people to give a rough number of what that story actually means in terms of land cover, and then given the future, what would be the change. So again, a measure of people's perceptions, but it's a way of turning a participatory process with non-scientists into something more quantitative. Then they took that and turned it into a mapping exercise and eventually a model exercise to assess changes in carbon storage on the landscape. Okay, we're almost there, I promise. Another way that scenarios can be used is to inform management or decision making. So what I've seen people doing is ask, in light of this plausible range of future conditions, which they're not just pulled out of the air, they're based on what we consider to be high impact, but also on certain drivers. Given that range, how appropriate is what we're doing right now, our current strategies or proposed strategies or objectives. And you can think about robust actions or robust decisions that you make right now being the ones that will be beneficial across a range of plausible futures, across a range of uncertainties. And then the other big decision-making support of scenario planning is identifying the key unknowns that you can do something about. So for example, if you have a projection into the future of a plausible future, you would say, what are the key indicators that would tell us that we're going towards scenario A rather than scenario C? What are the key indicators, and then you consider those to be kind of future decision points. You can also establish monitoring protocols if there's types of data that you know you need to assess which future you might be headed toward, and then also highlighting research gaps. Then the last kind of application is this communication and outreach part, which this is all kind of obvious stuff. You can build social awareness and understanding about the system and also your role as a decision maker. You can identify across this range of plausible future what are the desirable elements and what are the undesirable elements, and what can we do now to either get there or avoid going there. And then you can also, again, engage the stakeholders, take the scenarios, ask them for feedback, and revise according to their feedback. One of the things I think is really cool about scenario planning is that in many cases, it's turned into this very kind of artistic and creative exercise. People will actually visualize what the scenarios will look like, recognizing that that's often a more effective way of communicating than with models, numbers, even maps. And so this was one of the Tanzania scenarios that they created these artistic representation of their 4 scenarios. Another example, this one was in Spain, Spanish wetland, and then they actually mapped it onto a visual showing changes in ecosystem services. This one is from Denmark, and they took aerial photos and then actually photoshopped them to represent the different scenarios. So a really strong sense of realism with these, which I thought was cool and different. Okay, we're going to move into exercise, but the one point that I really like this quote, and I think it's appropriate to what we're doing today: when processes are less well understood, as is the case for social processes and policy implications, interpretation and judgment become increasingly important. Here, set paradigms and ideologies have an influence, and personal values and beliefs that affect scenario outcomes should be made explicit, especially where scenario storylines are used to inform policy. So again, going back to Denise's boxes, all of those kind of worldviews, perspective, values that we're bringing to the table, being aware of what they are and where they're coming into these processes is really important, particularly if you're doing this in a way that is being communicated out to your various stakeholders and partners. That was a very quick crash course. Are there any questions about scenario planning as a process? I can answer for you. Okay. So what I want to do now, we're at about 3 o'clock. I had 2 exercises laid out for you. And the first one, and we'll see how this goes and then maybe gauge time on the second one. The first one, I want you to actually try a mini scenario planning exercise. We don't expect you to actually, certainly get to the aerial photos and the photoshopping stage, but if we can make some headway through the process, I think just to get a feel for what this entails and how it might be useful to you would be the goal for this session. So what I want us to do is start by posing a question. What might be a question that would be useful for the Board of Forestry in Oregon, and at what scale, at what scope? Then I want us to identify drivers. We'll use that STEEP framework to identify a large set of key drivers, and then we'll narrow it down to a couple that are both high impact and high uncertainty. And then we will lay out our 2x2 matrix. And if we can, I would like to get at least bullet points for a scenario in 2 of the quadrants. So I think I was planning on doing through here as a large group, and then maybe breaking you down into small groups for the actual scenario part. So I'm going to more or less stop talking. I'd like you to do more of the talking at this point and think about what kind of question might you address with a scenario planning project.
Christina,
climate.
For what the request was, so.
If you were to go through or commission a scenario planning project to support you as a board, as decision makers, what would be a focal question that would be useful to you?
So I would think it would be very useful as it relates to fire management, fire risk. So what is the risk of uncontrolled fire exceeding our capacity to suppress unprecedented within our obligation on private forest lands under the various ICC features. And we can also look at changes in forest cover, as it relates to forest management. But I think some of the climate change stuff
Brenda, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think those are all good suggestions, Cindy. Another one that might be more pertinent to what we're facing right now is how well does the current state forest management plan and the proposed revised plan provide conservation, economic, and social benefits?
So you would use policies as drivers. You would consider policies as drivers in that exercise? Or is it just projecting out, given the policies that we have right now, what would happen in the future?
So it's implementation of two alternative plans.
Oh, I see. Okay. And you said on wildlife and?
On conservation, economic.
Can I ask a question about just kind of how they can scope this, how they can maybe scope the scenario planning? Because you kind of touched on the audience and who would participate.
Yeah.
So let's maybe set that context and see what kind of questions. So let's say if you decide you want to engage a broad network of stakeholders in a scenario planning exercise, what kind of question would you ask? Or let's say you're going to ask the agency to do a scenario planning exercise around something that will help inform your decision. So those are two very different contexts within which you might use this.
And let's also think of, for right now, our goal is to get a feel for scenario planning.
Yeah.
So think about something that's maybe manageable within the time that I think that you're right, like you're thinking in good directions in the real world. But for the space that we have, the time that we have right now, what might be something that we could just play with? It's not going to be a full-fledged project, but a little bit more contained. A little bit. That is a question.
How good of an outcome do you want, Mike?
I mean, you could limit it to, you could think about one watershed, for example, or you could think about one state forest, or you could limit it to private lands. You could, I was thinking, what did I write up there? Plausible futures for Oregon. I kind of left it at that general level. What can we expect for state forests in the future? And what does that mean for humans and wildlife? Something along those lines.
Just a question, just so I'm understanding your definition. When you say state forest, are you talking about all the forests in the state of Oregon or the publicly owned?
I meant like state, like capital S state,
Okay.
publicly owned. But it's, I mean, it's up to you. I was just
that's
throwing that out there.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's within your kind of decision purview. Yeah.
The Board of Forestry lands.
And I think, you know, from what I've been hearing from you, I think, and based on our presentations for this morning, we could certainly use fire as a key driver. We could think about changes in fire from like, you know, totally catastrophic to not all that bad over a 80-year time horizon, something like that, if you wanted to go back to the fire idea. Yeah, well. Okay, so is that good for like a general question? What can we expect for state forests? What time horizon do we want to do? 50 years? Good. So by, what year are we right now? So by 2060, 2070, sure. So Oregon State Forests 2070 and human and wildlife communities. Okay. So given this scope, Oregon State Forests 2070, and we're thinking about humans and wildlife, what are some of the key drivers in our system?
I would say, can we get an HCP, endangered species?
What's that?
Endangered species.
Endangered species. So is that like in terms of policy or in terms of like presence of endangered species?
Well, maybe that's not very uncertain, or maybe it is uncertain. Yeah.
Let's back up for a second, because I'm not even doing what I said I was going to do. Let's use this framework. Let's use our STEEP framework. So let's start with social drivers. Thinking about Oregon State Forests, what are the social factors, if any, that you would say drive the way those forests might operate into the future? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. There's social values, anything that you can think of in the value domain. Sometimes what you see is people thinking about like polarization. Are we going to become more polarized as a state constituency, or are we going to kind of move more in the direction of consensus?
No, I think that, go ahead. Oh, I think that's an interesting, yeah, or the direction of whether we get closer to consensus or further polarized among stakeholders.
So I don't know if these fall in the social values bucket, but drinking water supplies and use of chemicals for vegetation management.
Yeah, I think that's probably social / technological / environmental, but we can put in the social. Yeah, it affects social license. Okay, let's move on to technologies. You know, that's kind of getting into the chemical use. Are there other technological drivers that are affecting Oregon State Forests? And we can always say, no, this isn't really that relative. That is relevant.
Innovations in wood products, innovations in
yeah.
logging and milling technology.
Forest inventory tracking, growth modeling, forest inventory, forest growth modeling.
So restoration techniques or strategies. Yeah.
Or Swiss needle cast.
Climate change specific precipitation.
Okay, I would probably put that in the environmental bin. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do CC precipitation. What's that? Temperature. Other environmental drivers. This one should be a big bin.
Climate change.
Just generally climate change.
Species migration.
Somebody else said something that I missed.
Shooting the barred owls.
I would put that in the political, the policy bin, I think, but let's put it there too. Fire? Fire? I mean, I know that that's related to climate change, but you want to put it up there? Anything related to water?
Okay, let's come back and debrief from the small groups.
They're having fun. I'm glad this is enjoyable. All right, how did we do? I would love to hear the stories that you told or however far you got. Okay, thank you for, yeah. Yeah. So, we'll start on your side because you all seem to be having such a good time.
Salmon have largely gone extinct. They are replaced by hatchery fish in reservoirs created for flow management for drinking water. We have wind turbines on the ridges, and we were just getting to how are we going to power our logging equipment, and we were like biodiesel or batteries is where we were going, and that's as far as we got with our scenario. That was high emissions, you know.
And high social license.
But you all had started by doing some more kind of specific assessments of changes. So I would say you flipped the process. You looked at your variance before you told the story. So do you want to share some of like the more concrete outcomes that you were discussing?
Yeah, sure. We were thinking there would be the kind of outcomes on the high emission side would be more listed species, more fire, climate migrants, so more people.
Species migration.
Yeah, species. Well, species shift.
Right.
We
A lot of fire migrants from California and Arizona and Mexico.
And then bigger spring flows and droughtier summers. And then for the social license, the discussion went in the direction that we could only get that. We kind of assumed our current understanding of the public opinion would shape that social license. So there'd be less clear cutting, there'd be active management still, less and careful use of herbicides, trying to achieve balance between an ecological, economic, and social. Stable timber production would be a result from a greater social license. That's kind of where that's what we thought of first before we wrote the scenario. Actually inspired by even a more depressing scenario.
Yeah, I gave them a story where 80% of the forest had converted to shrublands and the human population was incarcerated because they started eating one another through agricultural production. And so wildlife was taking over, but weedy species were taking over the landscape, something along those lines. So very extreme example of a scenario. Somebody want to step up and little.
Yeah, the depressing part is when you look at what we were trying to really
even if the climate change Oregon and different areas. Envision 50 years going by. When you, the more I keep thinking about fire migrants and demographic transitions, I think about the likelihood that homelessness will increase, and then the likelihood in many Western states that some percentage of those people find a home on public land, and not true home. I mean, they set up their camps, and that creates a whole bunch of issues in terms of water quality and unplanned ignitions and on and on and on. There you got poaching, the really positive timber things go well. Timber and wildlife poaching.
That there's Neil's world and there's my world. I'm with you, Jim.
All right, well, on that high note, should we just adjourn? No, we do want to actually debrief the experience of doing scenario planning now. And if you could re-mic yourselves, I think everybody's working without a mic right now. But just for the benefit of those that want to listen in on this conversation. So you did the scenario planning, and the question is just the experience of doing that. How was that for you? Just even kind of dipping into it a little bit, just as an experience.
Well, and we had a little bit of a discussion about not lengthy off to the side on that, on the usefulness, for example, around state forests. Although I think it's fair to say we think 50 years is further out than it's hard to get your arms around that. But like 25 with maybe then a second chapter about that. It would be a helpful way of thinking about things that we're doing now, kind of heading toward that, than it is when we're really trying to think about, 2070. Understanding that you want something long-term, but in terms of things that we're doing and engaged in, there might be a greater connection to a somewhat shorter period of time. The other area we talked about in that same way is fire.
We did say that on the positive side that we figured that probably the state forest, that section of Oregon, would be the least affected by fire in the state. And we did figure that the state forest could really reorient themselves around salvage logging.
Well, so it's an interesting question is, when you think about those scenarios and, climate level or IPC, the highest level, you're just throwing up your arms in some ways. You puts you in that fatalist box. And I think part of it is what's the right steps now to get in the correct direction, you know, so that if we are at even level 1, you know, should we be thinking about experimenting with management to think about the increase in drought, and should we be carrying lower densities? I think, Brenda, didn't you say something about doing timber management on shorter road?
Well, yeah, so my point is that there were two ways of getting social license. One is for two polarized groups to compromise with one another. The other is to have one group, right? So they're not competing with, but there's no tug. So if the reason that you have social license is that everybody comes around to the fact that it's okay to manage the forest however you want to manage them to meet society's needs, then and timber is the primary goal, then short rotation, spray herbicides, grow timber to market, export if that's, I mean, I know you can't do that, but in the future, why not? I mean, so think about those sorts of things that, that are giving you the social license. Because what gives us the social license now based upon the DHM survey are all the things that Peter and Mills mentioned a minute ago. But if we do that social survey 20 years from now, with all the new people coming into the state, with all the pressures on the state, what gets us a social license 20 years from now may not be the same thing as what gets us a social license now. And relative to, I just want to digress for a second, but relative to Tom's point, 50 years isn't very long if you're a tree.
No, it's not.
So I think one thing to think about is looking out 100 years, 150 years, recognizing that the farther away from the present you look, the more uncertain you are about the future. So it's a way, what I use as an analogy when in my classes around these efforts is having one of these scenarios is like walking down an alley with a flashlight versus walking down a dark alley without a flashlight. Because if you can't kind of see where you're going, you're probably going to bump into a wall at some point and it's not going to feel very good.
So let me just tease that out for 1 second. And then, yes, of course, everybody weigh in. But are you suggesting, Brenda, that the use of this tool, the thing you just did, scenario planning, that would be a useful tool for building social license or for engaging? Say more about the use of the tool.
So these tools, well, the outcome of these scenarios are a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
So the one side of the sword is you have a vision for the future under different alternative policies and different climate change scenarios, a variety of other things. So you can see where you might be going based upon some of those assumptions. And the most powerful tool that I've seen it used is in the form of a series of maps over time that kind of demonstrate a change over time. Mm-hmm. The downside of that is everybody who looks at those maps goes to their property and says, well, that's wrong, because all models are wrong and some are useful. Mm-hmm. So it's a powerful tool to help people understand what the future could look like under certain assumptions. But maintaining credibility in that process is incredibly difficult given the fact that everybody's going to be looking for the errors.
Yeah, and is the credibility built in some way by who participates in the actual exercise, or are you suggesting that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm pulling that out, and I just want to double check that that's kind of what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think stakeholder participation early on in the process helps build support and understanding of the outputs. On the other hand, it really slows down the process a lot.
That's the trade-off there.
And we talked earlier about, so for instance, if we asked, is Peter still there? So he's still sitting. So hopefully he's still sitting after this. If we asked ODF staff to develop a scenario for us to help us make a better decision about whether to accept a revised forest management plan or the current plan, we'd probably be waiting quite a long while, but I think that you probably want a decision before 2 or 3 years from now, right? So it's that kind of trade-off so would a scenario be useful? Yes. The other thing about scenario planning is that we go ahead and develop a scenario now, and then we come back 5 years from now and we do it again, and then again, and then again. So in that context, that might be a helpful exercise for state forest management.
Right.
But in terms of making a decision in 6 months on which policy, which management plan to accept,
Yeah.
we don't have time.
So this is a longer range planning exercise. Joe?
Getting back to your original question about scenario planning, what was interesting to me is the unique ideas and the surprising ideas that come up in that process. And that's what it's always curious to me, the different things that kind of rise to the surface. And even Nils came, well, what about homelessness? When you start to think outside the box like that, and you begin to kind of expand your mind, you think about this a little bit differently. I think that's very useful in coming up with ideas.
Great. So in what context might you use scenario planning? Like real life for you as a board, topically or space-wise, who and how would you maybe use something like this?
I mean, in general terms, I agree very much with what Brenda said, which was, if we begin to be thinking about a forward process of planning that has some period of scenario planning built into it, so that the current context, but also the current social values influence the design of the scenarios, and that helps inform possibilities, different trajectories. I think it has value. I mean, I've been involved in several of them in Eastern Oregon and in Southern Africa. And when you do have complex problems with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of diverse values to sort of work through this together, can be a constructive mechanism to try to move from the tug of war to some compromise solution. But I also agree with Brenda, you can't just like jam it into a process in midstream, right?
Yeah.
That it needs to be built into the process moving forward. Yeah.
So that's interesting, because didn't we have stakeholders they were actually charged to come up with one alternative, right?
Yeah, I know, but we might not, just charging them doesn't necessarily do the process design that empowers an effective outcome.
So yeah, that may have been if we had used scenario planning back then.
Right. Because I've always wondered that, and it came up not too long ago in, I forget which decision, where that people were suggesting there should be a collaborative. It was about the siskiyou riparian rule, the collaborative process moving forward, right? How might that be? How might you set that table and design that process effectively that moves beyond the trench warfare to sort of thinking about this, that creates some longer term durable outcomes that are acceptable to all these different groups?
I tend to think when you look at a 50-year horizon, all of a sudden you do realize, you look at the world of politics or social movements and all of that, and then you throw what we're facing in terms of climate change going forward. We don't know exactly where we're going, but I don't think we're going to be fighting the same fights with the same kind of, or anything close in terms of where the power structure is and all 50 years from now. It just.
So I think that gets to Brenda's point.
Exactly.
You do it once, right? You do it repeatedly, whether it's 5 years or whatever the right period is, keep revisiting it, because lots of things will change.
Yeah, I think just to follow up on that, I think there is this kind of periodicity to it. You know, it depends upon what aspects of the scenario that you need to revisit every 5 years. Is it a tree growth rate? Well, it could be under climate change, but maybe that's not as pressing as some of the other factors such as stream warming, right? So there are some various factors of that scenario that may need to be revisited more frequently than other factors. The other thing to think about are threshold events. So what it could be a climatic threshold event that causes us to say, oh my gosh, we need to do something. We need to rethink this whole thing, right? Or it could be a political threshold event. So how did our country function around many things prior to 9/11 versus after 9/11? And that was a threshold event. That was a political event that would cause us to rethink how we're going to go in the future for a variety of different things. It could be, you know, an outcome of the next election, for instance. So those are the things that come to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now, you know, we are usually torn between conservation, species preservation issues, and timber interests and rural economic health. And it seems fairly obvious to me if the trends we think are going to happen with population and all that there will be this increasing amount of pressure to provide to not endanger those communities first in terms of smoke and health and impact and other parts of the economy, as well as obviously additional pressure for recreation and all of that, and that looks relatively inevitable. And this board is supposed to represent for all, you know, all Oregonians, for better or worse.
Yeah, I think I agree, Jim. One other thing that just came to my mind is that these scenarios allow us to help understand what a decision made now might do to us in the future in terms of unintended consequences, right? So if we think about the changes that we might make today based upon where we think the future is going to be, and then look out 50 years, is that same decision going to constrain us in the future in ways that we don't want, right? Or could it? We don't know if it will, because it's not a predictive thing, but we can ask the question, could it? And that may change the decision we make today so that we have options in the future.
So reasons to do scenario planning are to potentially engage and create buy-in or social license, come up with creative, unforeseen solutions that you maybe hadn't thought of, shed some light so you have some awareness going forward about planning and kind of informing your planning going forward. And reasons that the drawbacks are it can be very time consuming. And there's a lot of uncertainty when you look at a time scale of 50 years, that can be a negotiation in itself. Just getting those factors into the scenario building is the uncertainty of that time stamp. Any other kind of thoughts about how this particular tool might be used or drawbacks? Mike, you haven't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to you know, thinking back to the board retreat and the desire that I think was expressed for the board members to be able to deliberate and discuss and kind of lay out their values and sort of how they would scenario plan in their own mind about potential positive impacts or negative impacts and unintended consequences from different choices we make. I mean, I think that, you know, even in an abbreviated fashion, you know, that's helpful, right? Like, where are we coming from? Where in our core are, you know, are we afraid or motivated by certain decisions in front of us?
So it can really draw out those values that are helpful in your deliberations. Okay. Do you want to say anything, Mike, about, not to put you on the spot?
I was just sitting here thinking about all the comments from the other board members, and you know, and I agree with what Brenda and Niels and everybody else has said. This project, what it has done, that I noticed, it's dropped the uncertainties and the concerns, important issues, I guess is what I should say, from each board member to allow to sit and talk freely about looking out into the future 50 years, and their own self concerns. You know, it's allowed them to bring them out. I think it's crucial if you go into one of these scenario processes on whatever it is. I think the stakeholders have to be involved from the first step. And somebody brought up the SISQs, and I was thinking, you know, looking back at some of the decisions we've made, and thinking, you know, we as a board, yeah, we represent, you know, all parts of Oregon, but some of the decisions we make, we don't see the faces of the people that those are going to impact, right? So the SISQs, for an example, if you're going to have stakeholders, let's have stakeholders from that part of the state sit in and participate, especially if you're going to do a scenario like this. Now, the other thing that I was thinking, some things you don't want. There was a lot of stuff rattling around in this empty head, but I can't help but not think that technology is going to get us somewhere down the line too. I mean, I know for a fact that there's companies that are investing a lot of money in trees, seedlings, seeds that's fire resistant, disease resistant. So that type of technology, along with some of the other technology that's coming down the pike, is gonna help us breach that gap, fill in some of the problems we have. But I like this. I just don't. I think we have a place for it. You asked the question on some of the issues that I think that it would work on. FMP would be one. You know, we should have started a while back, but well, 5 years ago, I guess. But it would, you know, we discussed it in our group. The fire issues would be another good one. But I think it's critical that stakeholders and the right stakeholders are involved in that process when it started.
And I didn't mention the other piece that came up, which is don't do it right when you got the pressure cooker of needing to make a decision, you know, right now. That's not really the appropriate time to kind of do your scenario planning to inform that decision, but it has to be thought out and intentional and set the course for future decision making that's longer term than, you know, 6 months from now, somebody suggests.
That was kind of the point that I was making with that the Venn diagram slide. You know, these are different decision support processes that we presented you today. Scenario planning is for the long-term, big picture, strategic planning. It's not really we have to make a decision, let's use scenario planning to help us. That's more, you know, something like argument analysis is more suited to that kind of immediate decision context. But this is for thinking about those long time horizons, because like it or not, the future is going to come. 50 years from now is going to happen. And so it is a scale at which decision makers need to be thinking. And so scenario planning gives you a way of thinking on those longer time horizons that might, in the normal course of your policymaking activities, might not really occur to you to incorporate.
So you've kind of expressed interest, and we'll bring this back to you in January, expressed interest in looking at your strategic plan, which is a forestry program for Oregon. And part of that will be engaging the public and stakeholders in a process that provides input. And so, you know, I'm not saying scenario planning should be a tool we use, but it might provide, depending, you know, on that, I think something we could spend some time talking about, whether this might be a useful tool in that context or not. one thing, I go back to the board retreat, and you wanted to be able to deliberate and talk to each other. This has been happening this afternoon in, I think, a pretty positive way. It seems that people aren't thinking about positions at all here among the board. They're thinking about, addressing whatever we were learning or working on and talking about it. And it seemed like there's pretty frank conversations. I know some people say we couldn't do this in front of stakeholders. It's hard to do in a public forum. And I would say, well, we just did it. Then I looked around and there's only one stakeholder left in the room. So there's lots of staff, but I don't know if any of us noticed that until we did, and so maybe it was easier because of that. But I've been really pleased with the engagement. We asked you early on to lean in, and I think you all have leaned in really hard in this process.
And that, I think, is a great segue for our sort of wrap up. We wanted to just kind of do a little kind of inquiry about what were the big takeaways from the day, and how do you translate that into an action next for yourselves and for the board. So if we could do a little bit of that, and then we'll wrap up and get you out of here. It's been a long couple of days for you. Yeah.
I'll start. I think it's exactly what we talked about in the retreat, and this was really, Peter, my expectation, and this has been very, very valuable to me. I mean, part of this is trying to build relationships with board members, how we work together, and I agree. We had great conversations yesterday and today, and I have a better understanding, really, where people are coming from, and we're able to communicate better. So this was a very, very positive experience for me.
And you also feel free to add in kind of particular learnings or insights of any of the material that you've gotten kind of sent your way today and yesterday. Oh, come on.
Well, I'll jump in. I agree with what Joe said. I think that I know there were concerns that were discussed about this meeting when we met in October, and I think I think it's worked out really well. I hope everybody feels that way. A couple things I just wrote down that I guess I really appreciated the presentations yesterday, because what those folks talked about kind of gives us a way to think about what we do and how we do it, even though we're not thinking of it so much in the academic terms. There were really useful ideas there, and I thought the science discussions today were good. And I wrote down from something, context matters was a comment that was made somewhere, which to me is really critical. And sometimes we are into the detail of things so much that you do need to step back and kind of think about what the context for our decision making is. And the other thing was the field, which was not central to any discussion, but came up a few times. And I think we need to think about how we can, I think we've done a meeting somewhere out in the state, like one a year typically. They're hard to do, and it's a real logistical situation. We've often done it when we're going to be somewhere for 2 days. So I had a board meeting one day and then gotten out somewhere. I know like twice in Ashland, but in LeGrand and Bend and Tillamook and elsewhere. And we have people asking us to do that. And I think it's on the one hand, it is more time for board members. We can't really do it when the legislature's in session, so we're limited as to when we should. But I think we'll have more conversations like this when we're out in that setting too. So
I think we need to work at getting those integrated into our calendar.
Takeaways?
I just reiterate what Tom was saying. I think this is, I was thinking back, we've never done this before with the other board members or the new board members. And I think this needs to keep happening. And I hopefully before then, but I would highly recommend doing it. There's going to be a change in the board next year, and I'd highly recommend doing it around that change. I know.
Describe as it.
Pardon me?
How would you describe it? What are we doing that's working for you?
Well, one thing that, when I came on the board, of course, Tom and I were getting our pictures taken together, and that's the first time I'd ever met Tom. And from that point forward, I mean, we kind of built a relationship, but not close because we were always going different directions, right? And when we'd come to the meeting, make decisions, and we're gone. And so I think more communication, more settings like this. I'm not suggesting work groups, but some type of time where you can spend together talking amongst one another.
Just building off that, I mean, I think about that earlier, we had the April and November board meetings that were often 2-day board meetings, but they were in the field someplace. And then all the board members would be in the same hotel, and therefore they'd have dinner and a drink together or whatever. And there was more chance to do this, 2 times a year.
Yep.
And we haven't been doing that as frequently, or at least however that's been designed, we haven't had the same chance to connect in that way. I also think that that's been, like, when I think about the way the board got to know each other and work through some of these things and sort of talk off record, not in front of the fishbowl,
Yeah.
that we were able to do that and just get to know each other better. I thought that was good. In terms of today, and I appreciate, first of all, I appreciate all the work that the ODF staff did. And I really appreciated also kind of the framing that these issues were not just randomly picked, but these were issues that are important to the ODF staff, that they see as consistently being sort of points of tension, which we know, but I mean, they selected these issues kind of like you in the scenario planning, you pick a few things to dive into, and they picked some things I think that are really important. And it would have been, at some time, it'd be nice to go back to each of these since we didn't have time today. I'm getting to your sort of comment about the example from the San Juan water system, where that played out with solutions that appealed to like 3 different types of people, right? And we didn't really get a chance to try to explore that with regard to riparian rules and watershed management or fire or young forest management. We got a great introduction or sort of overview of the complexity and some of the uncertainty that still exists around those issues. But we didn't really have the time to then figure out what does that mean to us in terms of where we see potential policy, or get direction from that. And that could have been helpful.
So I would want to echo fellow board members on the ideas of field trips, meetings out of town, and as you were saying, the overnights and all of that. I find that incredibly valuable and so surprising, having been on the board a year, and just hardly knowing some of you and having those conversations, and how wonderful that was. And in same ways, with some opportunities with staff. So to me, that part of it is huge. I really like the fact that we did have some opportunity to talk, a lot of opportunity to talk in the way that that was structured. I think, you know, for me, and I've heard some similar things from other board members, that probably 50% of the presentations and stuff I found valuable and 50% I didn't. But I think we're kind of a hard group that way. Excuse me, we're not college students or high school students. You know, we've been around the block on a lot of these issues a few times. So I don't mean, you know, saying 50% to be a criticism. My goal for myself in these kinds of situations, if I've learned one thing in a day that sticks, it's a good day.
Was there, do you have, so Jim, is there?
Oh, it wasn't that good a day.
Yeah, so is there one thing that you want to offer that you learned or took away? We'll come back if you think of it though, because it was a lot. It was a lot of different kind of topics and approaches and tools, and you know, it was sort of this suite of offerings that staff worked really hard to put together. But to your point, to take all of that and make meaning of it wasn't necessarily objective or goal, but it was really to kind of tee up that there are a suite of ways in which you can think about how you're making decisions and how you're approaching that. And it really was also an opportunity for you to kind of get to know each other in that space of how is it that I'm coming to these conversations and decisions. And I was just impressed that you all jumped onto this quadrant and started having conversations about where you sit and where each other sits in some of that. And that was, I mean, I thought that was a pretty big opening. So not expected that you take everything from everything. Okay, so others that you took away or that you want to see happen next?
Well, so I'm gonna talk about how in the October retreat we had, and I talked about that in my opening comments yesterday, and I will be glad to send that summary out to board members if you're interested. But there were some things that you said you wanted to work on around process and needed a little bit more time. And I think those are going to be important things that we want to build on in terms of how we interact and how we make decisions. And so, and I don't need an answer now because I'm just putting this out here, but I think in January, maybe we come back and talk about, you know, we have board work plans. Do we have one on processes or board processes where we purposely carve out some time in these meetings to talk about which way are we going to work on this, you know, or because there are some unresolved things that you wanted to work on from the retreat. So just putting that out there.
Somewhat related to that, like yesterday, because we were ahead of schedule, we had a little time at the end to kind of, you know, anything else we need to do or say. I think we should try to build that in to meetings to make sure that also that we all have a common understanding of what we've done. If any, because we've had problems with that from time to time. But that doesn't work as well when we're, you know, when we're already running along. So we do need to kind of look at those agendas and make sure that we have time to do that. I think it'll make it more productive overall. So.
Is that a wrap?
Maybe a wrap.
I think.
I don't want to keep it but I do want to just acknowledge that next steps. So get in the field, make that a priority. It sounds like that is 5 of the 7 things we talked about in next steps of finding ways to connect with each other outside of the program. So it's like getting in the field, offsite, making sure you have, you can parlay that into like, and with the board, or and with the staff, the other allies. For transitioning that period where you're thinking do more of this. How about dialogue outside of around process and procedure or relationships or something that's not pressure cooker, show up to do business. Really intentionally build that into that. Exploring policy issues, your policy issues in the context of the framing that Locke and evolution did yesterday. Sort of putting it into that sort of framing and seeing how that plays out. Just trying to kind of work that through that lens that doesn't always come through, that allows for those values. And then again, building in open space on your agenda regularly. Recap of what did we just talk about? Space to process, just a little bit of space to process. So that it's not just all business. You actually have, what did we just hear? Where are we at? And how are we feeling about where we're at? And that's important. How we're feeling about feeling, because something we haven't necessarily had. So anything else? I'm going to let Peter have the last word just to wrap things up. And our board chair, if you'd like to say
Whatever I heard here was last words, I think of William S. Burroughs. You know, we'll leave it at that.
That was your, those were.
That was it?
Well, yeah, thanks everybody for participating. I think October was actually a really good meeting, but I think this meeting was a good follow-up to that in a lot of ways. So see you in January. Right?
Yeah, and
I'd like to say thanks for everybody that presented to it, the staff and everybody from all the different agencies in OSU. I thought they did a great job.
So the team, yeah, that's my neglect. The team, please stand up. Yeah, who worked on all this. Everybody that was on the lead. Almost forgot that.
Okay, we're adjourned.